オル様と一緒に踊りたいな。神に愛され、神を愛そう。私が守る。決める。今。行くわよ。
Hi everyone, welcome to the Hero Spotlight for Iggy, Ember's Gaze. Iggy is a dark magic user with high damage and incredible range. He specializes in turning people to ash, and does so by spamming his fireballs. With his deadly explosive fireballs, vision exposing an incredible long-range ultimate, not even Lorien himself is safe. His passive, Gaze. When Iggy hits an enemy with his second ability, he will inflict Gaze on them, which will expose their location for 5 seconds. Any subsequent attacks on the marked enemy will grant him a stack of energy, up to a maximum of 5 stacks. Without Gaze, Iggy restores 1 stack of energy every 4 seconds, which can be sped up with cooldown. Only the first ability, Explosive Fireball, requires energy. And speaking of, let's talk about his first ability, Explosive Fireball. With Explosive Fireball, Iggy charges up and bombards the target location once in every 0.75 seconds and deals magic damage. Targets that are hit closer to the center will receive additional magic damage. Keep a close eye on your energy, as this ability will consume 1 stack of energy per attack. Now, his second ability, Fire Shadow. Iggy enters an Ember state and increases his movement speed dramatically. While in the Ember state, Iggy can recast Fire Shadow once, which locks onto an enemy and shoots a small projectile that knocks the target back and deals damage. Sometime after, it will explode once again on the enemy. Fire Shadow is useful in roaming, and when paired with his passive and ability, one can dish out tons of damage to punish out-of-position enemies. Finally, let's talk about his ultimate, Ember's Gaze. Iggy charges and bombards a huge area from a long distance to deal area of effect damage to enemies within its range. 1 charge of the ultimate is stored every 45 seconds, and Iggy can store up to 2 total charges of his ultimate. Ember's Gaze has a 5-second cast interval. That's enough about Iggy's skills. Now let's jump out of the frying pan and into the flames and talk about gameplay. Iggy's main damage source comes from the bombardment of explosive fireballs. Paired with his passive Gaze, his bombardment becomes unending, and surely any foe will be turned to ash under such dark magic. The combo is Fire Shadow to engage, recast Fire Shadow to displace and mark your target, then hold down the explosive fireballs to let them rip. Even if your enemy manages to escape your combo, they won't be able to run from the incredible range of the ultimate, Ember's Gaze. When using Ember's Gaze, you can reach the Darkslayer pit from the safety of your own jungle. Or you can reach deep under enemy towers to halt enemy recalls in their tracks. Since Ember's Gaze can be stored up to 2 total charges, we recommend using 1 charge to deal massive damage in the midst of a team fight, and the other charge to finish off any lucky stragglers that might think to get away. That being said, we've only scratched the surface of Iggy's gameplay potential. We'll leave the little genius inside you to think up the rest. You'll just have to play him and figure it out. This concludes our hero spotlight for Iggy, Ember's Gaze. Thanks for watching. We hope you've learned the basics on how to play Iggy, Ember's Gaze. Got any feedback for us? Let us know in the comments down below. Hope we'll see you in the next video. Bye!
Hello, I'm Alfonso Gardathal, speaking on behalf of the Arena of Valor development team. Now, I suppose everyone should be familiar with me by now, right? Then at this point you must know what seeing me signifies. That's right, a new update is coming your way, and I'm bringing you the first-hand news from the Arena of Valor development team. We are so glad that the evolution system, which experienced a major update in the last version, has been well received by everyone, and we personally love Wukong as the delivery man. You'll want to be careful though. In Antares Battlefield, He'll not only deliver ramen, but also rob you in the jungle, but fear not, as the upgraded Vision Shard and more detailed map info will help you better strategize and attain victory. Before introducing the content of this update, I would like to be the first to express my gratitude and all of our gratitude to everyone. Thank you for your unwavering trust, support, love, and understanding, all of which gives us the opportunity to respond by crafting more interesting game content. This will be Arena of Valor's 5th year, and we're looking forward to pushing the limits of our design creativity, grow in new directions, and focus on design philosophies to suit our players' needs. In the upcoming 5v5 MOBA Day, we're looking forward to everyone experiencing the new content and helping us create an even better Arena of Valor. The main battlefield has always been the module that we put the most effort into. We hope that by continuously optimizing the relevant mechanics of the main battlefield, we'll be able to bring you fresh gameplay experiences as well as brand new incentives towards victory. Our latest tweak mainly affects talents and enchantments. We discovered that certain talents and enchantments were being neglected, and this isn't ideal, as diversity has always been an important part of the entire battlefield. Therefore, we decided to remake several talents and enchantments. These changes include 1. Days will now focus more on offensive traits. 2. Roar is no longer limited to physical damage-focused heroes, and can now be applied to magic damage-focused heroes as well. 3. Disrupt is now has an added effect on defense towers. And 4. Explosive Shield now will take effect faster and is more powerful. We look forward to everyone experiencing these new talents and enchantments. In terms of combat experience, in order to make it easier for everyone to keep an eye on what's going on in the battlefield when purchasing equipment, we've increased the transparency of the equipment purchase page. The warning circle and the warning logic of defense towers and monsters has also been optimized. And in terms of the control experience, we've added 3 new functions, including 1. A new indicator prompt for successfully casting abilities. 2. While being controlled, players will be able to drag abilities that they want to cast in advance to queue. And 3. The location of nearby heroes will be indicated on the edges of the screen. We hope that these newly added functions will meet everyone's advanced needs, and we look forward to everyone advancing even higher, even faster in the tiers. Finally, the reporting system has undergone another round of tweaks. Active feeding has a negative impact on the game, and it's also behavior that we're strongly opposed to. However, there's a fine line between intentional and unintentional behaviors, making it very difficult at times to differentiate them. In this tweak, we have reconstructed the algorithm for judging active feeding, and we're adopting a more reasonable modeling method in hopes that malicious active feeding judgments can be made more in line with everyone's expectations. In addition, we're well aware of everyone's frustration towards AFK players. Therefore, in the new version, we are prioritizing the tweak on the point deduction mechanics, which will increase the penalty for negative play and AFK behaviors. More points might be deducted depending on the tier, mode, and result of the match. In subsequent updates, we'll continue to collect data and further explore for a better AFK penalty mechanism. To date, we've addressed a number of issues related to the reporting system. In the last tweak of the reporting system, we optimized the overall logic for the reporting system so that everyone could understand more clearly how the system's judgments are made based on the report's content. When it comes to bullying reports, which we know everyone cares about, we have assigned priority to improvements based on cases reported by multiple players. This is so that they will be much less likely to result in unreasonable point deductions. Moreover, we've also improved the efficiency of the reporting system, so the reports will take effect immediately, giving players a better game experience. After a long period of observation, we're very pleased to see more positive feedback and fewer complaints about the reporting system. From the bottom of our hearts, we'd like to thank you all for your patience and support in this area. Please also rest assured that we'll always continually work hard towards improving Arena of Valor for all of our players. We hope that the new content, fixes, improvements, and enhancements brought by this update serve to improve your Arena of Valor experience, and we look forward to seeing you again on the Terrace battlefield.
Hello, everyone! The Arena of Valor World Cup Tournament is officially back after a year of absence. I'm Dio Chan, and it's my pleasure to be your companion throughout AWC 2021. With the new year comes a couple of changes, but don't worry, I've got you covered. There are 4 stages in total. The group stage will be from the 19th of June to the 27th of June. The quarterfinals will be from the 30th of June to the 4th of July. The semifinals will occur in 2 days, the 10th and the 11th of July. And the 18th of July is the grand final match. Are you still with me? Gio-chan will give you some details about each stage. First is the group stage. In the group stage, the competition is among 16 teams from 9 regions around the world. They are representatives from Vietnam, Chinese Taipei, Thailand, Indonesia, a league of Malaysia, Singapore, Philippines, China, Korea, Japan, and Brazil. 16 teams are divided into 4 groups, A, B, C, and D. Each group has 4 teams. Group A with the participation of Vietnam, Team Flash, Indonesia, Dewa United Esports, Chinese Taipei, Mad Team, and Thailand, Buriram United Esports. Group B includes Vietnam, V Gaming, Japan, Z9 Gaming, Chinese Taipei, One Team Esports, and China Team CIV. Group C consists of Thailand, Bacon Time, Indonesia, Archangel, Vietnam, Saigon Phantom, and MSP Underrank. Finally, Group D contains Brazil, Overla, Korea, Team 3 Stars, Thailand, DTAC Talon, and Chinese Taipei, Most Outstanding Player. All teams will compete in a double round robin, best of 2 format, and the global ban pick. For each 2-0 win, the winning team will get 3 points. For a draw, each team will get 1 point. And for a 0-2 loss, the loser team will have no point. The top 2 teams in the group stage will move on to the quarterfinals. That's all for the group stage. To summarize, the 2 teams with the highest total points will pass through to the quarterfinals. The quarterfinals format is really fierce and intense. Each team is allowed to lose only once. Now, let's come to the format of the quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals. During the quarterfinals, the 8 strongest teams of the group stage will face off against one another with 4 pairs of matches in the best-of-5 format. The top team from Group A will compete with the second team from Group B on the first match. The top team for Group C will meet the second team from Group D. The top team from Group B will face the second one from Group A. And finally, the top team from Group D will play against the second team from Group C. 4 winners will advance to the winners bracket quarterfinals with a best-of-7 format. Loser teams will have to compete in the first stage of the losers bracket quarterfinals with a best-of-5 format. Then 2 winners will go straight to the second stage of the losers bracket quarterfinals. And their opponents are 2 teams losing in the winners bracket quarterfinals with the best-of-7 format. 2 victors of the winners bracket will pass directly to the semifinals. They will have to fight for the first slot to the grand final. The last 2 teams passing the second stage of the losers bracket quarterfinals will oppose each other in the first stage of the losers bracket semifinals. The winner will meet the loser of the winners bracket semifinals to find the last representative for the grand final. A month of intense and amazing competition of AWC 2021 is about to take place. Who will be owner of the championship title with a bonus of $200,000? Let's find out with me, DL Chan, starting from the 19th of June. Do not miss.
Victory is every day. Sport Authority of Thailand.
Hello and welcome to the Arena of Valor World Cup 2021. This is day 8, the last day of the group stages. This is the English commentary broadcast. My name is Pisorio. Joining me in the caster's desk is, of course, Isaac Casp. And before anything else, we would like to thank the organizers of this event for making this tournament possible. Of course, Tencent Games, Garena, and VSPN. And going forward, the first series of the day is going to be Most Outstanding Player facing off Brazil's representative, Overclock.
Yep. Overclock in their final best of 2 for today. This is going to be the last 2 games that we're going to be able to witness the representatives from Brazil showcase their meta in the group stage of the AWC. So we're going to have a good one. But of course, they're going to be going up against really scary teams. A really scary team in Most Outstanding Player. Before we go into that, you guys are going to be able to look at the schedules for today. Looking at it, the 27th is essentially the finale of this group stage. So whatever the results are, we will figure out who makes it in Group C and D. We're going to be having this quarterfinal kick off after 2 days of rest on the 30th up until the 4th. And then right after that, we're going to be witnessing 2 semifinal games and 1 grand final the weekend after that. Of course, all of these teams right now are battling for a total prize pool of $500,000 US, with the champion possibly bagging $200,000 US. The finals MVP for this tournament will have an extra $10,000 US, and you know, the best lineup or the best sets of players, they're gonna get $3,200 US each. And with groups A and B wrapping up from the previous day, we witnessed Buriram United Esports and Mad Team make it to the playoffs, as well as V Gaming and One Team Esports. Now we need to figure out who makes it in Group C and D, with Bacon Time, Archangel, Saigon Phantom, Underrank for Group C, Overclock, Team 3 Stars, D-Tac Talent, and Most Outstanding Player for Group D. Now with these 4 teams in each group, we're gonna possibly see what else they can do before we end the group stage. But at the end of the day, this is we've pretty much nearly finalized how the results are going to turn out, and I don't know if there are going to be any changes or surprise upsets, so we'll have to wait and see until we finish this day.
Yeah, definitely. Going into the whole matches that we've seen from the first half to the start of the second half, you already have an inkling. Unless maybe Archangel gets a sweep on their in their group, they could have a chance, but I don't think that it is possible right now going into the last day of the group stages. And also, if we're gonna also look at the Group D, even if Team 3 Stars matches up with some of and sweeps the other teams, there's not just any possibility that they're gonna be able to get out of the slump that they're in. That I think Team 2, the second placers, already are sitting at comfortable places in these groups, and yeah, most of the time in this last day, it's more of a formality, because most of these teams that are in the third and fourth are swept by the teams from the first and second. But enough of that. MOP, Most Outstanding Player, is going to be in your screen. Kawhi, Jeff, Weiwei, Kevin, and Zen representing Most Outstanding Player, the champions for the GCS. And we have the representatives of Brazil. Overclock's Manafrizer, Alwyn RJ, Mengueche, Shiso, and Ramasho.
Yeah, this is going to be a fairly interesting best of 2. We know that this is going to be the last time we're seeing Overclock in the AWC group stage for this year. So, you know, they're probably going to be pulling out all of their strategies, given that this is the final best of 2. Maybe we see something really cool like a support Batman, you know, like what we saw previously, last night, between Team Flash and Buriram United Esports. But yep, key players, of course, gonna be the outstanding performers in the mid lane. One of them is, of course, this guy, Mengueche, has a KDA of 1. Damage dealt 27.2%, 18.5% for the damage taken, and kill participation of 71.8%. The standings here for this guy, and he also sports these characters that just excel well for him: the Alistar, the Jannar, and the Crixie. But as we enter game number 1, MOP are going to be taking blue side for this one, with Overclock on the red side. With these two teams, I'm going to be honest, I'm not expecting much. I don't see Overclock winning this one. It's going to be fairly difficult. MOP have looked pretty dominant as of late. Aside from their matchup against DTAC Talon, they have been able to just consistently beat their opponents. So, what are your thoughts here, Vittorio?
I do agree on what you said, and it's pretty difficult. We're seeing the old guard in Overclock because they've been fielding old meta heroes, and that was just a story of what Overclock has been doing all throughout the AWC 2021. They did have some flashes of brilliance in their place, but at the same time, it's not going to be enough to topple anyone, especially the likes of MOP or DTAC Talent in their group. And that is a fact, ladies and gentlemen. There's nothing that Overclock can do to actually overcome MOP right now. If what we're gonna see with from them is the same old plays, same old rotations. But yeah, at least Overclock plays it as seriously as they can. Like I said, going in from the last series from yesterday, it's a far cry on what Overclock is kind of doing. So yeah, props to Overclock to actually be serious about what they're doing, even though they're not actually picking meta picks. I don't agree that a lot of people say that it is troll picks, because I do understand this is a different region, and like I said, different regions have their own meta, and sometimes not being able to practice it in a fierce competitive scene affects also their hero picks, and that's what we actually see on the Overclock's draft. Even if they try to replicate the drafts coming in from the GCS, the Arena of Glory, the ROV Pro League, it's actually not gonna benefit them at this point of time. Even if they do learn, there's just so much that you can absorb. The differences of the drafting from Latin America to the Southeast Asia region is too big of a gap to bridge.
Yeah, and considering the fact that, going back to what you said about them not being able to practice against the other opponents in the Asian region, just makes it hard for them. I mean, the best that they're going to be able to practice with is, of course, their own region and the countries near them, if any. So it's hard in itself for you to improve, considering the constraints that you have as Team Brazil, and for you to be able to play against the great teams coming from the other countries. It's difficult to be able to pull that off. Mainly because, if you actually even do get the chance, it's not like you will have the best possible network coverage so that you could play smoothly. It's not like you're going to be able to play properly because it's going to be a completely different meta from yours. So for you to experience these and learn these, they got the opportunity still here at the AWC. The great thing about this team is that they knew that they would need to face these kinds of problems with having to play with a bad signal, with having to play with difficulties going into the AWC. They were briefed, they're aware, but they still found a way to power through and not give up. All right, so people are saying that, it's the organizer's fault or it's this guy's fault. No, it's not. They're aware of what they got into and they agreed to it. So, mad respect to this team that regardless whether they're having these difficulties, they did what they can to make things work. And, it's an absolute blast seeing them on the AWC.
Yeah, definitely. Respect is earned, not actually being given for free. And we're seeing a lot of Brazil's fans saying that it's unfair. Nothing's fair in life, and I mean, everything was done as fair as we could. Everyone is playing in their own countries, not withstanding in this kind of situation where COVID is still in the horizons of everyone. This is the best that the organizers can do, and that is already a testament of how they want to make this game alive. But yeah, we're moving into game 1, and we didn't discuss the draft a bit just because seeing that we were going to actually see another Fennec jungle with 2 supports with the Mina and the Grak. There's not much that I think Overclock is going to be overcoming here in game 1, but still,
Yep.
In the blue side it's going to be most outstanding player, and the red side is going to be Overclock, and they're now going for a contention here into the mid lane.
Just to settle the deal here with all of the people watching right now, we didn't really go into the draft really hard because we're already seeing just how much of a disparity it is. And at the same time, since this is the final best of 2 that Overclock are going to be playing for the AWC this year, then we might as well pay our respects and give recognition to them for what they have attempted to do in the AWC. A lot of people are hating on them because they're not playing well. Well, you wouldn't be playing either if you were in their situation to begin with. And at the same time, they're facing the best of the best, and they did what they could considering the situation. And it's something to be, absolutely proud of. This team has been phenomenal in the group stage based on what they've been capable of. And even if they did not land any wins at all, maybe they may land a win in this series. And at the same time, maybe, just maybe, this team has a whole lot of fun participating in AWC because it was a lot of fun watching them.
Yeah, definitely. And MOP is actually positioning themselves here in the bottom lane and getting a lot of Astrolabe orbs being thrown by the D-Rack alone. And already 1-1 in the scoreboard. Not much of a stomp. We're getting some fight over the from Overclock. We're getting a lot of good looks. Zen is gonna get a stun there. Plus the bone shaver coming in from Jet is gonna finish off Mengueche in the mid lane. But there is gonna be a hook coming in from Manofrizer again. The Abyssal Dragon Kratos is now in the window for the taking, and MOP takes the first Abyssal Dragon.
Yep, that's the first objective of the game here. It's a 1,000 gold lead right now in favor of MOP. We're seeing movement here from the side of Overclock where they would be utilizing these 2 supports to try to get these pickoffs and give the kills away to their carries and the Alistar and this Fennec, or possibly even the Max. But the Max has a pretty tall task facing off against the winningest hero in AOV right now.
Yeah, and the ultimate's coming in from Mengueche is gonna hold down Kevin, but the damage coming in from Elden RJ and Manofrizer is just not enough to burst that hero down in a span of 1.5 seconds, and that already says a lot. The only damage that they can expect is gonna be with Kuramasho, and also maybe with Shizo on the Max. But looking at it, it's just not gonna be enough right now for Overclock. Even if they get a catch on some of the members, Zen is gonna do a lot of damage. Fatal attack with the flicker is gonna get the Kurama show under the turret, and he is going to be again dead, but she still has the resurrection rune, and he's still going back into the game.
Yep, that was a good attempt to trying to get away, but we all know that this Thorn finds ways, especially given the range that he's capable of doing. You may think you're far enough, but that ultimate is going to devastate you considerably. Now, we're already seeing GA here on that arrow, try to pick off the Grak, but they spot out Elvin RJ being a little too aggressive and forward. So now, they're going to force him back and open up the map even more as they rotate towards this mid side of the map where they possibly want to just take this tower.
Yeah, and more the clearing coming in from MOP. They're just rotating very, very well right now. Already almost 3k in the boards for MOP. Overclock needs to get their own kills and pickups. The one kill that they had in the early game is already stagnating in the board. It doesn't really matter anymore. But they're going for a 4-man rotation onto the bot side. Maybe if Battlefizer catches up the Thorn, it could be a different story again. It would make difficult. It would make it difficult for MOP to actually win this in the early stages of the game. But the episode Dragon Creator's stake is taking a lot of time, not to be honest, and it is going to be taken by Miguelche, and another ultimate coming in for the Chongnar is going to do it. Ryu is going to be used by Kawhi, getting a lot of dashes in, and that is going to be a secure kill again on the side of MOP. Shizo is doing his best to go for those clear waves, but the damage coming in from the members of most outstanding player is just too much, making him back off, and Elvin RJ almost dying to Zen, and an ultimate already on the Onje. That is just too much.
Yep, and with them getting picked off just like that, we're already looking at a 7-1 kill count here. Just 5 minutes and 42 seconds into the game. Shizo's actually on the Slayer side, just standing there. He's probably planning to use his ultimate to try to catch someone up, but he's going to be spotted here by Kawhi. And Kawhi is going to join him in standing there. Possibly going to give this kill off to Jay as Shizo stops standing. They are all not moving right now. This is the problem when you have to face when it comes to the connectivity issues. And as you see them not moving at all, looks like this tower is going to be falling. The ultimate is going to be there on this Alistar. And with the Alistar falling, you can already see that every one of the members here from MOP are just going to dive into their towers, knowing that they won't be defended to just quickly end this game.
Yep, and looking
Series
forward.
of unfortunate events.
Yeah, they're looking forward. Genesis Barrier is going to be used. Manaprizer is going to be moving. But most of the members of Overclock is currently not there. Disrupt is going to be used on the Nexus to prolong the agony here without being able to clear the waves. There it is. They are now moving, and that is going to be game, set, and match, where game 1 is taken by most outstanding player.
Yep. That was a little too late. But it is what it is, you know. They tried, and it's just pretty difficult to overcome these kinds of situations for them. So, MOP though, you're already witnessing greatness right there. They're showing how to rotate, what they need to do, how they're going to be accomplishing it, and getting things done on the map at the same time to make sure they have superior control over the vision and information being taken on the map. And at the same time, they do what they can so that they could convert into objectives, even if they don't land any of the kills. They're just there to whittle them down enough so that they can no longer contest and then take the towers right after, once the opponents just decide to recall back to base. So they're showing a lot of really good fundamentals right now, this MOP team, and we're going to be checking out the highlights for game number 1 in just a moment.
And that was a game on highlights for most outstanding player versus Overclock. And going into there, like you said, there's not much to discuss going in the draft and also the gameplays that we saw. It was just mostly classic. Going forward, I don't think the lighting in the room of Isaac is actually very, very good. So
yeah, it is what it is. I mean, I have 2 of the spotlights already. I don't know what else you want me to do, man. Like I said, I don't touch them. It's just there. And hey, you know, I can lose my hair, but I tried everything I could. I'm gonna move this one. I'm gonna put it like literally here, but it doesn't change a thing.
I mean, what else can we do with your lighting? But anyway, going in forward, like I said, it's no one's fault if Brazil is like most of the countries actually participating in the AWC is gonna be in Asia, and like you said, Brazil had a choice. Either they can actually forfeit their spot if they think that playing in the Asian server is actually not fair. Going forward, all of the teams were asked if it's possible to actually play in their home countries and be able to compete, and all of the answers from the other countries are always yes. And so if they're here in the AWC 2021, definitely they also said yes to that kind of condition. And it's not the fault of the organizers, because like I said, it is a time of pandemic and there are a lot of restrictions on travel. So being able to travel and fly out Team Brazil to an Asian country is actually not a good idea right now, with all the sanctions
it's not
in
gonna
place.
be easy either.
And that is going to be somewhat unfair to all of the other countries who are actually playing in their home soil, not being able to be in the server wherein that tournament is being held. And just to say, for all the participants of the AWC, no one is actually playing in the country where the server is based on. So it would just depend on the connectivity and how close you are on the server. And we see a lot of the teams here, not just Brazil, having internet issues. We are actually having internet issues with different other teams. So just to say that it's 400 ms, yeah, it was actually already decided when they went into AWC 2021. I'm not blaming them or anything, but still, they went out and still did their best, and that's all anyone can hope for. And so I don't think that people shitting on Tencent or any other organizers this event is going to be helpful. It's just actually negative thoughts being made by, I don't know, it's just propagating a lot of negative thoughts at the end of the day. But
you know, again, at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, these guys came in here knowing what they needed to face. Overclock agreed. They're here for the fans, for their supporters. They're gonna represent Brazil at the same time. They want to do what they can. So, you know, people can continue blaming Brazil or the organizers, but to set the record straight, it was their choice, and you can't blame the organizers for not wanting to fly all of the participants to one country so they could participate. If you think about it, and considering how COVID is right now, do you guys really think it's feasible? It's actually gonna be good? Really, guys? No, it's not. It's not gonna be good at all. It's not gonna be possible. And my God, can you just imagine the repercussions and the things that need to pretty much happen for that to put into place? It's not easy. So, you know, you can't blame the organizers to make the best possible business decision to make it work, but at the same time, trying their best to make the game great. You know, we do what we can based on the situation, and we try to use whatever we have available right now. You can keep saying that it's unfair, but at the end of the day, we make the most out of what we have, and that's exactly what Overclock did. That's why it's so respectable that even if they're playing all the way from Sao Paulo, did we ever see them give up in a single game? No, they didn't. They still tried their best. They still tried to play. They still picked what their meta showed them, and they're trying everything they could to actually make it work.
Yes, and by the way, still don't understand a lot of people just being negative. Going in here in this time, the only way that you're gonna be able to actually fly in the professionals from the Arena of Valor is they're only gonna be able to actually go into a country that recognizes Arena of Valor as a sport.
Yep.
And there's just a limited countries there. If you're gonna say Thailand, one of the sponsors of this event, might be able to actually host this. It's not. You're gonna see the Thailand teams actually gaming in their playing in their gaming house just because there is a lockdown there. That just shows a lot that, you know, in these times, if we're gonna point out any other sporting event, like Dota 2, it was supposed to be in Finland for the TI, but it's not actually gonna be played out in Finland anymore, just because it's not recognized as a sport. And to fly in those professionals, you need that kind of credentials. You need to be a national sport at least. And right now, I think only Thailand recognizes it as such, with a lot of support coming in from the tourism and sports departments. And like I said, Thailand is on lockdown, so any kind of tournaments that is going to be played out needs to have that kind of credential. We can't actually expect it from the other countries who are also getting a lot of safeguards against this kind of ruling. So at the end of the day, it's no one's fault. And Arena of Valor did its best in organizing this tournament, even if it was hard. They could have just prolonged it again, not actually pushing through with the AWC like last year, where we didn't have AWC 2020. So yeah, that is actually what we need to ponder out. This is the time of the pandemic, and anything is not fair. Everything is not fair, but at the same time, we make do of what we have in our hands.
Exactly.
You guys can keep on saying bad things, but at the end of the day, are you guys helping? Are you guys able to do the things that you need to do? But the answer is always going to be no, because you guys can also rant about it, actually put posts about it, but nothing is going to happen even if you spread negativity. No one's going to be pushed around because of what the situation is in every country.
Yep, and at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, if you think COVID wasn't around, I'm pretty sure the organizers would have done what they could to make sure everyone was in one place. You know, at the end of the day, we make do with what we can, what we have right now, what we're going to be able to do, let's use that. And that's pretty much what the organizers did in order for this tournament to actually push through this year instead of having it canceled again. So, you know, negativity aside, we're going to be remaking the first game. And, you know, because of the technical issues that happened there, we're going to make sure that game number 1 is going to be happening again. We will have the same picks and bans for that game 1 as it is going to be remade. And then we're going to give Overclock another chance to play one out. You know, given that they all got disconnected from the game with an internet, with the technical issues that happened there, you know, it wouldn't be fair to not let them finish the game in their own hands. So, as we remake game number 1, we're gonna try and see what they could do when it comes to their composition.
Yeah, it will still be the same benefits.
Yep.
But there's not much that we're actually gonna look out for. Going into game 1, we already saw a dominating game for MOP. So definitely, they're still gonna have a hard time facing off against the members of MOP. It's still the same band pick wherein you don't really have a lot of damage with the Brack and Mina pick. And I think that's just it. Even if we try to simulate it in a lot of matches where they repeat with the same bands and picks. But yeah, I still think that as the last games, as the last series of Overclock in this tournament, they deserve something more.
Yep. That's why we're gonna at least remake it, because you know we want them to go out with a bang. The other teams were able to do that yesterday, showcasing some really cool stuff before they bow out of the group stage. So, you know, Overclock will be given the exact same opportunity. They have Max, they have Mina, they have Graka at the same time. Can you imagine all of them chaining their skills in succession? Even if you were the winningest hero in AOV right now, if you got caught out, you would be dead. Because on top of all that crowd control, every single one of them has a stun or a way to displace you. You get hooked in, you get hit by World Devourer, Max is gonna dive right at you, and then you're gonna be seeing the Mina pulling you back in. They're gonna taunt you on top of that. Fennec is gonna stack on top of you, roll, and pop up the double chain cyclone. And on top of that, there's the AoEs coming from the Alistar along with the stuns and the hold. So you put all that into perspective. Have them throw all of that onto one person. They are not gonna survive no matter how strong of a hero they are. So, you know, there is a possibility that Overclock can actually make this work. Can you imagine a 5-man World Devourer? And then the Alistar's AoE, a double chain cyclone on top of that, and put in the Max diving in with the anti-heals, the spin to win. You know, seems good on paper. Maybe they can pull it off.
I don't know. For me, it's still not a viable pick. But anyway, maybe we're gonna see more of Overclock in the coming redo of the game 1. It's we're just waiting for the game to start. Actually, I think it is a persisting issue right now for there is a persisting internet issue on the side of Brazil, and we just have to wait it out and look forward to the game.
We're just gonna wait a little bit, ladies and gentlemen, and wait until everything's stabilized, and then we can have Overclock perform yet again. For now, it is what it is, ladies and gentlemen. So, you know, again, it's not the organizer's fault. It's not Overclock's fault. It's just how it's just how it is within the world we live in today. So, we gotta make do with what we have.
Yeah, definitely. And we're still
Honestly,
waiting.
I'm just waiting. I don't even know how it's gonna turn out, to be honest. I'm excited to see them all throw their skills in succession and at least pull it off really, really well. But at the same time, I'm thinking that, yeah, considering what they're facing right now, it's not gonna be easy to do that. There's so many things you're gonna need to consider in order for that to work.
Yeah, definitely. And let's see what is going to happen. What is going to be in store for us. First and foremost, like I said, I don't see Overclock winning anytime soon. I'm very, very pessimistic, just because of what we saw going into the game. It's just gonna be
you're
hard.
pessimistic all the time, man. I'm here. I'm the one who's Mr. Positive here, believing in the impossible. And
You
like,
actually
nah,
did not know you got a lot of picks, a lot of things going
That's
into
so
the draft.
it's so ugly. You're like, no, it's not like that. It doesn't work.
Yeah, because I
And
use
here I am thinking,
because I use
maybe one
logic.
day Batman support becomes the greatest pick ever. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons why a lot of people know that I say there's something good, just because I pointed out that sometimes these kinds of compositions are not good. When a hero is picked for you, you think it's good, but I say it's not good just because of the composition that they have. like I said, no picks are actually underpowered if you pair it with the right heroes, and that's how you do it. It's not about the hype surrounding the hero. It's not about the meta. It's about how you pair up those heroes. Even if they pick the Lubu, the Irie, or the Arrow, it will always depend on the composition, and that's what I want you to understand. And I don't think you hyping out something.
I'm just going with the
I don't think that you hyping out.
You've always known that for a fact that I would just decide to pick whatever it is that seems cool because I want you to give the factual information to the people watching right now.
No, you hyping up those bad picks are just gonna do it. It's gonna have a very negative effect.
Impossible.
It's gonna have a negative effect. I want to
see the impossible happen, and maybe
negative effect
the
on the
Alistair
ramp.
pick is great.
And your picks are not good. That is it. Your picks are not good. The composition that they're in is not good, and therefore it is gonna be a losing ground. And most of the time, I think I did a correct analysis of most of those kind of composition. And just because, like I said, no one is actually a very, very bad pick. For example, if you're gonna be picking out the Crixie when there's no mage, then you're just shooting yourself in the foot just because it's easily counterable by other heroes with a lot more range like Iggy, Zata, Raz. But enough of that. We're just gonna go for a very, very short break. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back into the game 1 of the first series of Most Outstanding Player against Overclock. And again, this is the same ban and picks that we're seeing here. So, yes, going forward, Isaac, what are we gonna expect in this game?
I am expecting a whole lot of fights, but mainly being initiated by Overclock. MOP are, on the other hand, are gonna play their game where they will skirmish and answer back in those fights, win them, but prioritize mostly on the objectives and how they rotate around the map to control it. Overclock have this tendency where they would go into a fight but not plan out how they're gonna exit or how they're gonna get an objective right after that. So we're gonna need to put that into consideration on whether they're gonna be able to work on it and actually get objectives if ever they are to win any fights.
Yeah, definitely. And we're seeing already the start of the game in the middle lane, getting a lot of damage in. Minguecha trying to clear out the waves, but yeah, Weiwei is gonna be way faster with the Chogner. And I think Weiwei is gonna harass the jungle of Overclock. Kuramasho falling down to half of his health. And there is going to be a spot out here with Modifier in there, hooking in Kawaii. Is it going to be another Star Snatcher? Is going to be used, going in for the Astral Orb, and also the Shurikens are going to connect, and that is a combo that you cannot actually save yourself from. Elvin RJ is also in danger, but they're going to disengage.
Yep, you're seeing constant damage output coming in from MOP. They could have gotten for another fight there on that side near the tower, but they opted out of that fight and focused more on the objectives and stealing resources away from Overclock. This is how MOP plays. They want to get these resources, they want to make sure they deny any of the golden experience on the side of Overclock, and then just punish them with sheer overpoweredness because they're way ahead in terms of gold.
Yeah, definitely. And we're gonna actually see a more dominant game 1 for MOP. They're not gonna lose the first blood and already getting a lot of damage into Overclock's member. Shizo almost falling down. Manfrizer again catches up the Kevin in the brush, and there's gonna be a lot of combinations and stuns coming in from Weiwei and the Irie of MOP. They're gonna get a lot of it. Minguecha is gonna be killed with a fatal attack. No, it was stolen by Jay from the ultimate coming in from his ally.
Yep. Kuramasho actually attempted to try to take out Jay because of him being a little too aggressive there, moving forward behind enemy lines. But since Jay has means to escape using that arrow, he immediately backs off, gets out of Kuramasho's range, and he's gonna get out unscathed. Right now, it's already a 6-0 in terms of the kill count, and MOP are looking pretty good with how they rotate. And if you notice, they're focused mainly on clearing the waves, getting that gold advantage, and Overclock right now are rotating from behind. The moment they come in to try to go for those picks, what happens here is that Overclock are just too late to the fight, because by the time they make it there, MOP are already moving to the next area where they want to get something done.
Yeah, there's another new being user. Shizo is going to be taken out by the Irie, but at the blue camp of Overclock, they're actually MOP is being very aggressive, trying to take everything from the side of Overclock, not giving them resources, depriving them of everything. That is how MOP plays and rolls.
Yep, it's also a really good strategy if you think about it, because they know based off of their composition that they're going to be able to do this easy. Looking at Overclock's composition, it's not going to be easy for them to contest these aggressive invades or rotations that deny them golden experience, mainly because Alistar, for example, needs some time to build up his damage, his crowd control capabilities, the way he's going to be able to utilize his skills in a fight. And then, oh, there's going to be a hook coming in. And now the other members dive in immediately for that counterplay. They're going to be able to take out 3. Resurrect is going to be used by Fennec there. But with Elwin RJ also going down, it's just going to be 2 members left for the side of Overclock with an ultimate streak now on Weiwei. Right after they get all of those kills, they know for a fact that they're not going to be able to push it. So they don't waste even a second. They immediately move into the enemy jungle, deny more golden experience, and then right after that, focus on going forth and pressuring other lanes. They're not going to stay stagnant, overstay, or do anything of that matter in just one area. They want to make sure they deprive, they control, and choke out Overclock from any of their attempts right now.
Yeah, definitely. And in this point, like you said, the damage coming in from Overclock is not going to be seen with Dgrak and Mina in unison. And we don't really expect a lot of bursts coming in from the Max and also the Alistair. The only one that can burst down the members of MOP is going to be Kuramasho on that Fennec. But because of the resources 6, it's going to be harder for them. They're going to be putting it there. There is going to be an ultimate coming in from the Chognar. And the crowd controls coming in from Overclock is not really going to get a connection there. Like I said, the ultimate coming in from Chognar is almost like it is a cleanse. Not almost like. It is a cleanse. And if you pair that with another cleanse item, that's just going to have a lot of effect in the crowd controls of Overclock.
Yep. And the way they're controlling the game, because the crowd control coming from Overclock cannot be used completely, something they need to consider is at least take out all of these cleanses. But considering the damage output coming from the side of MOP, it's not going to be easy for them to even do that. They're not even able to kill off this Chognar, even if they attempted to do so against Kevin. A dive is going to come in from Shiso there, but since MOP are clumped up, they're going to be able to surround that Max, who is going to be down for 17 seconds. Mingwich is going to be picked off by the Thorn as well. You're already seeing so much being thrown out here by MOP, considering the gold advantage they secured, sitting at 9,000 at 7 minutes in.
Yeah, and looking at the gameplay that MOP is kind of showing us, they're actually not opening themselves up to a lot of resource stakes coming in from Overclock. They're not gonna let themselves be picked off, be shut down, and they won't give hope to Overclock on getting a win in this game.
And all things considered right now, it's 20-0 in terms of kills. They're not going to let Overclock score any kills whatsoever. And at the same time, it's just clean-cut decisions coming in from MOP. They make sure that they get what they come for, but they don't fully overcommit so that they don't give anything away to the side of Overclock, or at least even any opportunities to turn the fight or get any kills. No, they're going to deny all of those. Now sitting at 10,000 gold lead, they were also able to secure that Dark Slayer. And with that kind of buff, they can continue pressing forth. But with Shiso here, trying to go for that split push, not going to be able to as the members of MOP come in. Shiso will be picked off, and Gwitch is going to be following as well after being chased down by the Thorn. And with a Drake spawning here on the bottom side. And Jay just going for that back door to take the tower out. It's already clear to see how overpowered and how much MOP have done on the map to get this fed. MOP just know what they need to do to get things done, and Overclock can't seem to even utilize their crowd control again because of the cleanse.
Yeah, definitely, and it's gonna be a star binder by Weiwei getting a stun onto them. And Shiso falling dangerously low with the Ryu coming in from Kawhi, getting a lot of damage into the back lane. And there is not much they can do here with LRJ also being taken out and no one to defend. And the win is going to go to most outstanding player in Game 1.
Yep. With that kind of performance, it's pretty hard to see how Overclock are going to even stop MOP. They play around the objectives, they rotate fairly quickly, and they decide fast. They don't overstay. They make sure that they don't waste any time, and they try their best to be efficient and maximize everything they can take on the map without giving anything in return to Overclock, hence punishing them completely. Not to mention, going into the draft, they were able to counter it fairly well because of the cleanse and all of the possibilities where they would lock someone down just gets negated completely because of the clean execution coming in from the Chaga himself.
Yeah, definitely. And there's a lot to discuss more, but we're gonna see the highlights in a few seconds. But we can actually discuss more on what happened in the lineup of Overclock. Like I said, going into the game, they didn't really have damage, but let's check out the highlights first. Oh. And that was the highlights of game one. Looking forward, like I said, we can discuss more on what we saw on Overclock. Upon looking, going into the draft, they didn't really feel enough damage to actually be effective. Yes, the Alistair can actually get a hold, but at the same time, it doesn't really, it wasn't really felt. Just because only Kuramasho was actually able to burst down the enemy comp, and that is not possible just because of the most of the time MOP was actually just very aggressive into the jungle, not letting Kuramasho actually field and also get a lot of items to be built. Yes, we know Fennec has an early advantage going into the early game, but at the same time, if you deprive him of resources to snowball, he's just not as good as the basic heroes that we see, like Lubu, Arrow, who just needs to actually have their ultimates ready going into the early part of the game. They don't really need items to deal damage, and that was just most of the story of the game. You get a hook coming in from Modifizer. After that, there's gonna be a hold from Alistair and the Dark Dominion from Amina, but after those combos, a lot of the heroes from the side of MOP still lives on just because of the minimal damage that they received there.
Yeah, you can throw out a whole lot and hard focus one target, but given the counterplays that MOP have in terms of these crowd controls, they're gonna be able to outplay them. And at the same time, yeah, you have a lot of crowd control, but you're not going to have the damage output to actually finish off your opponent. So you're stuck in this position where you need to overcommit so you could deal damage, but at the same time, your damage isn't enough to finish anyone off. So the best you can do is actually scare them away. But given the amount of golden experience that MOP were able to accumulate based on how they're rotating around the map, they were able to just steamroll all over that fear of them getting locked down. They're willing to just counterplay if they get caught out.
Yeah, and most of the time we see a lot of damage coming in from the Ivy, from the Thorn, from the D-Rack, and also from the Arrow, who can go for solo kills in most of the composition that we're seeing in Overclock. Shizo's max not really effective, just because we also know that most of the time Max can be effective if someone is going to be reduced to the 50% of his health, maybe 75%. But if you're going to go for an ultimate coming in from Max at 100% health still left, even on the Tord, you're not going to be able to burst that guy out unless you are overly itemized. And there's no way that Overclock can actually be overly itemized in that game just because all the ganks not being really effective, the clutches not really being effective for them. And we're gonna see the damage graph here where MOP deals a lot of damage on Zen, leading the charge at 66.7k. I'm pretty sure this is what you call an MVP performance. Sorry Kawaii, you were the MVP before the remake, but I think Zen getting a lot of kills in this game is definitely worth noting just because of how much damage you can deal against tanks. And Overclock, all you can see is actually Minggueche being the one who leading the damage on their side, and Kurama Show 6.3k, and that's just the end of the story. Like I said, Kurama Show is the only one able to do a lot of damage once the holds are in, but yeah, no deliverance whatsoever because he's always dead because of the invades coming in from MOP. And like I said, MOP Zen, the MVP of the game with 61.5% kill participation, 31% damage dealt for the whole team, and of course a KDA of 907. No deaths to his name.
Yeah, I think one of the really nice things that MOP did here, you know, to add even more flavor to the composition, was that Chognar pick. On top of the slows that the Chognar does, it's not easy to crowd control the Chognar given the passive that he has, and at the same time, this Chognar helps out when any of the teammates that he has gets caught out. Something to consider here is that cleanse may be underrated in most of the games, but in the right scenarios where the only thing your opponents have to throw out is crowd control, all you're gonna need to do is use cleanse to get out of it, and they wouldn't have anything else to throw out at you, meaning you're gonna be able to space out the map even more, maximize and become even more efficient when it comes to taking your golden experience. And to put everything into perspective, when you do that, even if you do get caught out, you're gonna be so far ahead in golden experience that it's not gonna threaten you or give you a hard time at all.
Yeah, I mean, with a lot of the cleanse coming in from Chognar, the graphic wasn't fully effective. Even if he does the World Devourer and the Dark Dominion coming in from Mina, it's just gonna be negated from the ultimate of the Chognar. Plus, the Chognar built a cleansing item, so even if he does not have his ultimate ready, he has the cleansing item, and that just says a lot. That's why most of the time that we're actually watching, we don't see interruptions on the skills of MOP. It's just because of the anti-crowd controls that they're actually fielding in MOP. And now we're going to be moving into the draft of Game 2. Overclock is going to be the blue side, and MOP is going to be in the red side.
And going with that game number 1, ladies and gentlemen, something to really put into perspective there was that this Fennec just couldn't find a way to dive in, deal damage when, you know, all of the crowd control that could enable this Fennec to easily get kills is just negated by that Chognar. And on top of that, if you actually try to dive in, this Dirac, this Errol, this Irie, this Thorn, they have means to out damage you and get away at the same time. So if they're in a tough spot, they're just gonna back off. But if they're not, they're just gonna continuously punish the Fennec, which is why this Fennec is one of the most difficult heroes in the AWC right now. Literally every Fennec game we've seen so far, except for one, if I'm not mistaken, has been a complete wash. It's just not viable in this patch, mainly because, again, Vittoria and I stress the warrior meta right now, where warriors are just gonna be very efficient as supports, and it just adds even more merit to just be tanky and just pretty much trying to out-sustain your opponents. If you guys look at the bans right now, Overclock here decided to ban out this Iggy and the Florentino. We ban out the Florentino because of the lane dominance. Being able to 1v1, 1v2, possibly even 1v3 in the hands of a very, very good Florentino, it's not easy to deal with. And on top of that, they ban out the Iggy because of the long-range poke. Before a fight even starts, your HP gets whittled down considerably. And one of the things that really put this Iggy in a really nice spot in the meta right now is that you don't need to commit too much to actually deal damage. You can just pass by, throw out your skills, and then get out. You have the bonus movement speed, a knockback stun, and then a really long range ultimate that practically works well, similar to what Elsu does. It's just that the difference here is it's easier to land Iggy's skills. On MOP, they ban out the winningest hero because, again, you know, one of the strongest right now is this hero in the Irie. Stun, mobility, damage, sustain. You also get practically a whole lot of benefits from your kit because there's the outplay potential given that they're skill shots. You don't just straightforwardly go into a fight. No, there's a lot of things you can actually accomplish when it comes to this Irie. The Hayate, on the other hand, is going to be banned out specifically because of the true damage. So you don't want to get hit in the late game. And MOP, they know for a fact that this Hayate could ruin their chances based on their composition. What did they pick up? They picked up the Lubu. They picked up this Elsu. They're gonna be able to pick up the Aoi as well. You have oppressive snipes coming in from the Elsu, similar to what Iggy does, meaning before a fight starts, you can potentially be whittled down to a little health, so you can't fully commit at 100% with your capabilities. Lubu's a dominant laner, a dominant jungler, and a very big flex because you don't really reveal what this Lubu does. It can be a support, can be a top laner, a DS laner, by the way. You can also put this guy in the jungle. Lots of possibilities, and not revealing what you have in terms of your ideas for your composition is a very big deal because you could force your opponents to misban or possibly pick the wrong kind of counter. And then to add all that, it's the Aoi. The Aoi deals damage. The Aoi can run around. The Aoi can do a whole lot of stuff here to negate any potential coming in from the side of Overclock because of the mobility where this Aoi could just get from top to bot in a couple of seconds. You add into perspective the fact that it's just really, really hard to catch an Aoi with all the mobility she has. So you're gonna need to fully commit to try to take her down. Then, if it's not even bad enough, they can potentially even add the Zata. This Zata is great because of the Ascend. The ultimate is gonna be pretty much a whole lot of damage, but at the same time, you cannot just target the Zata while the ultimate is active.
Yeah, so we're having a DC pick here, Isaac.
Mm-hmm.
We're having a DC hero composition in Overclock, and I guess they just want to have fun. That's the gist of it. We don't need to read anymore on the draft.
I mean, at the end of the day, I'm happy I get to see Batman. Told you, Vittorio, I'm gonna see this again. And if anything is gonna be put into perspective here, welcome back, by the way. This Batman, in combination with all of the DC picks right now, Overclock playing their final game in the AWC 2021. If you do not go out with a bang with this kind of composition, then I don't know how you could possibly go out in even more style than this. They're going for the style points, and even if they lose, you know, mad respect to this team. I've already thought they were phenomenal. They have been so fun to watch.
You're always saying that because there's a Batman in Overclock. But anyway, out of all the DC heroes, I think Batman is the most... what to say? underpowered. I don't want to say any harsh things to not hurt your feelings, but it is the truth. And no one can actually deny that. But going into the game, of course, MOP still has a better chances of winning. They have the best heroes to counter the DC lineup. They have the Zara to deal a lot of damage on the Joker. Avoy, of course, can do some mini knockups on the Superman, and knockups coming if the Richter is definitely going to be something to look out for, especially for the lineup of Overclock. Maybe the only decent pick in the DC heroes right now in this type of composition fights is definitely going to be Wonder Woman.
Yep. Wonder Woman and Superman are pretty meta. The Joker is the exact same case. The Flash, not so much, but still pretty viable. The least viable out of all of these DC heroes is the Batman. So, you know, I'm rooting for the Batman to have a really good game here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at MOP. They're out for blood. Already getting a kill on Shizo. And they're going for a 4-man push in the bottom lane. I don't know if that is a good idea.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're going in full on. They're not trying to stop right now. That's going to give a pick off to MOP. Taking out 2 in Karamasho and Elwin RJ. Right after that, again, it's their decision making. The moment Overclock attempts something like that, they punish them completely by getting these pickoffs. And then they don't waste any time by trying to farm or anything like that. No. They want to make sure they accomplish an objective. And one of the good objectives to do in the early game is to make sure you deny any golden experience going to the enemy jungler.
Yeah, and there's an ultimate already blocking up for MOP at the 1 minute and 36 seconds of the game. And another miss coming in from Zen. But still a 3-man in the bot side. And Shizo getting caught out again, trying to defend the mid lane and the top lane.
Yep, I'm curious to see what they're gonna be able to do with this Wonder Woman and Superman. We know that these are very meta, but as they get just rolled over by 4 members of MOP, they're gonna need to at least try to pull something interesting off. It's not easy to pull off, but you know, you're running the DC comp. You're gonna try to at least represent them well. And while they've yet to secure any of the kills, it's mainly because of them being hard focused here on the bottom side of the map. And without the Mana Steel, it's not gonna be easy for you to catch out any of the opponents here from the side of MOP. At the same time, they also would actually kind of have a hard time against the Superman. So you're already seeing what they would need. But look at this. This is a Lubu 3v1. Oh my god, the damage output. Now you guys know why this Lubu is such a viable pick and how important it is to get Lubu up and ahead really, really quick. Because it doesn't matter how strong your composition is or how much you have in the tank. If the Lubu gets going and manages to survive these fights, he's just gonna turn it even if there's 3 of you.
Yeah, definitely. And going there, Legendary already being held out. Kawhi is going to be pulled again into the clash, but Zen is going to be taken out by the Wonder Woman 1-on-1 that already recorded their 2 deaths from MOP. And Overclock is actually using their recall to go for a trash talk, but I don't think MOP wants to actually take that into consideration. The more you trash talk them, the more aggressive they're gonna be.
Yep. And they're literally just going for it right now. I don't see any sign of them stopping at the moment. And you know, this is the kind of team that knows how what their limitations are, how much they can maximize their heroes and their skills. So if they know they can't fight it, they probably wouldn't be fighting you guys in certain situations. But if they know they're capable and they're ahead, then they're just going to continuously punish you and take objectives all over the map.
Yeah, definitely. We've been seeing it repeatedly going into their matchups here. and MOP still looking very, very, very strong. Look at the scoreboard, 2 for 20. That's like 1/10. But anyway, there is gonna be a clash again. Did you like my mat, Isaac? But yeah, Manfrizer is gonna go for the ropes and more. All of the damage coming in from Weiwei is gonna do it, eliminating most of the composition of Overclock. Shizo is gonna do and use his spinning bullet, missing the pull, and he's not gonna be able to take out Weiwei.
Yep. The 3 members going down, and possibly an opportunity for him to take down the Joker as well. Kawhi's not gonna have enough damage there, and with Mingoichi surviving, instead their objective is gonna be second tier tower in the mid lane. Here come the Justice League diving in, but oh my god, the damage output. It's just gonna wipe out 3, make that 4, and here comes this Man of Steel. Can possibly get the kill, and he is gonna be able to, and the crowd goes wild.
Yeah, but still a triple kill there. Kawhi is gonna be taken out again by Shizo, and we're still actually gonna go near the ratio of 1/10. One more kill coming in from MOP. That is gonna be a ratio of 1/10. See,
Yep.
Isaac, I can do mathematics fine.
Nice. Well done. I hope you're proud.
I am, and that's why I'm telling you. Anyway, going in there, they're gonna be spotting at Kawhi again. Is it gonna be a complete kill? No. There is going to be a Dragon's Pride for him. Elwood RJ is not going to let up, going in for a 1v1 against the Great One. And will he be able to kill him? No, that is going to be a misclick on his skill.
Man. Well, that was an attempt. At the very least, he tried. Nearly pulled it off. Not going to be able to kill off Kawhi, though. So now MOP still front end with 31 kills and counting. Can possibly go for even more. And Weiwei pops in using the Ascend. Shiso may get caught out as well. That is already 2 dead on the side of Overclock. Manifries are trying to run for the high hills, but with the members of MOP closely behind him, he's going to be taken out. Elwood RJ tried to pull off a miracle there by trying to take one of them out, but with a snipe connecting, he's going to be stuck in their own base as the Nexus gets knocked. Diving in, the damage not enough. The DC heroes fall, and MOP will take this series 2-0.
Yeah, and MOP made the God's Fleet in the Arena of Valor Game 2, sweeping Overclock in a 2-0 series. And going forward, we all know MOP, the champions of the GCS, is gonna show us a lot more of the good things in the next series that they're gonna be playing, because in the 5th series they're gonna be matching out with DTAC Talon, that team that swept them to a 2-0 as well.
Yep. That's gonna be a sight to see, ladies and gentlemen. Second to the last series, MOP against DTAC. Who's the best team in Group D right now? We will be finding out later on. But before we actually dive into that series, we're going to finalize the MOP OC matchup here with the highlights from game number 2.
I mean, we are the highlights, Isaac. But
right.
Yeah, the highlights is now here. And that was a game 2 highlights of MOP versus Brazil's representative, Overclock. Overclock, fortunately, this is the last time we're going to see them in the AWC. That was their last game in the group stages, and sadly, they're not going to be able to qualify going forward into the playoffs. But yeah, we're still going to see a lot of action. Not just on, although Overclock is not there, we're still gonna see MOP on the last year's day. If I'm pretty sure, we're also gonna see MOP going into the playoffs with the score that they accrued here in the group stages.
Absolutely. So, to put all that into perspective, ladies and gentlemen, it was a nice showing coming in from Overclock again. They tried their best given the situation. They are aware and they were informed that this would be an online tournament. They still decided to participate in respect for their fans and their supporters. They did what they were at least capable of. And while it's not enough given the situation they were put in, they weren't able to pull off any wins. But at least they tried, and at least they didn't even surrender, type GG, give up, or anything like that. No, they tried to power through. And they were able to finish the group stage in style, pulling off a TC comp. As respectable as it is for them, you guys can't blame the organizers for it. You guys cannot blame the team for it as well. The teams know what they were getting into before the AWC started. And given the situation with COVID, if there wasn't any COVID, the organizers would have probably decided to just bring everyone over. But given the circumstances, the restrictions, and things that they're not allowed to do, we're going to be having the AWC online instead of just having it canceled yet again this year. That's the reason why things are like this right now. That's the reason why Overclock are not capable of playing with the other teams located in Southeast Asia. And you know what? You guys can keep blaming the organizers and keep blaming the teams for not looking good. It is what it is. And these teams have tried to make do with everything they have right now. That's essentially the story here, and it's respectable to see Overclock not give up regardless the situation. Props to this team, but MOP right now showing up with how they played. 58.8k on this Lubu. Big highlight play from him coming in with that triple all by himself. And on top of that, there were some really highlight plays from Kawhi, Weiwei, Zen, and Kevin as well, working as a team and just maximizing their capabilities. The MVP though, 11, 0, and 12. Perfect game with 865 gold per minute, 1 MVP, and 25% damage dealt overall. This guy's 63.9% participation in terms of kills and 16.4 MVP points make him possibly one of the most successful Lubu players right now to pick it up based on the KDA he has. So overall, congratulations to Jit, congratulations to MOP, and of course, thank you very much, Overclock, for making it through the group stage, surviving all of your games, and while you're not going to be able to make it to the playoffs, what you did was respectable, and you did what you could for your fans and your supporters. Regardless the outcome, the fact that you participated is a very big deal. So, that being said, Vittorio, saw something awesome there. Think we should be good to go for a break before we head into the next series between Archangel and Underrank. We will be seeing you guys in a bit.
waiting. Only the dead see the end of war. Useless failure. Sword ring. Here's your timely demise. Shadow, great sword. Developing prosthetics is the direction of human progress. Technology, power, and money are the standards by which this world measures everything. Technology? This is the power of technology. Technology? This is the power of technology. The alloy company is waiting for me. Shadow, great sword.
Legendary! Double kill! Triple kill!
Welcome back to the Arena of Valor World Cup 2021. My name is Vittorio, and join me in the English commentary broadcast is, of course, Isaac. And Isaac, we're now moving into the second series of the day. It's going to be MSP's representative, Underranked, and Indonesia's representative, Archangel. If you guys are not aware what MSP is, it's acronym meaning Malaysia's, Singapore, and Philippines. And before anything else, before we start, I would like to thank the organizers of this event, Tencent Games, Garena, and BSPN. We're now going to be moving and to see the members of Underrank, X Feng, Zen Xiao, LCC2, Botat, and Il Yang representing the MSP. Like I said, we're actually coming in from a region in MSP. We're in the Philippines, so these guys are our representatives. But at the end of the day, going forward, it's pretty hard for Underranked to actually overcome, since they have a lot of mistakes in the current drafts, in the current meta. They don't actually, I think they just got back into Arena of Valor when the AWC was announced. So yeah, these guys are KOG players actually. not actually purely AOV players. And on the other side, we have Indonesia's, of course, Archangel, the champions of the ASL.
Yep, the ASL champions. They have had a pretty underwhelming performance so far. I think the only time they've won was against Underrank, and this is an opportunity for the representatives of Malaysia, Singapore, and Philippines to turn things around and actually, possibly even score one against Archangel. Considering how both these teams love drafting Liliana, though, I'm not expecting too much, to be honest.
We might be going into this draft without much of expectations on Underrank getting a win from Archangel just because of the last series that they played, where they were absolutely smashed by the Indonesian meta. Not even the new meta was used, it was the Indonesian meta, where we see a lot of Liliana picks for good six. I don't know what to feel about that. But the key player introduction is going to be Botak on Underrank, leading the charge with his supports, with the Broly, Omega, and Gilder as his best picks.
Yep. It's gonna be fairly interesting to see this guy, Botak, on what he's gonna be doing. Most of the time, it's been pretty underwhelming in terms of performances. There were a lot of missed skill shots. There were times where Botak keeps getting caught out of position, and there are scenarios where it's just questionable what he's doing because he's not exactly contributing to his own team with how they're going to be able to utilize their composition. We'd sometimes witness him try to pull something off when it comes to the plays and all, but since his teammates are just so far away, then there is no follow-up at all, and he just gives away a kill to the other side. And with Underrank on the blue side, they have an opportunity to land first pick, secure this one, and take a very good pick away from Archangel. That being said, though, hopefully they don't stick with their own meta and learn about what they should have learned throughout the AWC, considering all of the top teams playing right now. They should have been able to pick up a thing or two and learn about what the best picks are, what the best counters are, how the game should be played right now based on the patch and meta. And, seeing the likes of Dewa United Esports, and a good example is Team 3 Stars, those kinds of teams, even Z9 Gaming, Japan and Korean representatives, they found ways to learn from what the other teams are throwing out and have actually started applying them in their own games. If they could use that experience to their advantage, then Underrank and Archangel could prove in this series how much they've grown.
Yeah, and definitely we're seeing two bans already for Underrank. Zip and Plancino instantly banned out. For Archangel, it's going to be the Ivy and Ellender. We all know that Ellender is very, very good early game hero, and Ivy is definitely someone that you don't want to be in the hands as a first pick on the other side. You can put Ivy in the jungle, or you can put him in the dark slayer. He's still going to be be effective in both roles. And going forward, there's so much that we're going to see. I think more of the meta that we're gonna see here right now is gonna be in more of the old style. Maybe we're gonna see mages like I don't know, Liliana or Tulan. For Archangel, for Underrank, we actually don't know much, but yeah, Varus is gonna be overed by Underrank. LCC2 is maybe locking in the Varus on the mid lane, like we saw in the earlier series, but Zhenshao is overing on the Violet pick. Maybe it is going to be for Ilya.
I'm actually liking the composition here from Underrank. you have a very solid flex in the Varus. Your jungler is very stable already, and at the same time, if Lubu gets past the second phase of bans, then there's a possibility one of these teams can also get it, and it's another very solid pick. But going back to this underranked composition, they have a flex, they have a late game carry, they have a stable and consistent jungling hero. The side of underrank, the side of Archangel, they countered it somewhat with a Roxy. They have 2 damage in the Hayate, and then they have an early game mage in this Tulin. So, could still go either way. We're gonna need to wait and see how they're gonna be finishing up their compositions before we can really decide what their strategies are gonna be moving forward.
Yeah, and that's Tulin luck again for Archangel. I don't really like having the mage at the third pick just because you can actually utilize more. The problem with having a Tulin as a third pick is that Tulin is actually a very bad hero in comparison to those with range. Maybe going against a Liliana, going against an Ignis, going against a Raz is definitely going to be difficult for a Tulin, especially in an open field. But the only saving grace in the kit of Tulin is if he is going to be able to, utilize his skill sets in an ambush, where he gets most of the damage maximized in close range.
Yep. We could potentially see something like that. And, given that one of the options open right now is a Lubu, Archangel may be interested in picking that up, but that would only mean this Tulin, this Hayate would be susceptible to 2 counter picks that Underrank could potentially pick up. Yes, the Hayate is great with the true damage. Yes, you're going to rely on the Agni's Grip to make your combos work so that you could pick something good up. But looks like they're not going to be going for a Lubu. They're going to be going for the cheap pick instead. Not too bad considering what we've seen Chi become capable of when in the right hands. This can potentially stop any of the incoming engages, and if you fight near terrain, you could just get stunned out and possibly outplayed.
Yeah, definitely. And going forward, all the things we're actually going to be scared for in the range department is going to be over for Underrank. If they're going to be able to lock the Iggy, or if he's confident on the Iggy, he's definitely going to be dealing a lot of damage on the Tulin, the Hayate, the Roxy, even before the game starts. Even before the clash starts, I mean. And maybe getting the protection of an Omega is actually going to do a boon for them. But no, they're going to go for a more conservative pick on the Ignis. Ignis is actually a good pick, just because he doesn't really need to get in the range of the Tulin in those poking games. He's also going to be able to have an AoE stun and an AoE true damage circle in his ultimate. So definitely a decent pick against Tulin. But if you really want to go for those outplays, maybe the Raz or the Iggy is the way to go actually.
Yep, exactly. I like that they pick up this Ignis here, because the crowd control and damage output coming in is going to be great. On top of that, it's consistent. You also have the Varus there to front for this guy. You have a really good protect in the Omega, could even disrupt towers if you try to dive under. So all of these aggressive plays could play fairly well into Underrank's favor. On the other side, you have Archangel picking up a Kilgroth, practically signifying that they're going to be gunning for the mid to later stages of the game. KG is going to need some time to build up, but once this guy comes online, he could potentially outplay hard. On top of the Roxy and Chi that's going to be accompanying this guy in the later stages, that gives a lot of free reign for the Tulin to work, and the Hayate to free hit and possibly even assist in dealing a whole lot of damage, or just simply focus on taking towers.
Yeah, and there are also a lot of paths that they can actually put out. Going in game right now is going to be Underrank on the blue side, while on the red side is Archangel. And my expectations, I think Underrank has the better draft, but it is still in terms of we're still gonna look in terms of the skill sets and rotations coming in from the teams. So I think Archangel still has one up over Underrank, who just got back to AOV. So yeah, it is gonna be starting here now, Isaac.
Yep. And as we start off the game here, 30 seconds in, we're seeing the positioning for both the teams, starting with two members, the support and the mid laner, fast clearing the wave before they go for the usual rotation, possibly even an invade. There is a fight potentially breaking out here. Considerable amount of damage being dealt onto Tolan. Not going to be enough to pressure him out of lane, though. With Muffers on this Roxy, trying to rush to level 4 so that Agni script becomes available. There isn't much of a threat from the Roxy just yet. But as time goes on and it builds up, the Roxy can potentially be a very, very good support in this game. But all things considered, Underrank right now are supposedly going to have the better early game, and playing into that kind of aggression can play really well into it. But right now, looks like the Ignis can get caught out here. LCC2 going to be surrounded by 4. Not going to be enough damage for them to take out the Ignis. Botak a little late to the party there, being at the bot side of the map. But with the Arrow and the Violet around to do some poke damage, then maybe, just maybe, they can pull off the first kill of the game.
Yeah, definitely. And we're seeing a lot more of a solid rotation coming in from Archangel. Zenshao going aggressively to damage buffers, but that's really not gonna do a lot. You need someone to poke muffers instead of you just going in blindly. LCC2 should always be with you guys whenever you're going for those damage on the supports. And a miss on the fireball from LCC2 there. There's going to be an information that there is going to be a possible invade coming in from Archangel, and they're now more geared to actually go for the Abyssal Dragon take, just because they forced out Zenshao to rotate to his blue buff. And yeah, now like I said, it is going to happen, the Abyssal Dragon greatest take. With Zenshao still far off, it's very, very likely they'll take in the first Abyssal Dragon Kratos of the game, and the Agni Script is going to connect to Bodak, and that is a first blood on the hands of Archangel.
Yep, it's a support being taken out. Pretty good for him, on top of that Abyssal Dragon being secured. So now, they're gonna put their lead up to roughly 1,000 gold, and you're already seeing some aggression from them here on the side of Archangel. They're gonna try to punish Underrank by stealing these resources. They're gonna be able to get that away from Underrank now, and as some more harass comes in for Underrank here, they may try to go for their own kind of engage. They don't have enough damage to actually stop Muffers here on the Roxy, starting to get really tanky. X-Pang on the other hand, nearly gets picked off topside. Not gonna be picked off though, so that's gonna keep the Varys alive for a moment. HQAQ tries to join in, but with him just arriving just a tad late, they're not gonna catch this Varys out, who's gonna be able to clear that wave.
Yeah, definitely. And looking at the scoreboard right now, we're actually seeing a 1.4k gold lead on the side of Archangel, and this is what I'm telling you. Underrank has the better draft, but at the end of the day, it's all about skills also. You can't really utilize a good draft if you're not going to be able to rotate very, very effectively. Muffers is going to be caught out, but is that enough? No, the damage is not enough. And like I said, the Ignis is a very conservative pick.
Yep.
You get a lot of sustain, but at the same time, you're not really going to be effective in it. And Botak is going to use his ultimate to get most of the damage from the range of the members of Archangel, and negating most of the damage there. But the damage coming in from Ilyang and others are not going to be enough to burst out the members of Archangel. There is still going to be a defense, a 3-man against the others here, and Muffers is going to be forced out to again move. Zenshao is actually moving into the blue buff because of the aggression coming in from the bot lane, and HQAQ goes for a duel there. Is that going to be enough? The Sage Column might be taken, and it is taken by Zenshao. No, it was actually stolen by the punish coming in from the Kilgrot, and that is already a loss again without any kills to their name, and Botak being taken again by the members of Archangel. That is going to be a counterplay.
Yeah, this is not looking good right now for underranked. They may have the better composition, but they're not utilizing it at all. They're not maximizing, they're not being efficient about it. Arctic Orb gonna be Pop the Iliang here, but with 3 tanky members from Archangel coming up, this Violet is as good as dead. HQAQ as well, something to consider in this guy. This KG needs a considerable amount of resources to make it work. But considering how the farm has been going for KG, he's been doing completely fine. Something interesting to note though, instead of the usual Soul Reaver builds that we're seeing from the KG and the other teams, he went for Leviathan. What do you think about that?
Well, I don't really like the choice that he made. I think Soul Reaver would have done better. He already has the Gore Lord where he's going to be immune to most of the crowd controls. The only crowd controls he's going to be actually facing out and looking forward to is going to be on the Alistair and the Aram. And the Alistair and Aram is actually not in this game. And a nagging script coming in from Muffers. I don't know. This both teams are just pretty much lackluster in terms of going for those kinds of plays. Both teams are actually going for safety instead of aggression, and that really irks me. If you want to get kills, if you want to get objectives, you don't need to play it defensively as you can. It's not like playing defensively is gonna give you the win. And anyway, Dragon's Bane is gonna be used by Zero to finish off Bodak again in the mid lane.
And here's the thing right now, ladies and gentlemen, with how we're seeing them play things out, it's not benefiting the team at all. You'll have a Varez that you can't utilize because X-Fang is too busy stuck in the top side or the bottom side, not joining up on the fights with the teams. You have a support in this Omega who has posed no protection or tactical advantage to help out the team in any of the engagements. LCC2 is trying to deal damage, but considering the damage output this Ignis is throwing out right now, it's not doing anything significant that would scare off Archangel completely when it comes to a big team fight. Iliang needs time to scale even further. And at the same time, Zen Xiao, he's being denied golden experience because of these invades coming in from Archangel, who are already starting the Dark Slayer at 7 minutes and 50 seconds.
Yeah, and that says a lot on the ongoing troubles of Wonderrank. They're not really doing very, very well. X-Fang could use the Venom, and he's gonna hit the wall. And the wall is too thick. 0-0 saves himself with the orb coming in from the ultimate of Bodak. And that is going to be another engagement wherein Underrank just lost a lot more. Just because of the aggression coming in from Archangel. Now Muffers is going to be stuck and Bodak is going to be held with the Agnes grip. But the Gorlord coming in from HQAQ is gonna do it, getting a push and getting a lot of damage in. HQAQ getting still mad there, going for another kill. No, he's gonna disengage, but that is a double kill onto their name.
Yeah, this is looking like a done deal. Considering how the Tome of the Reaper as well, as pointed out by the chat, this Ignis didn't rush Tome. So there's no way that the Ignis is going to be able to utilize the anti-heal, and since the tankiness of Archangel is just going to continuously try to dive and end this game, they nearly ended it there, but with the wave being cleared out, they couldn't finish it. They got punished for it by losing HQAQ, and the game still goes on 9 minutes and 20 seconds in.
Yeah, definitely, and another tower is going to be taken by Archangel. It's just that, we're getting a lot of conservative looks coming in from Underranked. We're not seeing a lot of damage coming in there. And most of the time, Archangel is always the one initiating the fights. Yes, there's protection coming in for the Omega. But at the same time, the Omega pick is not actually being vital to them, just because the damage that they can deal in the backside is actually not translating to any kind of counterplays. They can't out-damage Hayate. They can't out-damage the Tulin pick. That's why I said that the Ignis pick is very, very conservative in terms of being able to damage. You actually need someone to also pop off in underrank besides the Violet. Maybe the Arrow or maybe X-Fang, but we're not really seeing good skill shots coming in from these two guys. So expectations, they're not really gonna do well going into the late game.
Yeah, they need to make sure that even if the gold lead is at 8,000 right now, at the very least they land their skill shots and time it right on the right targets, because based on their items they're slowly starting to build up and finding ways to turn the fight. Botak though, gonna go down for 30 seconds. There we go. That's some damage coming in from underrank. That's a whole lot. 30 seconds on the clock. But all things considered, this may be too little too late. They have a gaping hole on the top side of the map. The gold lead is fairly significant. Yes, they're starting to get these items that could get them up and running, but this is something that could have been done earlier and could have done a whole lot more damage to Archangel if they played more aggressively in this game 1. And with X-Fang getting caught out there all alone, that kind of positioning just punished you completely. And now that you don't have a Varus and you don't have someone to literally dive or anything here aside from the Arrow, which is not going to be enough. The Omega, you can't really consider him a big dive because of how he needs to protect the Violet. You're practically at this point where you can't even contest that. It's going to be taken completely uncontested. 20 seconds until the Enraged Abyssal Dragon spawns. It's just continuous resource after resource to the side of Archangel, mainly because they are not utilizing or maximizing anything that their kit provides as a composition.
Yeah, the only time that they got a kill against the Hayate of Archangel is when actually it was a mistake coming in for the Hayate out positioning himself without any kind of front lines. Muffers was not there, AQ was not there, and 0-0 was actually very low health at that point of time. So it was more of a mistake of Archangel and Underrank actually going for the kills there. And look at this, Ignis is going to be bursted out by the members of Archangel, and that's going to be an Agnes Grip with a flicker again, and Senko is going to be left into the midst of the Underrank. And yeah, 0-0 is gonna go with the Dragon's Bane, gets a stun in and gets a lot of damage in. Demonic Arm, it's gonna be used by Zhenshao. Is that gonna be enough? No, it's not gonna be. Buffers is gonna again using that Agnes Grip on Bodak, and Bodak is again gonna be down and out of the count. The mid lane tower is now gonna be the next objective of Archangel with the death timers for LCDC being refreshed. Is it gonna be enough? No, ladies and gentlemen, I think it is not going to be enough because AQ locks in on that Nexus, and it is going to be a game 1 win wherein Archangel takes it strongly.
Yep. That was an attempt right there, ladies and gentlemen. But it just did not work out for the side of Underrank. They may have gotten the better compositions going into this game, but just completely underutilizing it will show you a result in this game 1 highlight.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, was a Game 1 highlights of Archangel versus Underrank. And Archangel taking that is very much expected. I thought that they were underdrafted, but at the same time, you need to have this level of skill, even if you've got the better draft. And that really proves the point going into Game 1. And in Game 1, actually, we're seeing a lot of conservative plays coming in from Underranked. No aggressive plays. Actually, no one's diving. No one's actually getting the kills. And not being able to capitalize on that is going to cost you the game. You had the better heroes out. And for freak's sakes, we're seeing a Leviathan kill god out damaging you. That's already a big sign that you guys are not doing it right. I mean, a kill god with Leviathan, if it was Soul Reaver, I would have understood. But it was a Leviathan and a Sonic Boots to pair with. Not even a War Boots to get a lot of damage on the potential of the kill god, and you guys still lost against the damage output of the jungle or the jungler of Archangel.
It's crazy to think that you had the better composition, but you just still lost. You guys got potentially the better end of the stick, but mainly because you didn't utilize that stick well enough, you just got absolutely demolished against a team that did not exactly itemize the best with that kill growth. On top of that, you didn't pick up anything related to anti-heal, at least until the later stages when the kill growth was already far ahead and just demolishing everyone on the side of Underrank. And then, to put everything into perspective, there was no aggression. How are they using the Omega? How are they using the Ignis? There are so many opportunities that the Ignis, the Arrow, and the Omega could just roll up, punish this KG, and then help out with the other lanes. But what they did was simply just react to whatever Archangel were doing. Archangel were hands down the superior team there, because even if they didn't have the best composition, they knew at the very least how to utilize it and try to perform it in terms of macro. Bottom line, this is one of the reasons why they're the ASL champions. They have made questionable drafts in the past. They have not performed as well as this one. But at the end of the day, they're showing that they learned something out of the AWC and that they're actually trying to apply it in their games. By seeing all of those, this, ladies and gentlemen, is the result with them just ballooning their lead by 9,000 gold. They have taken every tower. They've taken a majority of the Abyssal Dragons and Dark Slayers. None even taken by Underrank. And of course, the MVP, this guy, Senko, always coming in clutch for his teammates. Out of all the players on Archangel, Senko has been the most impressive throughout the group stages. 78.6 kill participation, 308 for the KDA, no deaths at all on a Tulin, 626 gold per minute, 11.3 MVP points, 3 MVPs total aside from this one, and then 31% damage being dealt total on behalf of the team. If you see Senko pop off like this, you already know it's a problem. One of the things you need to do to actually stop Archangel is to shut this guy down. But if they couldn't even shut down Muffers, then that's already a big problem in even attempting to shut down Senko.
Yeah, but I do agree on some points that they learned, but at the same time, they didn't learn. Looking at the itemizations of the heroes,
there are some
I don't think that actually Archangel had a big of an improvement, not like what we saw with Dewa United Esports, and it just goes to show how better they are in terms of skill level onto their opponents in Game 1, which is Underrank. It's not about them being improving and being better. It's about them being mechanically better than underranked.
Yep.
In the draft, we don't really see a lot of brilliant things going in for Archangel. I felt like, I don't know, they're completely lackluster in terms of in terms of their picks, in terms of the things that they were itemizing with, especially with the Leviathan Sonic boots. It looks good on paper, but at the same time, if I don't know, if the arrow maybe was used by the likes of, for example, Mad Team Sneal, they would have been reeling over because of that choice of itemizations, and that's not an understatement. And being underranked, finishing it off with Ignis, and not being able to actually sustain and go for those macro clashes, we have a lot of AoE stuns. Yeah, you can't stun the kill drop, but you can definitely stun the others. The Hayate, 0-0, Onyx T. You can also actually stun the Roxy, the Tulin. There was a lot of choices there, and having an aerial in the play, going in for the tower dives is a must for your team. You have a demonic arm, you have the regeneration of the Bone Shaver and the dashes coming in from Errol, and we weren't really able to actually see them utilizing those kinds of plays. They have the capability to go for those dives. They have an Omega who can just stun, and it was actually having he actually has a disrupt on his person. So it doesn't make sense that you're just gonna wait for Archangel to make them plays. And we all saw that they were targeting Borak most of the time. Roxy was just using his ultimate on the tank of Underrank, and that already also says a lot about Archangel. You know, the only saving grace, if you did that on any other teams coming in from the other regions, from Taiwan, Thailand, and Vietnam, you're gonna be punished heavily with that kind of choice. But in this point, they're not gonna be punished just because it is underranked. In terms of the capability that they're showing us from the earlier series into the second half of the group stages, that's basically just, I don't know, free kill. Free resources for your teams. Yeah,
it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. I did not expect them to throw out like that. I honestly expected better from the side of Underact, considering the composition they pulled out. They learned by the draft, but in terms of execution, in terms of itemization, it was just off really hard. And Archangel, on the other hand, they made their fair share of mistakes, but they were hands down the better team, because at the end of the day, they were actually confident enough to attempt any kind of execution. They may have not been as efficient as the top teams, but they were making the aggressive plays by trying to deny golden experience away from their opponents, instead of just playing passive and reacting to whatever their opponents were doing.
Yeah, and also on the lineup of Archangel, you don't really see what is going to be clear objective, but what I can see on their lineup, on having the Hayate and stuff, it's more of a pick-off comp, and that's where they excel, not really in the 5v5 clashes. Not like what we see on the composition of Underrank. It's more geared to go for those macro clashes, just because you have a lot of AoE, you have a lot of potential to dive. And most of the time, like you said, it was more of counter plays coming in from Underrank, and that already spelled their doom going forward into the middle parts of the game, because they weren't able to utilize it in the early parts of the game. So how do you expect them to utilize it in the middle parts of the game if they're not even they're not actually very organized going into game 1?
Yep. And that's practically their downfall there, ladies and gentlemen. In this kind of situation, we'd be saying something positive and thinking about how they're going to be coming back from it. But throughout the AWC, we haven't seen exactly anything significant from Underranked in terms of improvement. They've been the exact same way they've been from day one up until right now. And it's just based off their performance up until now in terms of game number 1. They didn't do anything at all that showed any significance of improvement. Archangel, on the other hand, they've had some signs of brilliance in that game 1. So hopefully they can continue and pull something great off going into this game number 2.
Yeah, definitely. And we all have our misgivings on this. Everyone can make mistakes.
Yep.
But if you keep on repeatedly doing the same mistakes, like I said, first mistake is shame on me. And second mistake, the first mistake is shame on you. But the second mistake that I keep on repeating is going to be shame on me. Because I have the power to actually try to improve, but I'm still going to be stagnating to this point wherein I'm still going to keep on doing these kinds of things. When you go into the draft of math, for example, if we're going to go with the draft of Math Team Burritum, it has a clear objective. You go for comps. Like for Math Team, they go for comebacks in the late game. They pick out heroes that can help them reach the late game and heroes that pop off in the late game. In Burritum United, they pick out those heroes that can actually scale well going to the early to the late game just because they want all of the objectives and they want all the rotations and they have the wombo combos. They have a clear direction on what they want to do. Burritum United going for the clashes, Mad Team going for the comebacks, Team Flash going in for the early game advantages. Those are the kinds of drafts that we saw in AWC, and still we're seeing here a kind of drafting that we saw was for diving, but we didn't see any kind of diving in the strategies that Underranked did. Archangel, it's more like a mishmash of ranked game heroes. Not gonna lie, that's why I said it's more for pickoffs. You don't really need to have big brains to understand that it's a team that doesn't really synergize well. So yeah, being beat out by a team that picks out their heroes on a mishmash, and you have a clear objective on your draft that you need to dive and get those skills, just spells well and spells bad for Underranked.
Absolutely. And that's actually what we're seeing already here from the side of Underranked so far. This is gonna be their final. Is this gonna be their final game? No, it's not. This is not yet their final game, ladies and gentlemen. So maybe in the next best of 2, against a tougher opponent in Saigon Phantom, maybe they will learn something from the series here with Archangel. But right now, we're already seeing Vera. We're seeing Akira and a Joker here. It's strange, but I'm actually assuming that this Vera is gonna be support on the side of Archangel. Underrank, I'm gonna stick more of the meta. They have the Zata, they have the Lubu, they have the Hayate. But then again, in the words of the great Vittorio, why do you show your mage immediately? Was this a good idea, Vittorio?
I mean, because maybe they're thinking that it's gonna be a Veer mid. So it could be different. Like I said, I do disagree on what you said earlier that they're gonna learn something in this game with Archangel. If you're gonna learn from Archangel, you're definitely gonna lose the next series for Underranked. I'm sorry to say. I'm sorry for the Indonesian fans of Archangel. Like I said, Dewa United Esports is a way better drafting team than Archangel can ever be. Archangel is more like a mishmash of a ranked game conquerors. That's it. They don't have direction. They don't have anything. It's more of getting kills over objectives. That's what I see. What Archangel is building coming in from game 1, and maybe in game 2 we're seeing a lot of damage again. Kira, Vera, Joker. I don't see anything that you can learn with Archangel actually. If you're gonna be able to field actually a better draft against this, that's not gonna work against the likes of Saigon Fandom. That's not gonna work against the like of DTAC Talon. That's not gonna work against the other GCS, RPL, AOG teams.
Yep.
And that is already clear to our eyes. And if we're gonna lose out to a kind of draft like that, then let's not get our hopes up and just call it a day for them. Because yeah, but underranked currently with the draft though, they're in a better position. They have a Yare for the late game, early to late game actually. It's the only marksman right now that can scale pretty well, going into the early to the late, just getting those passives in. And of course, Lu Bu. Lu Bu is someone that pops off at level 4, and that's where you need to capitalize on that hero. So you have a lot of early game advantages now for underranked. Once they hit level 4 with the Zata, with the Wonder Woman, with the Lu Bu, they have a chance to wipe off Archangel, get the pickoffs, and last pick Irie is definitely also very, very viable in the DS lane. We're gonna see most of the meta heroes right now on the side of underranked draft, so definitely they have a better chance. Yes, there's damage coming in from the Vera, there's damage coming in from the Kira, there's damage coming in from the Joker, but if you can burst out 1 or 2 heroes immediately in Archangel, definitely you're gonna be in a way better spot. It's just gonna be on the key on how you're gonna rotate this. Get that Vera on the mid lane, who's gonna be for sure going for ganks in the river. And then that's already an information that you can think of, because Vera doesn't have anything besides Flicker to actually get out of dangerous situations. The only thing that a Vera can do actually in the river is, if he doesn't have Flicker, he's gonna try to damage you, and that's it.
Yep. It is what it is right now, ladies and gentlemen. As much as I want to root for the underranked composition, which is looking a whole lot better, in terms of execution right now, based off of game number 1 alone, we're already seeing that underranked are not exactly that good when it comes to executing their comp. So Archangel still going to be giving them the edge, even though they have a weaker draft, because of their potential to execute in this game too. They have means to win the game, and they have specific power spikes throughout this game too, on who's going to be carrying, who's going to be performing, at least until everything is said and done.
Yeah. And the game is gonna start again with the blue side. It's gonna be Archangel. On the red side is underranked. We're gonna see here, I guess, a more aggressive Archangel with the lineup that they're sporting. They're going for a fast clear here, and 0-0 is actually gonna be in the hands of underranked. I don't know why he was trying to go for backdoor campaign as early as the first wave. That's why I tell you that underranked, Archangel isn't ready for anything like this kind of comp. Maybe they think that they're one of those Vietnamese teams that really excel in that kind of aggression, but looking at the decision making that we're seeing with Archangel at that first time, that was really bad.
Yeah, well, they made a choice at the very least, and now they get punished for it. First blood gonna be going to the side of underranked. The Sun is going to be connecting onto Zhenxiao, but they're in no position right now to stop any further engagements just yet. So, they're going to be going into another lane, possibly diving on top of Hayate. Iliang is going to give that trade away, take a kill onto Al there, but is going to lose his life in return to the Vera. So, Muffer's going to be securing that, and actually give space for the Lu Bu to at least farm up some more.
Yeah, and also, in this kind of situation, if you're not gonna be able to secure first blood in that kind of 1v1 confrontation where you're gonna die, it's better to just back off. You damage the Joker to the point that he needs to go back to his base, and that's already a win. You don't really need to commit much, and there's already an information that 2 of the members there are going to be going for a gank. LCC2 going for the damage, and then Zhenxiao doing a lot of damage. 0-0 again is gonna be caught out, and X-Spring is gonna be stunned by Senko, but still, that is gonna be a win for themselves. Already having a 2 deficit on the kill scoreboard. Already 2 kills above Archangel.
I'm trying to consider and think about what they need to do at this point. Right now, it's not looking good for the side of Archangel, but at the very least, you know, got some time before the members of Underrank actually start beefing up. They have the winningest hero right now, so I'd be very disappointed if they lose while they have an Irie in their composition. But looks like there is going to be a gank here. The hook from Botak is not going to be connecting. Ilian going to get hurt by a considerable amount here by Muffers. No further engagement right after that, though. Aside from shoving Ilian back, they can potentially pressure for more. I mean, Botak's still in the vicinity. Going to be able to steal that Vision Seagull away. And as Archangel still stagnating, they're just waiting in this bush and not getting anything else accomplished on the map. They're gonna attempt another one here on the side of Underrank. Bracers of submission use? What? Alright then, well, with that use, that is Botak going down. You have LCC2, who literally just uses skills, trying to go for that attempt. And then you try to follow up with Bracers of submission. You would know that, yep, this Zata will not have anything to throw out just yet. So possibly just maybe save it for another, you know, for another rainy day, but didn't work out that well.
Yeah, I don't know. I actually don't know. You use the Braces of submission to actually go for those counterplays, not actually use them in the front of your enemies who you're only two heroes on the bottom side, and you're going to go for a commit on the Braces of submission that you're not even sure where the others all Archangel is actually positioned. It was a 4-man in the bottom lane, and then you're gonna use that so that's gonna be a free kill for them. And I don't know, Borak just actually sucks going into this best of 2 series. From the Omega pick to the Wonder Woman pick, even going into the damage coming in from the Vera. I'm sorry to say, but I think that's laughable and kind of pathetic to see.
Yep, mistakes were made, ladies and gentlemen. And as much as Archangel and Underrank are trying to do what they can right now, it's just really difficult for them to pull out the stops with everything they're gonna be facing here. It's a very questionable decision. Yes, you're gonna be thinking that, oh, maybe they can pull this out. Maybe they're gonna be able to do something about it. But it's not necessarily the case. Like right now, 3-0 on the Zata, 2-0 on the Lubu, but Botak is still making these questionable decisions, not considering whether his teammates are going to be capable of pulling anything off. Archangel, on the other hand, they're playing from behind right now. Yes, they're down by some gold, but you're seeing them actually make the most of what they can. Yes, they're not maximizing compared to other teams. Yes, they're overstaying quite a bit in certain situations. But they're outplaying in terms of the micros, the execution, to make sure they still come out on top at the end of the fight.
Another miss coming in from X-Men Shuriken is going to ensure the push on the top lane. I mean, oh my gosh. That is 2 Shurikens missing up there. And Zhenshao is going to join the fray for the defense. It's gonna be enough. Yes, it is. It's gonna force out the members of Archangels to actually back off, and the punish has been used on the small cap. So there is a possibility for a steal. Zhenshao is gonna rotate to the mid lane to go for a protection, and rotations from Archangel might go into the bottom lane. I'm seeing 2 teams actually in this array who doesn't know what they want, but an objective was taken out of bot lane by the side of Underrank.
Yeah. Well, looking at the tower situation right now, it's 1 apiece. Can still be anyone's game. You're getting to a point where the Kira and Mina are going to start to become relevant. Senko is starting to hurt on this Ryoma as well, and oh my god. That's an Irie going down. That is an Irie going down, ladies and gentlemen. X-Fang truly not using this Irie to the best of its capabilities, and now they're being punished for it. Archangel right now may lose Muffers in this scenario, but as HQ comes in to join the fray, they're going to be able to lose members even more. They didn't get any clear cuts here from the side of Undereye as they all compile, just practically stand on top of each other, try to go for this fight. And what did they accomplish out of it? Well, not much. They're going to be able to at least steal a camp away from the side of Archangel, but while this is all happening, Archangel are keeping up in terms of the wave control. They're not losing much in terms of towers. Yes, they lost one top side, but they're still in a considerable distance to fight back. That's gonna be another missed shuriken by X-Fang. Gonna be picked off. It is 0-2 right now on the winningest hero. That will give an opportunity to Underrank to get that Dark Slayer because they spotted out the jungler of Archangel bot side. So an answered tower yet again for both these teams, but with the Dark Slayer buff on the side of Underrank, maybe they can make the most out of this one.
Well, you wanna know the reason why Irie has been losing that? Look at his boots. He has the flashy boots. We're not in that era wherein the Gilded Greaves is the subpar choice. You're not a Thorn. Why are you using the flashy boots on the Irie? You're gonna get a lot of stun times in the fusion if you're not gonna change that into Gilded. That already spells bad on the itemizations again for other rank. I don't know. This itemizations on these kinds of games are pretty crazy. Look at that. Flashy boots on an Irie. What a joke. We have a lot of crowd controls on the side here of Archangel. They have a stun coming in from the Vera. You have a stun coming in from Arioma. You have a taunt coming in from 0-0. And you're going to be showing us a flashy boots. I said it's going to be used by LCC2. But that doesn't really matter. Because none of the crowd controls of Underrank is actually hitting the mark.
Yeah, and they threw everything in that scenario. Now they don't have anything left to throw if Archangel actually attempt to go for a re-engage. Yes, they're slowly pushing in this first tier tower mid, but that's using the Drake, which is supposed to be a big deal when it comes to these pushes. They give away the Drake and use their buff completely for one first tier tower in the mid lane when they could have spaced out the map and pressured all three lanes to really bump up their advantage. That did practically nothing to benefit them, and Archangel are still within distance for them to actually turn a fight. If it comes to a point where the Skira becomes huge, it's gonna be very devastating. Not to mention, yeah, they're picking off Muffers, who has 3 deaths right now. They're getting rid of 0-0. But what if it comes to a point where these are fed? You could see a Vera one-shot with their opponents. You can see 0-0 potentially survive all of these engagements from Underrank. It's starting to look really bad if Archangel can find a way back into this. Underrank need to be literally making the most out of their objectives and out of their resources. They're not doing as much as they can. And it's punishing them because they're keeping their opponents within distance to come back.
Bruh. The Irie is just so, I don't know. It's so cringe that he's actually going for the Fenrir's when he's being picked off by Akira. You could have built actually a Medallion of Troy. That would have been better for you to outlast going in the clashes. You already have some damage coming in from the Irie skill sets. And I don't know, the itemizations of the Irie is just killing their game. Getting a lot of gold on HQ AQ already at 9.6k comparison to the jungler of Underrank. 1k gold difference there. And yeah, Indonesia is falling off in global gold, but at least in a 1v1 and 2v1 situation, Kira is definitely gonna get a win just because of the gold that you're giving her. And 0-3-1 on the Irie, not really the best of things that you are actually going to look out for. And we're definitely seeing a more confident Archangel here. Yes, Archangel in terms also falling off in terms of those macro rotations, but it's just showing that, you know, they're way better than the Archangel in going for those pickoffs also. They have the better draft. 0-0 is going to try to outlast him. Ilyang is going to do his best to get a burst down, and that is going to be a win for Unranked.
That was a win for Underrank considering how they threw everything out and only got 0-0 out of it. They're going to spot out HQAQ though. Don't know why he was there trying to dive Underrank 3v1, and that's going to cost him. So now, yeah, Underrank threw everything, but this Kira is not going to just simply be able to dive on top of 3 members just like that. It punishes HQAQ, who's going to be down for a couple more seconds. There is a 6 kill advantage on the side of Underrank with 3,000 gold. It's 1 apiece right now in terms of Dark Slayers. And the strange thing about this is that we're nowhere near the end of the game. Both of these teams are pretty much capable of ending it, but right now, the team who has the better advantage is not maximizing it to secure more objectives on the map. They're leaving lanes open, they're leaving pressure across the map just completely alleviated to give an opportunity for Archangel to come back. And all things considered, yeah, they're moving as 4 right now to try to take towers down. But, like, look at this. They don't press any further when they have an advantage.
Yeah, and the most mobile hero that they don't need, X-Feng, can have 1v1 the Kira who's going for the side pushes. And looking at the gold, it's not that much in comparison to the scoreboard really going in for Underranked. They got a lot of kills, but at the end of the day, why is the gold still at that point of the game? It's because of the ineffectivity of their side lanes to actually go for the commits on the resources. And HQAQ is going to commit again on the Irie, but LCZ2 is going to use the Ascent to maybe deter HQAQ, but that is just, it's not a remedy, LQ remedy, that's just a bandage. That's going to be a problem for your team. If your DS laner can go for 1v1s, then definitely you're not going to be able to get your potential at a 5v5 or a 4v4. Because HQAQ is not really going in for those clashes. He's more geared to get a pick off on the bottom lane, on X-Feng. And yeah,
exactly. And
LCC2 is going to die
there we go.
from the damage there. And there's nothing much X-Feng can do. He's dashing in the same place. What an amazing play coming up from that. Bodak is going to use the Blazes submission. Plants is going to be used. They're now going to be in a better position there in a 4v4 situation while Mina is still in the top lane. But I think starting that is going to be premature for them. But HQAQ goes in with a lot of damage going in. Denshao is definitely going to be in danger, but the Rock Shield was in place. And the Dylan joke is going to be used and cancels out the Kunai Blitz. And Ilyang is going to fall down against HQAQ. Bodak is also going to be in the midst of the members of Archangel. He is also going to be taken out. Rock Shield is just going to prolong his pain. And there is going to be a Braces of submission again. That's not going to be enough to kill anybody in Archangel. And now they're seeing the errors of their race. With LCC2 actually not being there the most... the one carrying most of the load and damage in Underrank. It is going to be a complete disaster and a complete turnaround going into the clash. Again, 2K still in a gold lead of Underrank, but the Dark Slayer take is going to be hard to contest with 2 members only in tow of Underrank, and that is going to be another secure for the members of Archangel. And now, looking forward here, yes, we're not seeing spectacular performances on the Joker and also the Mina, but at the end of the day, they're doing better than some of the members of Underrank. And like I said, look at the Sword 042 of X-Feng. Botak, who gave in an early lead, is slowly coming back and going online in the game, but that doesn't really matter much because at the end of the day, even if he has a lot of shield, he can deal a lot of damage. If he's the only one surviving, that is going to be the story of the game. Iliang being too aggressive is not going to get a help. Ascent is going to be used here with Inferno Bats coming in from Muffers, getting a lot of damage in, and Zhenshao is going to be pulled into the kill zone of the members of Archangel. X-Fang does his best. Ryu, but there is still going to be a flicker on the side of Archangel, and I think they might be caught out in a way more dangerous situation with no more ultimates available to them. Only Iliang having the ultimate ready. And we still have a lot of ultimates coming in from here. Dark Dominion is going to be used. The killing joke is also going to be used. Iliang is doing his best to go for the shuriken throws, but the kunai blitz is not still going to be there. He's still going to get a lot of kills. Zhenshao is going to be in a dangerous position. The Dark Blessing buff is going to do it for him. Senko is actually going to out damage the Hayate, and the Lubu Bota is going to be left. LCC2 is going to be in the midst of the skill shots coming in from HQAQ. Spectre R is going to be doing it for the Archangel member Senko, and that is going to be game 2 in the pocket of Archangel, overturning the odds, going for a comeback.
They ruined their opportunity. They even had an Irie, and they still found a way to lose. Archangel just showcased why they are the more superior team. They were able to manhandle underranked in the later stages of that game, and my god, did they do it in style, with a Vera support at that. They just bought enough time where underranked were literally just spamming their skills and trying to get a pick, and Archangel on the other hand were conserving it for the right moments, and once it was done and over with, they come in for the re-engage that you will be seeing here in the highlights for game 2.
Yes, and that was the game 2 highlights. And going forward, Isaac, like you said, what we saw from Archangel, not really a dominating match, more of a mishmash on ranked games, but beating out underranked, who supposedly has the better draft in the game, spells very, very bad to underranked. Like you said, the draft improved on the underranked, but the skills that they're actually showing us going in from day 1 was still exactly the same thing. And the itemizations, very, very bad itemizations at that. We saw, like I said, Irie in the flash boots. You have a stun coming in from Pyrrha. You have some taunts coming in from Mina. You have a stun coming in from the Ryoma. You have the mini stuns coming in from the Joker. And you're gonna be pulling out a flashy boots, and you're not even the best shuriken thrower in terms of the Irie pick, and that already says a lot. If you could have survived more, if you had a guild Greaves wherein the stun durations are going to be, I don't know, is going to be reduced, plus the magic resist coming in from the gilded boots, and if you're not going to go, you already have an Omni Arms, and you already have a Curse of Death. Why not go for a Medallion of Troy? If you had a Medallion of Troy, at least you could have withstood some of the damages coming in from Kira in a 1v1 situation. at least you could have mitigated the damage coming in from the Vera as well. Going in and then finishing it off with a rock shield is definitely going to make you solid going into those clashes, but you opted in to go to a full damage comp, and you saw already that you have a Joker, you have a Ryoma, you have a Vera, you have a Kira, and that was the end of the story. There's already a lot of damage on the opposing sides, and you're gonna go for a damage comp. How bad of a player can you be to think that you can out damage someone who has a 4-hero comp that has way better damage potential than yours? Yes, you have a Hayate.
CC on that.
Yeah, I mean, Isaac, you have a Hayate in your team, and the other team. I mean, in your team. But at the end of the day, it's not going inside because of the stuns coming in for the Vera and the others. Like I said, we have a lot of mini stunts. Everyone can actually stop him. And Archangel, the Umbro Dreams coming in, HQ can even stop Hayate on his track. The only thing that they can stop in Underrank is LCC2. Every time they lose the clashes, LCC2 wasn't actually there. And we're gonna go into the Savage statistics, Isaac.
There we go. 69.6k on X-Fang. Botak with a very questionable braces of submission. A lot of the times using it, knowing that there's no follow-up to be had right after. And look at the gold swing, ladies and gentlemen. It's a significant lead from Underrank, only to be turned completely after the 16-minute mark. HQAQ dealt 104.9k damage, and I wouldn't be surprised if 50,000 of that was on this Irie. So this guy, clearly doing what he can in this game too, landing the MVP of the game, 62.5% kill participation, 7-1-3 in the KDA, 1 MVP, 27% damage dealt in total on behalf of the team, 926 gold per minute, really high, MVP points at 12.6 as well. Now, to put things into perspective, ladies and gentlemen, it's already day 8, the final day of the group stages. There were 7 other days where you could have researched, learned, studied, and gotten the best practices from the other teams in the AWC. You've gotten the opportunity to practically experience other metas, study and learn from them throughout all of this, and then apply them during the tournament. There was none of that from Underrank, and this is why they're suffering. They're going to be playing against Saigon Phantom later. We're going to see if they're going to be able to pull out a win there. But before that actually happens, we will be witnessing the return of Team 3 Stars in their final series against DTAC Talon. Do not go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We will be back right after this break.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Arena of Valor World Cup 2021. We're now down to our third series of the day. Team 3 Stars, Korea's representative, is going to face off with the Talent, of course, representative of Thailand. And before anything else, my name is Vittorio, and joining me in the English commentary broadcast is, of course, Isaac. And we would like to thank the organizers of this event, Tencent Games, Garena, and ESPN. Moving on into the third series of the day, it is going to be again Team 3 Stars and Talent. Look at here, we are going to see Chan, Chick, Boogie, Ford, and Rora in the last game of the AWC group stages. This is the last time we're going to see these guys strut their stuff off, and of course the Talent, the current leading team in the group. Tony, Eras, iPad Pro, and TNZ, and definitely Mook. And we all know,
Oh man.
iPad Pro is actually being simped by Isaac.
My man, iPod Pro, the god himself. KDA of 14.4, ladies and gentlemen, 32% damage dealt and 64.8%. Really high across the boards in comparison to his opponents right now. Sporting a Zata, a Liliana, and an Iggy. This guy has been the repetitive MVP on the side of DTAC. And my god, has he performed like an absolute beast so far in the AWC. We will be seeing him shine even more in this series, unless Team 3 Stars find a way to stop the guy himself. But going into this game number 1, Team 3 Stars is going to be blue side with the first pick. And of course, DTAC Talent on the red side getting the last pick. With all of that put into place here, we're going to witness Team 3 Stars possibly find a way to turn or at least showcase what they've learned throughout the AWC. We've seen strides, a lot of improvements coming in from them. From day 1 all the way till day number 8. This team has been wonderful, although they have not been able to land any of the wins yet. They did at least perform really, really good. I think they've been able to win. They've been able to win.
One game.
Yeah, they've been able to win one, right? But I think they lost with an Irie.
Yeah, they were. No, it was Z9 Gaming who lost.
Oh, that was Z9. Yeah, that was Z9. Yep. But Team 3 Stars, you know, this team looking really good right now. Can potentially win even more. We saw some of them, some of their brilliance as well in terms of drafting, being led by Coach J-Jack against Overclock and other teams. They haven't been able to execute as well as the top teams right now, but they've been showing that they've learned from their mistakes and are somehow trying to keep up. So in their final best of 2 against DTAC, I'm hoping that Team 3 Stars goes out with an absolute bang.
Yeah, and definitely we're gonna see here. The first pick on the Superman was maybe going for the drafts, what we usually see going in for the Thailand teams, and some of the Taiwanese teams actually first pick the Superman to set up their mobile gameplay, and an Ellender is gonna be the jungle of choice. Firstly, I actually had a bias that I don't really like Ellender as a jungle, but in the hands of the right composition, it could definitely work. As long as you don't pair it with a Rogue. That is bad decision.
Well, in any case, we're going to be able to see something great from them. And if they pull it off in amazing fashion, then by all means, why not? We're going to need to wait and see what else they have in store from us, though. They have the Elandor and the Raz here on the side of Team 3 Stars, paired up with the Man of Steel, Superman. DTAC, on the other hand, they're going to be sticking with their meta picks. They have the Mina to lock down the Superman if need be. Follow-up from the Lubu is going to be pretty scary as well. They still need to find a way to stop this Elandor. aside from just the Mina though. So they're going to be completing that later on in the second phase. Raz, on the other hand, already being flexed here by Team 3 Stars. One of the only mages right now that it's actually fine to pick in the first phase. Since DTAC are already aware of what the mage is going to be here on the side of Team 3 Stars, they pretty much just went with a Tulin pick of their own, showing their own mage, so as they don't reveal the other parts of their composition.
But going forward, we're seeing here already a lot of damage being shown. Tulin is definitely going to be outclassed by Raz in terms of open 1v1s. But if of course we all know iPad Pro really going for pop-offs on the Tulin. Like I said, if the Tulin is going to be able to close on you on those ambush in the bushes, definitely a Tulin is going to go out on top in terms of having two players with the skill level actually fighting. But we all know iPad Pro is actually a very, very good mid player. So definitely it's going to be a tall task for Boogie to actually win against iPad Pro in that lane.
Yep. I'm actually pretty curious to see how they're going to be pulling this off at the moment. There are opportunities for this great team to pull off some fairly nifty stuff on the side of Team 3 Stars. And they're not looking too bad with the composition either. Although it's a double marksman comp, I think they're going to be able to at least find a way with it, because as the Elander falls off, that's around the time that Rora on this Violet will be able to just come online in the later stages of the game. If they execute well, they can somehow find a way to make this work. DTAC, on the other hand, are looking a lot more solid. They have a dominant laner in the Yena. They have Lubu, who's pretty solid as a flex as well. And then they have Oppressive Fire, so that before the fights even start, Team 3 Stars here are going to have a hard time going into them at 100%, because they may get hit by a snipe. They're not at full health when committing to these fights. Not to mention that, you know, iPod Pro on this Tulin going to be really scary. And with Thunderbird being available on the table, you already know that just as much as the snipes are going to connect, there's also going to be damage coming in from the Tulin, at least even in the early stages of the game.
Yeah, and definitely here now. Going to the matchups. First and foremost, there's a lot of oppression coming in from Tigger Talon, but at the same time we have range. And going for a double marksman though, that is going to be questionable. They do have two sustainable heroes that can perform for them. But if Yena goes close to either one, the Violet or the Elander, definitely it's going to be a disaster for Team 3 Stars.
Yep. That's something we're going to need to look at going into this game. I'm fairly curious to see how they're going to use Landor on this composition, because if they don't play aggressively, I don't think it's going to work out for them. But at the same time, it's going to be hard to play aggressive because DTAC have a composition that's practically designed to counter all of the aggression that would be coming in from Team 3 Stars. Who knows? But as we break it down for you, ladies and gentlemen, game number 1 is going to be underway in just a moment. And as we head into the battlefield here, we're going to be witnessing the final best of 2 with Team 3 Stars giving their all in this last day of the group stage. Let's see what they've learned throughout their experience in the AWC for 2021, brought to you by Tencent Games, Garena, and of course VSPN.
Yes, and now like I said, Raz is definitely gonna have a better range than the Tulin pick, and that is already evident going here in the first exchanges in the middle lane. It's just the story here is that Raz is just gonna harass iPad Pro, And if he's gonna be successful to actually mitigate the chances of Viper Pro to go for successful ganks, then definitely that is gonna be a boon for Team 3 Stars. And Raz is gonna go for the small cap, but it is gonna be too little, too late. Ward is gonna be caught out with the damage coming in from Hyper Pro. Is this gonna be a death? Yes, it is, and it's gonna be a first blood for Hyper Pro. And I think that was an overextension coming in from the Wonder Woman. And also, Ares is gonna be traded out by Rora though in the bot lane.
Or an early aggressive start here for both teams. 1-1 right now in terms of kills. 200 gold lead for the side of DTAC. Doesn't mean too much 1 minute 20 seconds in, but you know, if you were able to land a kill in the early stages and give it to the Violet, that can potentially up the pace for Aurora a little here, and could potentially do even more. And you know, come to think of it, if there's suppressive fire coming in from Ares and iPod Pro, I mean, Boogie and Rara are pretty much in the same boat, more or less. They're going to be on top of this Mina right now, but considering the damage output being thrown, here comes an answer from DTAC as more members rotate in. They're going to take out this Elandor, and knowing that they got what they came for through that rotation, they're going to back off and consider that an absolute win. They slow down the Elandor's farm.
Yeah, definitely. And DTAC solid going strong, even with the trades up. They're already eyeing the another objective here, which is going to be an invade here in the Sage column. But yeah, 4 members are already in the area, even surpassing the Superman. But the Boogie going in for the explosive KO combo is not going to be able to do it. The damage is still out there, and an ultimate for iPad Pro is going to be the result of that clash. Plus, the buffs are going to be taken by iPad Pro.
Yep. It's not looking good right now for him. But hey, at the end of the day, you do what you have to do. And that's exactly what DTAC are doing right now when it comes to these objectives. Team 3 Stars are gonna need to try to find better opportunities for them. Wonder Woman is there hovering around the side along with other members of Team 3 Stars. Chick has finished taking that Might Golem away. No one started that Abyssal Dragon. But considering the positioning here from Team 3 Stars, they can be collapsed upon if all members head towards them. After that wave clear, you already know that they're going to be rotating to another location. So you get sandwiched by 2 members of DTAC and a fight can break out. Good thing Ward has the capabilities to get out, but Rora, though, may not be as lucky as Tony dives under, dodges it with that Arctic Orb, can go for the outplay, but the Bracers of Submission missed on the side of Ward. The snipe from Ares was clutch there, catching out the Vio, and with Rora going down, Team 3 Stars did not find an answer, or at least a trade kill. What an outplay.
Yeah, and TNZ is gonna get a possible pickoff on Ward, but the arrow is gonna be used, and that is definitely a pickoff for the side of DTAC Talent. TPS Chick is gonna be also in the danger of being eliminated, and yes, Moop gets the kill and goes for a 1v1 with Chan, but with the slow, the passive is not gonna be procting on the Superman, and that is another win for DTAC Talent.
Yep. This is good, specifically for DTAC. You're already seeing how they utilize their composition and pressure Team 3 Stars away from key objectives. Tony here is going to be denying that Might Golem away, but Team 3 Stars are going to attempt to go for their own play. Bracer's submission is not going to connect onto anyone, though. And with that ultimate being burnt and Chick being caught in the middle of that crossfire, he's gonna go down, uses the resurrection immediately so as he doesn't waste any time. But with all things considered right now, we're 5 minutes in and it's a huge kill lead on the side of DTAC.
Yes, and Ares misses out the shot on the Violet, but that doesn't really matter much. They already have a lot to go up with. They have a lot of resources in terms of the gold. They're definitely there. Rora actually rolled into the sides of Ares, getting a lot of shots in. And I think he is 2 snaps away from being eliminated here in the bottom lane as long as Ares hits his shots. But let's see what is gonna happen. No, it's not. The first shot is gonna be not there. NTNZ is gonna be pushed by the Superman, going in for the speeding bullet, getting a kill and secure there because the overextension from NTNZ is going to cost that. But another one is there. He pushed Moop into the clutches on the front of Chick, and that enabled Moop to actually get the kill. Nice assist coming in from Chan.
That has gotta hurt. Just when you thought you could pull one off there, they're gonna get picked off considerably, and now they can potentially be punished here even more. And of course, yeah, you managed to get 1 kill, but Ares is gonna be able to stay alive. Rora's just trying to farm up as much as possible. They're buying time for this Violet right now, but all things considered, look at the majority of the map. It's on the side of DTAC in terms of control. And that Violet that they were buying time for just got picked off in a solo kill by NTNZ. And now they're in a really bad position here. The hook is going to connect onto Ward with all of the bracers that she's using right now to try to turn the fight. One of the key things here when it comes to the Wonder Woman is that it needs to land at the very least. It's not landing right now, and it's costing this this composition from Team 3 Stars.
And this is it. Going forward, DTAC Talent just building this sizable lead is definitely gonna hinder the path of victory of Team 3 Stars. They need to get a lot more of shutdowns, and it is not gonna be easy and possible for Team 3 Stars. Boogie misses that explosive KO combo, and Alpha Pro going for a sidestep is very phenomenal on the maneuvers there. But like I said, going forward with no plays already in the hands of Team 3 Stars, I don't see them coming out on top on this game 1.
Yep, it's just gonna get even harder for them as we move forward into this game. They're finding ways right now to actually alleviate the pressure, but DTAC are not gonna let off the gas just as easy. They're going to be able to catch out the members here. A taunt is going to come up as well. And look at how DTAC just used their skills in succession, catching out Ward there without their support for 20 seconds. This could mean more objectives on the side of DTAC as they're already starting out this Dark Slayer. And I don't think it's even going to be contested.
Yep. Going in there, we're seeing the replay also in the screen. DTAC Talon is just, you know, very good in the rotational marks. They're not really being outpaced by the mobility that we see on the Superman, and I feel like the Superman being stuck into the Dark Slayer lane already put a damper to their chances to actually win those clashes. And there is another snipe here from Ares. Rhoda is going to be forced down to go back to the base because he is going to be in a hazard once Hyper Pro locks in with a Thunderbird. And this is now DTAC Talon actually knocking on Team 3 Stars' door, and Moro Vera is getting a lot of those snipes in on Chick, and Mora is going to definitely affect their chances to win this game. And the mid lane tower is now slowly being whittled down by the Drake. The Drake is now going to be out of the count, and the turret is going to be out also. Hyper Pro almost bursted down by Chick, but that is not going to be enough, and there's going to be a cleanse being used here that the Blazes of Submission gets no stun.
This is looking really nice on the side of DTAC. If you notice how they played that out, what they would do is they would move forward, and then when it came time to push that tower, all of the members went for the tower, but the guy who's capable of going in and out of the fights was iPod Pro. So what he did instead of the tower was he would zone out the members from protecting that tower by diving in. So that left a very wide open tower for them to utilize. And once iPod Pro got whittled down there, he backs off immediately. and then just tries to get out. Look at that damage. Chick nearly fell just from one combo coming in from iPod Pro. They're not going to be able to land a kill on that overall though, but considering the amount of control they have over the map, they're just stepping all over Team 3 Stars. They're using their strengths to their advantage, and iPod Pro's poke is more oppressive than the Elsu Snipes, who's just mainly focused right now on helping out his team in terms of damage and objectives. And now as they try to utilize Chan here, it's not paying off. Legendary streak on the Lubu. The waves are being cleared slowly but surely here by D-Tac. They may potentially catch out Tony, but as all of this comes into fruition, D-Tac Talent are gonna be able to take this game number 1 in style.
Yeah, definitely. D-Tac Talent getting game 1 is not a surprise. Team 3 Stars though had this better composition, but like we said from the later series, experience is actually gonna top in the better drafting, and that is also a fact that we cannot actually change. And let's see the game highlights of D-Tac Talent.
Well, actually, we may not be able to see the highlights. So, we're gonna have to go back to the casters in a moment, ladies and gentlemen, so that we could have everything fixed up so you guys could see the highlights. But, yep, with that being said though, what a game by D-Tac. Who do you think was MVP?
Well, I actually have no idea, but maybe it's gonna be jungler.
iPod Pro.
It's the jungler. I mean,
iPod Pro.
did you see the KDA of the Lubu in that game? I know you like iPod Pro, but it doesn't mean that he's always gonna be the MVP. And
Tolan though.
huh?
But the Tolan was great.
Yeah, I mean
He
they.
made it work.
I mean the Tolan did a good job. I didn't discredit iPod Pro at that. It's just that a lot of the kills was going into Moop's hands, and most of the time he outlasts everyone in the clashes, and you know, being pushed into the second tier turret while there is still a first tier turret at the mid lane says a lot. Him being able to secure it and under the second tier turret without even batting an eye, with the help of the Superman, of course.
Yeah.
Good, nice job, Superman.
Yeah, I feel like Chan there just hindered the opportunities for Team 3 Stars. As much as they would have wanted to pull something great off there, the strategy by D-Tac to make sure that the Superman couldn't rotate to other lanes just played well for him to just amp up the aggression even more. They were able to pull up several key factors in their game, and because of that, they managed to find opportunities to just punish Chick all across the map, since they knew that Chan wasn't going to be able to practically help out or protect or anything like that, mainly because he was preoccupied in his lane. Then they would have a significant advantage going into the fight, and getting caught out by a Superman into the Bracer's submission would have been a big deal for Team 3 Stars to capitalize on. But since they weren't able to use that, you already saw the significance in how they drafted that game. It was really smart in how they approached it, and they played very, very well.
Definitely, I do agree in all the points. And going forward, we're gonna see more of the fights going into game 2. But yeah, there's not much that we can expect of Team 3 Stars. They do have a better draft, but at the end of the day, the Talent is just a pretty solid team. Whatever they feel, they actually excel in. They have the organization to have the communications always up and going into those rotations. Of course, this is the difference of what I'm telling you from Archangel, who was just going for a mishmash of heroes and feeling like it's a pub game. In Detox Talent, even if they go for a mishmash of heroes, it doesn't feel like a pub game because of the rotations that they're doing. They clearly understood what are the strengths of the heroes. For example, Tulin, in a 1v1 situation, as long as he gets close, it's definitely going to be a menace to any of the picks of Team 3 stars. And also Lubu, as a frontal, he knows he can sustain way better than the Ellender can. So going for those early invades definitely paid off for them. Going for a lot of kills. And the Yena just stopping the Superman always on his tracks because of the slows is also definitely a factor on why they were successful in going in for those invades.
Oh yeah, for sure. Because if you think about it, ladies and gentlemen, it was an attempt by Team 3 stars. They had a pretty nice composition, but the fact that it was hard to protect Chick, and Chick getting caught out several times in most of the engagements, just made it so much harder for Team 3 stars to execute. You saw a pretty significant lead going into the later stages as DTAC just tried to accumulate as much as possible. That's 80.9k damage. 80.9k damage on the Tulin by iPod Pro, by the way. And yes, while Moop performed well on this Lubu, just like what he's been doing whenever he gets the opportunity to pick it up, it does not discount the fact that Moop, NTNC, Erez, and Tony were finding opportunities to enable iPod Pro. So iPod Pro would probably not be this strong going into the game if not for the four teammates iPod Pro has, just making it work for him. MVP on the other hand, iPod Pro is willing to, give the spotlight to someone else for a change. It's going to be Boop here, 73.3% kill participation, 8-0-3 for the KDA with 22% damage dealt in total on behalf of the team, 842 gold per minute, and 13.2 MVP points. Whenever he's MVP, it's usually because of his really, really scary Lubu. And he's been able to show it again.
And that's not because of iPod Pro, okay? It's just because of his decision making.
That's because he's really good as a Lubu. Exactly.
Yeah, it's because of his decision making. So stop defending and simping iPod Pro. Yeah, iPod Pro is good.
iPod Pro is an absolute god. He's the best. Awesome. He's so nice. He's so good. But yes,
how can you say he's
MVP.
Nice?
Good job, Moop. You're great too.
How can you say he's nice when you even haven't talked to him yet? So you can't say that he's nice at this moment of time. And going forward, though, definitely Game 1 is gonna give a boost again to T-Tech Talent's winning chances against Game 2, because we already have an idea, an inkling that experience sometimes stops over better drafting. Yes, you can be intelligent on your drafting phase, but at the same time, you need to have the level of mechanical skills to actually pull it off. And that's it. But, objective wise, I saw a lot of good plays going in from 3 stars. They're a way better team than they were going in from day one. Day one, they were more of more of someone that reacts very, very slow. There was a lot of invades in their jungle camps, and they didn't even try to help the junglers. But in terms of this, they actually improved. They were trying to help Check all the time, but it's just that they are always out of position, and the fast rotations coming in from iPod Pro and the support of Detox Talent was just substantial. And also the DS laner, actually Yena and TNZ, always being in the fights first and foremost before the Superman even joins in, is a boon to their chances to get that win in Game 1.
Oh yeah, for sure. You're already seeing, how awesome at the rotations iPod Pro is. Yeah, I wonder, what is this IGN iPod Pro? I'm curious. Maybe he likes iPods. He likes the Pro version as well. Just some random thoughts to throw out there that I find pretty interesting. But yep, going into game number 2, ladies and gentlemen, Team 3 stars looking promising in comparison to how they showed up in day number 1 day number 2 of the group stages. They're looking a lot better. Not going to be enough to topple the leaders of their group though. But maybe they can find a win in game number 2 once they adjust a little bit more. You know, if they could find that right ingredient or that right mix, maybe, just maybe, they'll be able to find a win in their final game against DTAC Talon. But moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, I want you guys to let us know. Who do you think is going to be taking game number 2? Is it still going to be DTAC? You can put in the hashtag DTNWin. Or is it going to be Team 3 Stars finding a way out of this? It's hashtag T3SWin. I'm also going to be asking my really awesome and handsome co-caster here, Vittorio. What do you think? Can Team 3 Stars pull out a win?
I protect my right for self-incrimination. I'd rather not answer a question that is already in the minds of everyone. First and foremost, we already saw DTAC Talent. That already says a lot. Going forward to game 2. And we're now going to enter the drafting phase for game 2 with DTAC Talent on the blue side, and on the red side is of course Team 3 Stars. Let the battle begin.
Global ban and picks here on the board for you guys to see. This means that they will no longer be able to pick up these heroes going into game number 2. Only for their side though, of course. But yep, with DTAC on the side of blue, they get first pick. Team 3 Stars get the opportunity of a last pick, but they will be starting off second in the pick and ban. So let's actually check out and see if they're going to be giving away Irie, one of the winningest heroes right now. Really, really solid stuff. Let's see what happens here. Right now, it's going to be a Lubu being banned out here along with the Aoi. We see a Florentino as well being taken out by DTAC potentially. I'm guessing that Team 3 Stars' second ban is going to be an Irie. So, you know, Aoi Irie, please take it out. Please do not give DTAC the opportunity to use that really scary hero in the AWC right now. We'll do what we can here to keep you guys up to date with the picks, but right now Team 3 Stars has yet to show anything with what they want to ban out.
Yeah,
looks like they're gonna ban out Azata though, so that opens up the Irie pick for the side of DTAC if they are interested in picking it up. If they aren't gonna be picking up the Irie, then that's an opportunity for Team 3 Stars. Take it.
Yeah, so that's definitely a target on Hyper Pro, but they didn't realize that Iggy is gonna be open for Hyper Pro to use, or maybe Tony is gonna use this. We've seen crazy combinations of Iggy actually being in the support role, so yep. It was kind of effective though. Maybe they thought that the Iggy being open, Irie is gonna be swapped out, but Team 3 Stars swaps it out with an Irie second pick. Will the Irie win rate stand strong, Isaac?
I hope so. I mean, winningest hero in AOV right now. If we get the Irie, we have a chance. We may pull it off. There's a reason why it's the scariest hero in AOV right now. Nothing is impossible with this Irie. Maybe Team 3 Stars get the rightly needed boost that they want to have going into the final game. They started with a Roxy. They pick up an Irie. The answer by DTAC is going to be a Hayate, an Iggy, and of course this Wonder Woman. So it's all going to come down to this third pick. Who has the edge going into the second phase of pick and bans? Is it going to be something amazing? Is it going to be something new? Is it something that answers this Hayate? Are we going to be seeing a Joker or Thorn pick here? Are we going to be seeing something completely different? Hopefully we don't see any mages. But with 35 seconds on the clock, I could go on all day. But I just really want to know what the third pick is to see if Irie's chances of getting an even better win rate just improves a whole lot more. 23 seconds left on the clock. Now it's at 20. And as the time whittles down, we're going to slowly wait and figure out what their pick is going to be.
Yes,
and only 10 seconds left. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. They're going to reveal their mage. It is going to be a Dirac. Vittorio, what do you think about that?
I mean, it's one of the picks that can actually mitigate the damage coming in from the Iggy. But the only thing that he can block out is the first and second skill of an Iggy. The Ember's Gaze, the ultimate of Iggy, is actually still gonna pass through to the Genesis barrier, but still, that is a damage mitigated at range, and we all know the damage output coming in from the Iggy, utilizing those flame balls, are definitely something to not scoff at. The damage is substantial, especially going into the late game, and one of the reasons why Iggy is actually one of the most high damage output heroes in the damage statistics boards is just because of this. It's gonna be able to actually be mobile and safely throw in skills, and that is just mostly the story of the game.
Yep. It's not easy to chase down an Iggy when everything this Iggy has is available. And on top of that, he also has the very, very wonderful long-range pokes, which is, you know, hard to dodge as well, considerably. But now, DTAC are eyeing an Amelie pick. Amelie against Irie, possibly? Or maybe we're going to be seeing Chick with Irie? Maybe this could be a support Amelie? No, they're going to be going for Dextra. Ooh. Dextra and Akira with a Wonder Woman in place as well. I think this is an Iggy support. Vittorio?
We don't know. We actually don't know. Can
Dextra be support?
No. I think it's still gonna be the DS lane, as opposed to. I mean, it's a pretty decent pick, especially she can tank a lot. He can use his ultimate to regain most of his health, as long as she's gonna be hit by the members of Team 3 Stars, and this is the first time they're gonna be facing off with Dextra. So it's gonna be possibly a difficult pick for Team 3 Stars. Especially in the Irie category, wherein you're gonna utilize the short burst that she deals in a short time. So yeah, Dextra can actually utilize their skill sets to actually outlast the skills coming in from the Irie. So DTAC Talon is now going to the game. Let's see what is going to be in store for us. We all know iPad Pro in that Iggy is definitely gonna be way up there, and like I said, it's still gonna be in the DS lane. iPad Pro is still gonna use that Iggy, and Tony is gonna be the Wonder Woman support.
I wanted to see iPod Pro on his Wonder Woman, but yeah, it's okay. You know, lots of damage coming in from DTAC as expected. This is something they have done regularly, where they would muscle away their opponents through sheer power and damage and style from iPod Pro. But hey, before anything else, there are other members here in this game number 2. So looking at the side of DTAC heading into this mid lane, along with the members Team 3 Stars, we're going to be seeing a 2-man start here at mid. Pokes being dealt by iPod Pro already. Ward is here to try to do a significant amount of damage as well. But that is an enhanced restore already being used. Now they know that, okay, there is no restore on Ward. Possibly going to need to burn more resources here as he gets poked down by an Iggy. But meanwhile, there is a trade-off here on the bottom side between the Caffeine and the Hayate. But Ward now may get caught out here. iPod Pro get a first blood of the game. dealing lots of damage with the assist coming in from Tony there to help him out.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I tell you. Oh, an Iggy and he onset the playing balls as long as he hits his hand skills, the first skills. It's just gonna refresh. And Rora is gonna be in the midst of two of the members of Tita's Island. Good attempt to kill K-Eras, but that is just going to be an overcommit at that point.
Yep. When you get Eras there, would have been a good thing for the side of Team 3 Stars because they would have answered that first blood with a big kill. But they weren't going to be able to do that. They are going to be able to secure their Might Golem here while Boogie here gets pressured by Tony. Good thing Ward is around to stop the engage. Saves this. Never mind. Not going to be saved as iPod Pro finishes him off. Lots of damage being dealt. Chick might get finished off here. But while he's being poked down by Ward, oh my god, look at the damage from Ward. iPod Pro goes down. Tony's not going to be able to help him out there. And that is going to be a very big kill on the side of Team 3 Stars. They also play it off really well by making sure that they maintain control, even control over this map. But in all of that, a crossbar happens and Chick actually gets picked off cam.
I mean, if you're low health, go back to your base. This is not the guys that you think that's gonna let you farm in peace. Eras knowingly knows that Rora was not on the lane, so she attempted to actually go into the blue side and get that kill. And that's just most of the sort of the games. They're not gonna go for trades without any exchanges, and that is gonna be an even trade coming from DTAC. Even so, not just an even exchange. Sometimes they go in above and get more than the Team 3 Stars can bargain for.
Yep. While we may not be able to witness any more of these big Caffeine laser ults just yet, the Caffeine is actually not doing too bad, only down by 600 considering the situation. But look at that Kunai Blitz, the damage, catching all three out. A follow-up by Tony using the Bracer submission. That's how you use it, ladies and gentlemen. Right in their face, surely with a follow-up involved as well. And they're not done with it just yet. They're gonna try to catch out Ward as well. And another big rotation from DTAC. Getting a huge one there. Taking out the Omega. Now bringing their kill lead up to 7.
Definitely, and they're not going here for a push in the bottom lane, but the Puzzle coming in from Rora is gonna do it for them, deterring the push coming in from DTAC Talon. And still looking at the scoreboard right now, we're seeing some gold on the Hayate at 2.6k, 2.1k only on the Irie, and 1.9k to the positional difference here, with Rora not really being on par with the impact that Hayate has. He bases a submission again. It's going to be used. This trap is also going to be used to empower the attacks of the turret, but that's not going to be enough to outlast the damage that an Aaron and the iPod Pro on Iggy is gonna do. Ares, not Aaron. I'm sorry.
It's Ares, but yeah, it's just, it's tough, man. DTAC just move as a complete unit, being so scary in the game, considering how much damage they deal. They're willing to get hurt, get hit by their opponents, but at the same time, since they have the higher damage output, they outtrade the damage and still somehow find a way out of those fights by surviving with a sliver of health. This kind of team who try to save each other just make it so hard. Moop though, gonna be caught out there by Chick. That is a good pick. But iPod Pro not gonna let that guy get away. Gonna get another one here as Chan and Chick go down. Team 3 Stars know that the members of DTAC are on one area of the map already. So what are they gonna do? They're just gonna get that tower bought. That is the first tower of the game though, and that is a very significant thing to get. Yes, kills on the board for DTAC, but the objective, first one at that, is going to be secured by Team 3 Stars.
Yeah, more and more plays are happening for DTAC Talon. Alpha Pro not relenting on the capability to get a lot of damage even if you're going to be under the turret. And that says a lot. And mostly those Abyssal Dragon takes were in you only need 2 heroes, and the Hayate and the Iggy was actually vital to also get the goal spiraling into the side of DTAC Talon. And Chan is being harassed by the Hayate in the bot lane. There's not much that he can do. It's a Roxy pick. What can you expect? And he is going to be able to spot out Chan here and misses the Agnes Grip because of the flicker coming in there. And the Disrupt is again going to be used, trying their best to protect themselves. Ward is not going to be able to actually protect the members there, but they're going to be able to trade out actually a move in that clash. But that is not going to be enough, Isaac. It's just more and more kills on the hands of the DTAC Talon. Already 14-5 in favor of the DTAC Talon.
Yeah, they're just literally doing what they can to punish these guys. They're getting kill after kill, and as the death timers grow, these kills start to become even more significant. Back in the early game, yeah, you can die and just come back somewhat in the nick of time to salvage what you lost. But this time, it's not going to be the case, because as the death timers grow, that only means a lot of idle time on your side waiting to respond, with DTAC continuously trying to maximize the map.
Yes, and definitely the Dark Slayer is not going to be contested by the side of Team 3 Stars going forward. They actually have the capability to go for a push here. And this is mostly the story of the game. It's mostly just DTAC Talon taking the initiative. And we don't see a lot of good plays for Team 3 Stars right now, because, you know, in the drafting, they already had an inkling on how much damage DTAC Talon is going to cost, even before the clashes happen, with iPad Pro holding on to that Iggy, just harassing most of the members. And Chan misses again the Agnes Grip, not getting errors there, with the dash being proc to sidestep. And the tower in the middle lane, 1,608 left. Only a few hits left is needed, and there is going to be an Ember's Gate being used in the Disrupt to prevent the push. And Ares is going for a 2v1. I mean, it's a 2v1 with Ares and Moop actually barreling down against Chan.
Yep. This is the situation right now, ladies and gentlemen. It's really hard for Team 3 Stars to utilize their composition. Yeah, they have the Dirac and Caphany, but the Irie right now is not having a really nice game. Ward on this Omega is not going to be able to stop all of this damage, this onslaught being brought to them by DTAC. Chick right now is trying to outplay, but this is Akira. It's going to find ways, and we've seen it in the previous series, how Akira can manage to shut down an Irie. That is exactly what happens in this scenario. 20-second death timer for Chick, 30-second death timer for Chan. And while the Chicken Chan combo is just going out of the map right now, DTAC still pressure, march on, soldier on, keep going for more. The tower on the bottom side is going to be fallen as well. And with only 2 towers left on the side of Team 3 Stars, this can be the last hurrah. Their backs against the wall. There is no sign of DTAC stopping right now, with Moop cutting in from the back. They're going to be able to get 3. Ward is going to spawn in a moment. Chan is going to come in to join the fun. Pulling NTNZ into tower range. Is it going to be enough? Yes, it is. The Dexter falls. Can Chan and Ward protect the final remnants of their base? 10 minutes and 25 in. Ward is going to fall. Chan is going to fall as well. And DTAC Talon finish this off and take the series 2-0.
And the Talon taking in getting a strong finish in game 2 for a 2-0 sweep in this best of 2. And like I said, DTAC Talon is currently sitting in the top of their groups. And D-Tech Talent is still going to be showing us different kind of plays going into the 5th series of the day, where they actually go head to head with the first placers of the groups of their group, which is Group D. D-Tech Talent is going to be facing off MOP in the best of 2 series. And before anything else, let's watch the game 2 highlights. And that was the game 2 highlights for D-Tech Talent sweeps Team Pre-Source. This is the last series we're gonna see Team Pre-Source. They're gonna say goodbye to the AWC 2021. They're not gonna be able to qualify. But that was a very, very good showing. The improvements that we saw from Team Pre-Source was absolutely not just minimal, but huge. Going in from their day 1 up to the day 8 of the group stages, they definitely improve. Maybe going into the next international competition here in Arena of Valor, we're gonna see a better Team Resource. And going into that game, it was just iPad Pro being very, very effective on the Iggy pick. And yes, I can see you smile now like a girl, little girl, Isaac.
iPod Pro, ladies and gentlemen, awesome player, pulling off the Iggies, and you know, one of the highlights there by D-Tech Talent was how they knew what they needed to do to just catch the stragglers. If someone was gonna get away from iPod Pro's range, Kira was slowly running from behind to pick him off. At the same time, we saw Ares there, didn't seem to be phased at all. The timing for Ares was just spectacular. Catching 2, catching 3, and then being followed up. It was just damage after damage after damage, and if they were in a tough spot, they knew very well how to utilize that Wonder Woman to reset and back off, or just practically disrupt and then re-engage, even if they got interrupted. It's it's less of iPod Pro performing well on the Iggy, but more of just a phenomenal performance from the other 4. They worked as a complete unit, being assisted by iPod Pro, and you gotta give credits to how they work together as a team by trying to bail each other out even in tough situations.
Yeah, and it was just a better rotation overall to D-Tech Talent. Props to Team Resource for fielding something that could probably has a lot of potential, but at the end of the day, the potential that they had wasn't really into the fullest potential, just because they were not able to be in the initiative in most of the time. And there are the damage statistics, Isaac.
Yep, and with the damage here being shown, you're seeing a lot of damage coming in from iPod Pro, and Ares being assisted as well by Tony. Being the support, dealing 45.9k, really significant in comparison towards 17.7k. It was a very abysmal showing in terms of damage, though, for the side of Boogie and Aurora, not being given the opportunity to shine here by D-Tech Talent, only landing 27,000 damage. Chan and Chick as well, putting a damper on the win rate of Irie there, sitting at 18.9k damage. It looked fairly even up until the 4-minute mark, and then DTAC just took it to high gear, went for those fight after fight. We gotta give props to the MVP, of course. iPod Pro making it work. The stats on the page here that you guys are looking at right now could just speak for itself. Of course, at the end of the day, that was a solid performance from DTAC Talon. We gotta give respect as well to Team 3 Stars.
Yeah, pretty sure.
They're not yet at that point where they are scary contenders, but they're showing here at the AWC proves that one day they're gonna be a scary team to deal with.
Yes.
And they are
Maybe
showing a
interesting.
lot of improvement.
Yeah, and now we're gonna go into a very, very short break, Isaac. Before we go to the fourth series of the day, of course, it's gonna be SGP phasing off MSP's representative of the rank after this short break. Don't touch your browser, we'll be right back.
またトル様と一緒に踊りたいトル様は相変わらずお美しいどうか幸せに
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Arena of Valor World Cup 2021. And again, my name is Vittorio. Joining me in the English commentary broadcast is of course Isaac. And we're down to the fourth series of the day. And like you said, it is going to be between Saga and Phantom versus Underrank. Going into this series, it's definitely going to be difficult for Underrank to overcome the experience and the draft coming in from Saga and Phantom. But before anything else, we would like to thank the organizers of this event, of course, Tencent Games, Garena, and VSPN.
Yep. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the final showing of Underrank, the representatives of MSP, in their final attempt to win at least one game in the AWC group stages before bowing out. Is it gonna be a completely different Underrank that we'll be witnessing? Or are we gonna be seeing the exact same showing that we saw with them against Archangel? We will be finding out, but against a considerably more difficult team in Saigon Phantom, who have the experience, who have really good drafting, and very, very well-timed execution when it comes to their power spikes. It's gonna be a very steep hill to climb. It may not even be a hill, Vittorio. It may actually be a mountain based on performance comparison alone.
Yes, and at this point of time, seeing Saga Phantom has one of the best, arguably one of the best junglers here in the AOV world, of course, with Bang leading the charge of SGP. It's going to be difficult for Underrank to actually overcome this kind of star power, and
Yep.
it is already evident going into the last series that Underrank actually played with. They played with Archangel, and they were actually having a lot of difficulties to overcome the strategies that Archangel did, and Archangel was swept by SGP, and that is already a foreboding tale of what's gonna happen. It could be a bloodbath that SGP is definitely gonna stomp maybe on the rank going into the games that we're gonna see here.
And on a different set of news right now, ladies and gentlemen, the winningest hero in AOV right now, the Irie, has already accumulated 2 losses in day 8 alone. Are we going to see a steady decrease in terms of this Irie's win rate, given that she can't potentially be picked up by one of these teams? Or is it going to be banned out completely throughout the duration of the series? Or is it going to be a completely different story where if an Irie gets picked up, it's going to be a very big deal? We're gonna find out later on as we head into the draft for game number 1. But let's actually dive into detail here with Underrank in their final best of 2. What can they do to somehow overcome SGP? Are there any possibilities?
I don't think so. Even if they had a better draft going to the last game, it didn't really translate well to their winning chances. There was a comeback coming in from Archangel in game 2, and they were leading it. And like I said, experience sometimes is a way better factor than a very, very good draft. It doesn't really actually translate to a lot of things. They had the Irie, they had the Roxy, they had everything in their stuff to make it work, but it didn't. It's because they weren't able to actually rotate well. They were actually being pushed back into their trades, and that's it. We're not gonna see brilliant plays for Underrank. It's all about SGP right now. Saigon Phantom is an early game team also, which we see a lot of the Vietnamese teams in the region actually being going for those strategies wherein they take the early advantages to the early parts of the later game. And although in those instances their effectivity falls off in the late game, but most of the time these teams actually take the game into their hands even before the ending is actually clear. So yeah, we're gonna see definitely a dominant game for SGP. But enough of that, we're going into game 1, where we're gonna see what is gonna be the bans and picks for each of these teams. And yeah, Saigon Phantom with Bronze 5, Bang, Lak Lak, and Ka and Red, representing Vietnam's Saigon Phantom. Well, MSP representatives is gonna be Underrank, and Underrank is actually a Malaysian team. So yeah, Bodak, Ilyang, LCC2, Xfeng, and Zensha. But maybe we're gonna see a different key player in Underrank, just because Bodak was underperforming into their matches. So for SGP, it is gonna be Bang, and I think for me, it's gonna be LCC2 for Underrank, just because of the impact that he had going through those games. Mostly in game 2, the reason they lost is because LCC2 wasn't there for the supplication of damages.
Yep. Like most of the time, LCC2 shows up for Underrank. He finds a way to deal damage and somehow at least try to get out. He's not like the other his other teammates who tend to be out of position. He gets out of position for committing because he's trying to compensate for the mispositions of his teammates. But it's a tall task. You're facing one of the best junglers in the AOV scene right now, and with Bang on the side of Saigon Phantom, LCC2 playing mid, LCC2 needs to at least negate the potential impact that Bang is going to be able to just muster in this best of 2, and at the same time work in conjunction with Botak to really make their composition work. But based on how things are going right now and all of the misplays that Botak has shown throughout the AWC group stages, it may be hard to just enable this mid laner on the side of Underrank.
Yeah, and going forward, we're not yet gonna see the draft, but no, I'm mistaken. We're actually going into the draft right now, with the blue side being taken in by Saigon Phantom, while the red side, it's going to be Underrank. Vietnam and MSP matching out on the last series for Underrank. Underrank is actually not going to be able to qualify even if they sweep Saigon Phantom in this best of 2 series. So this is more of a formality. But we're actually wanting to see better drafting for Underrank and maybe better performance, so that we could have hope that they actually learn something in the AWC.
Yep. Looking into this though, gonna be pretty hard. I mean, the bans are on this Kira and this Zip right now, based on how this is gonna be turning out. You don't want to give the Irie away to Saigon Phantom, and at the same time, that is still gonna be a possibility. Knowing how the drafting doesn't necessarily work here for Underrank, they would possibly even ban out the likes of a Florentino. Maybe even ban out something like an Elsu. Yep, there we go. That only opens up the opportunity for Saigon Phantom to pick up an Irie. And it's showing right now how this team just really underestimates the current meta. So the winningest hero gets picked up by Saigon Phantom, possibly even upping the win rate even more. Sitting at 94%, getting 2 losses and potentially a win in this one. It's not looking good for Underrank, especially if the first 2 is going to be a Ryoma and an Arrow. While the Arrow is great, you don't really open up other things by picking up a Ryoma with it. So you want to make sure you change up the picks, and rightfully so, they do it and pick up the Hayate instead.
Yeah, definitely getting Hayate, it's one of those marksmen that you can't really go wrong with. Like I said, it scales really well in the early. Even if you build 2 defensive items, you're still gonna do a lot of damage on the Hayate pick. You only need the Fafnir, and then you can also build the Yoga's Edge and stuff to actually outlast most of the enemies here. The timing of the Kunai Blitz is definitely gonna be the tilting point for any team that wants to go in and win the early parts of the game or win the later parts of the game. And Underrank opts to have the Zata pick, and
That's good.
yeah, Saigon Phantom though is looking scary with the Iggy pick. As long as they can deal a lot of damage and not have the Iggy be caught up from the ascent of the Zata, then definitely SGP is going to do a lot of damage in the distance.
There's a lot of poke here from Saigon Phantom. You have to be wary of the Shuriken coming in from this Irie. The rockets from the Joker is going to deal a significant amount of damage. And on top of that, you have to worry about the Iggy. The Iggy is already known to be one of the highest damage dealers in the AWC right now. And considering that a fight may not even break out and you're already taking damage, that does not bode well for the side of Underrank. And this Arrow pick, for example, needs to just really play hard. If you want the Arrow pick to work, you're going to need to demolish and deal a whole lot in terms of the fights, in terms of the plays, in terms of how you execute as a team. If the Arrow is going to be able to dive into key targets and give space for Hayate and Zata to shine, then there's an opportunity for Underrank to pull this off. At the same time, they picked up a really nice DS laner here in the Omen, with an Omen potentially locking down a key target. A good example is the Irie, possibly even the Zowie. Then it gives an opportunity for LCC2 or Iliang to just get their right pokes in, get their damage out, and then hit them with really big ultimates like the Kunai Blitz or the Ascend, and secure all of these kills so that the other members of SGP will not be able to contest when they take objectives.
And mobility is going to be the key for SGP. If they're going to be locking on the Avoy, they're going to have a lot of dive on their side. They have the Irie, they have Avoy, and possibly a Flicker Dark Dominion for the Mina. So they definitely already have a solid line in the front. As long as the disruptions coming in from Irie and Avoy is going to do it, they don't really need to sustain much. And Dark Dominion coming in from Ka definitely is going to delay the entrance of most of the members of Wonderrank. Maybe possibly catching up LCC2 before he gets an ascent. And that is going to be the key on the macro plays that we're going to see for SGP. But they have a Hayate. They have an Omen that can lock in one of the select members like Iggy and Joker. And that already builds up a lot of wall in the sustainability that they can actually out-sustain some of SGP's lineup. And if they're gonna finish it with a Wonder Woman, they're gonna have a 3-fighter comp that is real scary. But Borak actually needs to play it very well, because going into his last Wonder Woman, he gave a lot of good leads to the opposing team, to Archangel, just because of a lot of mistakes using the Wonder Woman. Like I said, there's a lot of outplay potential on the braces of submission, but if you're gonna use it at the onset of the clash where you don't even need the shield in the foremost, you're just gonna shoot yourself in the foot, and you're not gonna be able to utilize the full potential of a Wonder Woman. The more damage she actually has, the more damage she receives going into those clashes is gonna boost up the shield that she can also have in after she procs her ultimate.
This is scary. Bang is on an Aoi. Bronze 5 is on an Irie. They have a lockdown in Ka, who has been a phenomenal support right now on the side of Saigon Phantom. You already see potential lockdown on just one support alone, who could possibly withstand all the damage that Underrank will be throwing. And on top of that, give an opportunity for this Iggy and Joker to throw out their own kind of damage. If that actually happens, or at least before a fight even starts, potential pickoffs can go favor the side of Saigon Phantom. While Underrank have a pretty solid draft, you have Omen, you have Errol, you have Wonder Woman, they need to land these skill shots. Botak has consistently missed bracers of submission regularly throughout the AWC. X-Feng hasn't exactly been performing very well in the DS lane. He's had his shining moments, just not pulling it off well enough. And Zhenshao is having a hard time getting those opportunities because of the small misplays. And look at this! Ka is already being very aggressive by tanking out the support, giving an opportunity for Lak Lak to just deal that damage. And you're already seeing a significant difference in terms of the HP. X-Feng right now going to be left alone there at the top side, focused on clearing the waves. But with him being preoccupied there, not being able to clear the wave fast enough, that gives an opportunity for Saigon Phantom to dive in here and try to go for those picks. A hook is going to connect onto X-Feng. He's not going to be able to contest this unless the other members of Underrank help him out. There is a pull there to deny it, and that is going to potentially be a secure, but Bang cuts in from the side, takes it away. LCC2 now going to be pressured up here. First blood goes to Bang on the side of Saigon Phantom with a very worthy exchange there. Yes, you're going to be going for the invade, but what does Underrank get out of it? Did they even try to contest it? It was not enough of a contest, and Bang just got even a big bonus there with the first blood.
Yeah, I mean, just look, you're going for an invade yourself with actually Zhenshao going for a counter take in the red buff of SGP. You could have just delayed them, actually stand beside your towers to actually not enable the first blood to at least even the score, but giving the first blood is definitely going to be a painful experience for Underrank, because the one they gave it to is actually one of the main carries, Bang, on the Avoid. Getting the first blood definitely is going to get a boost onto his confidence to go in, and definitely he has the better mobility. He has a better diving potential. Errol is kind of decent just because he can go in, get a lot of life steals on his skills, and get out, or maybe re-engage again with Demonic Arm. But that's just it. He's a very slow starter, and now there's going to be a spot out for Bang. He's going to start on the top lane. X-Feng is going to get a catch on Bronze 5 there. There's going to be a decent base, but the Mina gets a lot of space. Raises to submission by Borak is going to do it, but it is not going to be enough, because the stun there is not going to stop Bang from getting a lot of free hits in the backside. And that is a quad kill on Bang.
Yeah, this is not the start you would want to have if you're Underrank right now, ladies and gentlemen. 5-0 on one of the best junglers in the scene. just means that this guy is gonna snowball hard. And again, we gotta give props to Ka. This really nice catch and consistently crowd controlling the opponents only means that Lak Lak Bang, they're gonna get easy opportunities to land those kills. And look at that, it was a very clean quad. Kai is here though. They are gonna be contested by Zen Chao, who's gonna possibly steal that away. No, he's gonna just run out for now. He already got what it came for, but Bang, not gonna have any of that. He wants to go at Zen Chao right now, who's just hiding behind the tower. Meanwhile, LCC2 looking at taking out Red here. Not going to be able to, as Ka finished him off, along with Bang joining the fray. Botak is late to the party, and with Lak Lak coming in to throw even more damage. The Bone Shaver not going to connect at all. Yiliang, really rough spot there, rotating from a completely different direction. They're going to be able to shut down Bang with Botak answering very the key, but Ilian there going down only means that it's a trade. It's a big shutdown though, considering it was 5-1 here for Bang, and you know the gold going into their side is much needed.
Yes, definitely. But I mean, even if they get the gold, the aggression coming in from the team from Saigon Phantom is actually always there, and Bodak is actually dangerously low. Will there be a death? No, this is not going to be a commit for Ka as Bodak walks away with his life. And this is just a sort of the game. Even if they have a chance to actually go for a kill, they're not really committing well all of the resources in one basket, and that is already a win for them because they get a lot of objectives. They got a tower on the bot lane, and now they're going to be able to secure the Kratos. And more of the resources of the jungler Zen Chao is being taken by the members of Saigon Phantom. And there is going to be a Dark Dominion news here with the combination of the Ryu. Now, Orb is not going to save LCC2 coming in for the damage of the Irie. X-Man cannot do a thing. He doesn't have any crowd controls, and now he is going to be in danger because all of the action is actually going to be shifted on the top lane. X-Bang is again going to be delayed on that recall. Braces of submission is going to be used by Bodak. That embrace is going to be used on Irie, but the Irie has the orb still, and that is going to be an objective take again with the tower plus kills.
Look at that clean execution there from Saigon Phantom. When they would dive in, they would juggle the tower damage, passing it to one another to make sure none of them get whittled down completely. And once they actually do that, they get kills along the way. They secure big things on that, even that second tier tower. So now, you know, 3 towers already taken in 6 minutes may not seem as impressive. But in terms of gold, that's just ballooning your lead by a considerable amount. They're already sitting at roughly 7,000 gold. The damage from Lak Lak and Bang is just way too much. It's a level 7 arrow in comparison to Bang, who's level 11 on this Owie. It's a literal ouch right now for Underrank as they are getting rolled over completely. They cannot even stop Bronze 5. The Bone Shaver deals little to no damage. And with the second tower, bot side going down as well. We could see even more casualties as Bang just dives in here into the middle lane. They're going to take out LCC2. Botak actually landing all of these bracers submission just to save the teammates. But at what cost? Yeah, you're going to be able to run out, but SGP will commit and take all of these objectives away from Underrank. And as the game goes on, it can only mean worse for this MSB representative.
Yes, Dark Dominion is again going to be used. Bang going to use the Dragon Claw to position themselves inside the turret, and they're going to be able to again take 2 of the members there for an exchange, with Kabi falling down on the bot side, and that is going to be a better trade that they can hope for. It's a support for the jungler and the marksman, and yes, there is going to be another engagement here. Ryu is going to be used to counter Botak's Princess of Submission, and killing Joke coming in. The Joker finishes off Botak, and like I said, most of the time we're seeing these kinds of plays coming in from Botak. He's using it at the maximum health that he still has, and it just negates the other effects of the Princess of Submission. You have you don't really get a lot more of your shield when you use that at full health on the Wonder Woman, and that is just not an efficient way to use it. But at this point of the game, it's just really hard to see underrank, even if they really maximize those kinds of skills to actually win this game.
Yep. This Saigon Phantom squad, man. It's like a race car. They don't stop. They just keep going. And you know, I don't see Underrank putting the brakes on Bang, considering how far ahead he is. He's 3 levels up, 4 levels even, in comparison to the other key player, LCC2. And it goes to show how much they've shut down the mid laner of Underrank. 0-5-1 on the Zata right now, 0-2 on the Omen, 0-3 on Hayate. The only one who's actually dealing damage and getting kills here is Botak and Zhen Shao. But all things considered, that's not going to be enough. Bang's going to actually catch out X-Rank here. It's a 2v5 right now, and Underrank are running away. They're going to be able to meet the other members of SGP as each of them slowly fall. Rock Shield is popped by Ka, but at this point it doesn't even matter because the only one left to try to defend this with 20-second death timers is the Errol. Can Errol against the world pull this off? Nope. Gonna get shut down completely with the Nexus fallen. It's game number 1 going to Saigon Phantom.
Yep, and Saigon Phantoms finishes strongly with a high octane rotation. The rotation going in from SGP, it was just too fast for UR to actually recover from the deficit that they got going into the early parts of the game. There were some trades coming in from UR, but at the end of the day, they were not able to actually play efficiently against the lineup of Saigon Phantom. And most of the time, going into those clashes, the damage output coming in from the Irie, the Avoy, the Iggy was just too much to outlast most of the time. And plus we have the Joker also on the marksman side, also dealing a lot of damage using the Killing Joke and the Rockets in. And that was just the story of the game. UR did better in the draft, but still, at the end of the day, they can't execute it well, as we can see here in the Game 1 highlights. Yes, and that was a Game 1 highlights. SGP taking the Game 1 by storm. I don't know. Most of the time, we saw actually SGP very good on the rotations, and you know, Bang is not a joke on the award. Being able to actually mobilize well. It's a very, very stark contrast to what we saw on how they play Avoy. We see usually, for example, when we see it being used by F1 of Rhythm, it was mostly always on the farming side. But in the hands of the likes of Bang, it was mostly on, we're actually going to see Avoy being used in those fast ganks. And most of the time, when there is a team fight breaking out, it is because of Bang entering the fray. And that is not an understatement. You don't see any plays coming in from the highlights wherein Bang wasn't actually there to contribute to actually deal out a lot of damage. He doesn't need to farm a lot. He just needs to farm the enemy team. That's how Bang plays.
Yep. And that's the thing. And you know, you gotta commend the Irie there. Bronze 5 was just phenomenal on it. The itemization was so much better. And that's the thing. You know, going from the words of Vittorio, you only build full-on damage with this Irie if you know that no one on the other side can burst you down. Underrank can argue and say that maybe this Hayate can burst, but that's the thing. SGP are not going to give you an opportunity to get to that point where Hayate could burst. Yes, the true damage is there. Yes, it's going to hurt a lot. But if you're so underfarmed and the lead from Saigon Phantom is just that big of a margin, you're not even going to get to that point. Saigon Phantom will ensure that doesn't happen. And based on how they play, Bronze 5 knew that this is not going to go the distance. They can end it quickly. So he can capitalize in the early and mid game by itemizing full on with damage, get the necessary pickoff so that they could land the objectives, enable Bang, who's not playing the farm game, who's instead farming heroes and just invading constantly, practically just ignoring his jungle because he's so hard focused on taking down his opponents. And once they have full control, they punish by taking tower after tower and ending the game before even the Zata or this Hayate comes online.
Yeah, definitely he was very, very smart. He was taking the resources of the jungle of Zhenshao, so Zhenshao wasn't able to scale well going into the late game. And also, it's good to point out that, like you said, it was the exact itemization build coming in from the underranks last series, where Irie is actually gonna go for a Fenrir, and the only difference is that he's actually wearing gilded greaves here in the gilded boots actually in this game. And comparing it to the flashy boots of the Irie, yes, you do get a lot of cooldown reduction, but what if you're not going to be able to use your skills to the maximum potential, because you're going to be always crowd control. You're always, for example, the 1 second crowd control coming in from the Iggy, the knockback is going to be enough for the enemy team to burst you out. In this situation, wherein only the Hayate can actually burst him out, there's not much that he can actually need to fear. So the most logical itemization, build more damage. You don't need LCC2 can actually burst him out, but at the end of the day, he can outpace the damage from the Ascend. He can just escape the area wherein Zata can actually be effective in. And that was just most of the story of the game. And we're gonna look at the damage statistics now with Vietnam's Saigon Phantom. Lak Lak is actually at the pinnacle of damage, and 73.3k. We are seeing a lot of the damage coming in from Bang, also 60.4k, and Bronze 5 barreling down to 47.3k, with SGP Ka also at 46.2k. Only Red actually wasn't the one able to contribute, just because he wasn't always in the clashes. It means it was a 4-man rotation coming in from SGP, and the MVP, of course, of the game is going to be Bang with a kill participation of 76.2%. KDA 10.16. Damage percentages 24%. Damage dealt of all the things that we can see, and already garnering 5 MVP. So this is his 6th MVP, Isaac. So this definitely says a lot about how effective Bang is on the jungle.
Yep. It's crazy to think just how much Bang was able to do there by not even farming. He was hard focused on utilizing his potential and, you know, working with the teammates. It's not the kind of AoE game where you're gonna be farming up first, you're gonna come online and destroy your opponents later. No, he's gonna risk it a little, play the risky game by working with his teammates to punish the opponents. He's gonna dive in, he trusts that his teammates are gonna come in to help him out, and then with all the damage output he has, he knows for a fact that underrank don't have a lot of damage to significantly threaten him. And unless he's really low on HP, they're not going to be able to stop this guy. And it was evidence in that game alone with how he just secured that quad kill. So you put that into perspective. You know, it depends on how you work together with your team. There is no end-all be-all when it comes to building your items, building your strategy, or building your draft. It's just how well you're going to need to work together in this team-based game. That's what makes AOV so great, to be honest. Your one person's misplay could be the downfall of the whole team. But if you guys know how to work together, you can salvage even each other's mistakes and find even better opportunities to land that victory. And that's exactly what Saigon Phantom did. High-risk plays only mean high rewards for them.
Yeah, definitely. And we're seeing a first ban for underrank. It's going to be Zip. And SGP is not going to let them have the Irie pick. We all know it's the most winningest hero. We've expressed this a lot. Every time Irie is going to be first pick. But there were instances that Irie is actually not good. It would also depend on the composition. Like I said, Irie is susceptible to burst types. Even if you build the defensive items, it's not going to be enough just because of the base magic resist and also the base armor that an Irie has. It's not going to be sufficient. But if you're going to be countering an Irie, at least have a high damage composition. But in those types of compositions, it's not really sustainable if you're not going to be able to snowball. Yes, you could have a lot of damage in your composition, but as long as you're not going to be able to secure objectives and kills with that composition, it's not going to be effective. And we're seeing a first pick Elder and underrank. Maybe they're going to pair it with your Rory.
Well, it's a thing here when it comes to underrank and Saigon Phantom. Look at the bans. Errol, Zip, Kira, Irie. They're showing what the meta is right now. Saigon Phantom want to get rid of this Irie because they respect the potential of it based on the patch, based on the meta. Underrank, on the other hand, it doesn't work like that. They're gonna ban out what they think is gonna work for them, for their own composition, for their ideas. So at the end of the day, it's gonna make them suffer in terms of their full-on draft. You look at Elandor right now being the first pick here. It reveals a whole lot already on how you're going to be approaching your composition, and that only improves Saigon Phantom's chances by securing something like a Superman and a Dirac. You want to make sure that you're able to counter the first pick, and they did so pretty well. And on top of that, you're revealing your full-on deck, your full-on cards. You know, you have a deck of cards that you could practically use on how you're going to be drafting. What your hand shows is practically what you're going to be doing in this game. And they gave all of their cores away already in the first phase of the bans. You literally first phase this Crixie. You showed that you're going to be going with a late game Thorn. You showed that your jungler is going to be this Elandor. You've revealed everything. So now, Saigon Phantom's composition is just going to be hard focused on countering this one.
Yeah, definitely. And but we're still going to see a lot of the picks going in here. I don't want to say a lot of bad things about the Crixie, but I don't think there is going to be a counter on the Crixie anymore. It's because Diak was already picked by SGP, so there is already hand being seen in Saigon Phantom. But in terms of counter ability, I don't think Crixie can actually counter the pushing capability of what we can see on the Dirac. Yes, Moonfall is definitely going to be bypassing the Genesis barrier, but that's just it. And also the stun. If he's not going to place the hitbox near Genesis barrier, it's definitely going to be procting. But the main damage that she does using her first skill is definitely going to be negated at that point. And there are two marksmen in underrank. Mind you, Isaac. They have an Elander and they have a Thorn. And then it really makes sense that SGP puts the Dirac as the priority pick because it counters those kinds of comps. There's not much that you can do if there's gonna be a barrier there. How can actually the Thorn deal damage? How can the Elder actually do damage? Does he flicker into the backside of SGP where he's gonna be an open target for everyone? That's just, I don't know. This is totally outclass. This is SGP totally outclassing Underrank during this draft.
This is a massive throw right there. You're already giving away all your cards. Like, you know, hey, this is what we're gonna do. This is our ace in the hole. This is our backup plan. And this is how we're gonna win. We're gonna show it to you guys. Counter us. I dare you. That's literally what Underrank did with their composition right now by first phasing the 3 cores of their lineup. And then they're gonna be finalizing it with, hey, Ayena on the top side and potentially one more support. I wouldn't be surprised if their support was squishy like a Rowie. I mean, they've showed it in the past that they're willing to pick up a Rowie because they have an Elandor in their composition. So, you know what? If they pull out a Rowie, then I don't even know. But for a change, they're not going to pick up Rowie. They're going to pick up an Atta instead. Barrier to barrier. Yes, there's an Atta with a barrier of his own. The Genesis barrier on the side of Dirac is going to be great. But what's that barrier going to do? How great is that barrier going to be? Look at the composition here. Superman can roll around it. Can just fly around it. Violet can roll around it. The Zuka has mobility to just move around all of these things that Underrank are going to be throwing out. And on top of that, you have a signature pocket pick here by Kai himself. He's shown and proven to be one of the phenomenal Grak players in the AWC right now, if not the best. And him showing it in game number 2 yet again against Underrank can only mean that Saigon Phantom mean business. It's not easy to face off against Kai, especially when he has a Grak, because he surely knows how to use it well. And on top of that, you have the combo with a Zuka and a Dirac, and with a rotating Superman, there's just so much crowd control being thrown out here by Saigon Phantom. And when you look at Underrank, they don't necessarily have that much in the tank when it comes to stopping this kind of composition. You already saw the Superman first phase, yet you didn't think about how you're going to be countering that pick. So now they're stuck in this situation where they're just completely outdrafted.
Yeah, and I don't know. Underrank is going back to their roots. Maybe these are their best picks, and this best picks is definitely going to be the worst picks in terms of composition against SGP. I'm already seeing it, and I'm already calling it. It's going to be a one-sided stomp coming in from SGP, just basing on the draft alone. But hey, you know, this might work, but for me, it won't. But Underrank is going to be the blue side, and on the red side, it's SGP.
Yep. It's, I don't even know what to say in this game number 2. I mean, they drafted themselves into a hole here. And with game number 2 already underway, I'm really just looking forward to see how SGP are going to be executing the draft. It looks pretty solid here, even considering that Bang is on Azuka. Yes, it's an off-meta pick. Yes, we don't see it often, similar to this Grak pick. But there are certain situations where they would want to pick these up. And given the composition here being brought out by Underrank, they saw that the most optimal composition to pick up is this Grak and the Zuka. And you're already seeing the Grak work in this as early as 1 minute. He got a pick, and that's going to lead to a kill. And Violet gets that kill on top of it. It's going to favor him a whole lot. Now, Botak's going to be pressured here. A hook can potentially be taken. It's not going to be on Botak, though. It's going to be on the carry. LCC2 getting hooked there by Ka. Look at that. target priority as well being demonstrated by Saigon Phantom, knowing who the value picks are, and they're trying to take it. Even when Botak was in firing range, they went for the bigger fish.
Yeah, I mean, at this point of time, they are not going to be able to outrange the Violet. And once Botak actually goes for a kill, he is going to be pushed back by the Astro Orb coming in from Black Lock. And now there's going to be a confrontation in the top lane. There's going to be information that most of the members of SGP is actually there, and there is going to be the slam coming in from Bang. Zhenshao is going to be taken now by a shot in the head by that Violet, and that is going to be a double kill. And Botak is going to try his best to get some plays in, but it is not going to be enough. And that is already a win. 3 in the boards of SGP.
Yep. Not looking good right now for Underrank. As much as you would want to cheer for the MSP representatives right now, the way that they drafted is already showing how much of a difficulty it's gonna be. Look at that World Devourer catching 2 members. That hook is not gonna connect onto Botak, but considering the damage being dealt onto the duo bot side, they don't have anything left in the tank to throw out against Red and Ka. And then who joins the party? It's gonna be Lack on this Dirac. LCC2 gonna be trying to go for that outplay. Gonna be able to at least get that trade kill. But hey, Lack says the fight's not over till it's over, using that Genesis Blast to take out LCC2. We're seeing 1 kill from Underrank right now by taking out Red. But all 6 other kills are going to the side of Saigon Phantom.
And in a 1/6 ratio, that doesn't really spell well for Underrank. It means that they're underpowered most of the time going into the clashes. Botak is doing his best to do some damage. Blacklock puts it up in the barrier on the backside, but he doesn't care. Blacklock doesn't need to get out of there, and the hook coming in from Ka is going to connect to LCC2. But the good thing is that he still had the orb. But now there is going to be information with the flicker and the orb already out and out of the count. The taking of the bottom lane tower is going to be done by SGP, and resources are still going to be secured by Saigon Phantom. I think Zuka is actually a very, very viable pick in the jungle just because of the damage that he can dish out. The problem with the Zuka jungle is actually his regeneration. He doesn't really have anything that can restore his health, and that is going to be a problem for a sustainable jungle. But in this times of place wherein you just need to dish out 1 skill to be effective, then Zuka is definitely going to be very viable.
Exactly, and that's the good thing about Saigon Phantom's composition. They identify what would complement the other. So a Zuka pick seems pretty understandable considering the damage output, and you're not going to be put in harm's way anyway because you have Ka on this Grak who's just going to be hooking, line and sinker, going to take that Sage Golem away. They have the damage output to do it as well. Did not get to secure it though. Zhenshao a little fast with his hands there, going to be able to take his buff even with the hook attempt. But, going back to the conversation about this Zuka and this Grak, look at how they're making it work. They understand what they need to do, and they base their movements and their decisions off of the resources that Underrank have exhausted. Another hook connects. Another hook comes in, and LCC2 goes down. The World Devourer is going to be popping off here. Lots of damage being thrown. Ata uses that barrier to try to stop the engage. Yep. You're gonna make SGP back off, but once that barrier's gone, look at that Genesis Blast. It's gonna land all the way back and take Iliang out. And it wasn't over yet. Botak is gonna be rejoining, and he's just gonna go down again. And with him going down a second time, ladies and gentlemen, Saigon Phantom are showing a masterclass in fundamental ganks right now. They're taking one left, right, center, above, beyond. You can see just how pressured Zhenshao is on the jungle. You're seeing how hard it is for the Crixie to be relevant. And this is all on the back of Ka and Bang just being all annoying. Lack nailing all of these shots. and Red just being unreachable throughout all of these fights. Bronze 5 even rotating all the way from the top lane, mainly because he's already finished his job, only means it's going to be really hard. They know that Arctic Orb is down on the Crixie. They know that the Crixie's only saving grace is a knock-up or at least a flicker away. So if they punish that Crixie even more, this Crixie can only become even more irrelevant in this game. Can you imagine what else this team can throw out once Saigon Phantom are fully online? Violet isn't even at that point in the game where she's online. This Dirac is doing a whole lot on the map, just like this Zuka, just like the Superman. But they do not even have their full items yet, and they're already destroying on the rack.
The SGP is actually getting a lot of good looks. Like I said, on the Dirac pick countered most of the picks of Underrank. I don't know. It's just a weak kind of draft that we're seeing. And look at that. Genesis Barrier is just going to be there, and Ka just needs to actually stay behind the shield, and he knows he's going to survive already. And that is most of the sort of the game. Bronze 5 is going to be taken out here, but it's going to be exchanged with the life of Bodak being hit with the Genesis Blast coming in from the Dirac. And going up into the 8-minute mark. Look at the gold lead. Substantially very, very big. Already 5k on the boards. And I don't know what Underrank needs to actually win this, because without being able to get Lak actually out of the game, they're not going to be winning. And with the Skyfall coming in from the bang, gets a double kill there in the Might Golem. And you see how ineffective the Elender became going into those matchups. They know they only need to get an assassin, and now Bang is again opening it with a Skyfall, getting a lot of damage, and Thorn wasn't able to last even a second.
Yep. This is how it is, ladies and gentlemen. This is how the MSP representatives will fall in the group stage, with just a phenomenal performance from Saigon Phantom. The catch, the hook, the ults, everything being thrown out in succession to work together. It's just so hard to face off against this kind of composition. And on top of that, Ka, the hooks are just landing so hard. The only time they actually lost that fight where they had to go for a trade 2 for 2 was because Ka missed that hook. But otherwise, have you seen them miss? Nope. And at the same time, they're running away in a straight line. It's going to be fairly easy for Ka to hook you back in, considering that this Elandor is supposed to be very crafty and hard to take out. Ka's just finding a way to catch him out time and time and time again with those hooks. And it's just so difficult right now for Underrank to even come back to this. Zhen Shao is not even farmed. He's gonna go down eventually. They're gonna need to rely on Iliang and LCC2, who are in even tougher spots right now. Arguably, only LCC2 is performing well in this game, but this is because of SGP's target priorities. They want to go for the big fish. They want to go for who can potentially stop their composition, and they're taking out who? This Zhen Shao Elandor again and again and again. They're going to be able to catch out Superman, though. With all of them around there, Bang doesn't even mind. Yup, you stand a little too close and you're going to go down with just the sheer damage that this Panda throws out. Zuka goes ham, 4-member go down, and with the Nexus about to fall, that was the last hurrah of MSP's representatives Underrank, as SGP finish this off in style, wait for the waves to come in, and with the towers slowly but surely falling. Can Underrank even defend this? At this point, it's just way too late. The Nexus is gonna go, and Saigon Phantom secure this 2-0.
Yeah, definitely. Saigon Phantom was really spectacular going into game 2. The dominant series for SGP. So moving forward on the last series where they're going to be facing in Spaken time, definitely this is going to be a booster to themselves. They weren't really making a lot of mistakes. They were very aggressive, and we can see this kind of aggression against Spaken time. Definitely it's gonna be anyone's game on the last series of the day. But before everything else, we're actually gonna see the highlights of the game, Isaac.
Yep. It's crazy. Well, ladies and gentlemen, my God, Saigon Phantom just put on a clinic there, and Underrank just could not find an answer. Check out the highlights and, of course, the Grak hooks from game number 2.
Yes, and that was the highlights of game 2, wherein SGP breaks the composition of Underrank's double marksman. And like I said, I really didn't like the marksman pick. The Dirac actually countered a lot of those picks, and they already had an inkling. It was a first pick. It was a first pick on the Ellender. And then it was a second pick for the Dirac, and they still went in for a Quick C, and they also went in for a Torn, and that doesn't really make sense. I think, I don't know, whatever kind of thinking and objective that you're aiming for that kind of composition, it's gonna fail. And we saw in game 2 how it was a bad pick against the Dirac. Once the Genesis barrier was up, the damage wasn't there. The Grak was just standing behind the Genesis barrier, and that was it. That was game, set, and match. There's nothing much that the underranked team can actually do. And looking forward into the late game, it was just Bang actually using Skyfall and then bursting down Ellender or bursting down Thorn. That was just how easy it was for the team Saigon Phantom to actually demolish the squishy composition that they had in the first 3 picks. The Quick C, the Torn, and of course the Ellender.
Yep. I mean, at the end of the day, man, Saigon Phantom, I'm just amazed at how much damage that Zuka was able to throw out. My God. the HP of that Zuka just went from 100 to 0 with whoever he whacked. It was crazy. And on top of that, he wasn't even using Skyfall, which was made it even more impressive. It was just whack, whack, dodge, uppercut, and you're done. You're dead. You're gone. And, I mean, I guess it's not surprising, because the composition from Underact was just abysmal with all of the squishy heroes they put out. But, you know, one of the key factors here was that, again, I keep pointing out that they revealed their whole composition and how good it's supposed to be by phase 1. They didn't get to the second phase of the bans. Nope, we're gonna throw out all our cards, check us out, Elandor, Thorn, Crixie, done! This is what we're gonna do to beat you. So what's gonna stop Saigon Phantom from being debated into picking something else? Absolutely nothing. We already know what's counter with. We're gonna get a Grak. We're gonna have this Zuka just land a Skyfall on your faces, and then we're gonna run away. That's exactly what happened there. And throughout all of the team fights, it was not just the Grak. It was the Dirac helping him out. It was the Violet making pot shots from all, you know, from really far away. And all things considered, we gotta give props to Bronze 5 on that Superman. He just destroyed that lane while all of the attention was on the other side. My god, Saigon Phantom, if they need the momentum going into their final series later on against Bacon Time, they sure as hell got it.
Yes, and now we're gonna go into the boards, and like you said, look how ineffective Iliang and Tinsha was in this game. 29.9k and 34.8k respectively, and you pick two double marksmen to get a lot of free hits, but you're not getting those free hits in this type of composition of SGP, and SGP knows already. In the first 3 picks, man, we're just gonna destroy everyone on the side of Unrick. And look at the MVP, of course, it's going to be Bang on the Zuka. 73.9% kill participation, damage percentage is 32%, and he's already has the 6 MVPs. This is his 7th. And before everything, we move on to the next series, let's say goodbye to Underrank, because that was their last showing in this game. And the next series, of course, is going to be one of the series that I look forward to. It's going to be again from Group D, DTAC Talent facing off MOP. Will MOP go for a reverse sweep, or will the DTAC Talent remain dominant? We'll see in the next series after this short break. So we'll be right back. Don't touch your browser.
このゲームは遊びじゃないんだ。君たちは俺が絶対に守るから。
The fragrance of romance is truly intoxicating.
Yes, and welcome back to the Arena of Valor World Cup 2021. We're now down to the 5th series of the day between DTAC Talon against Most Outstanding Player. And once again, my name is Visorio, and joining me in the English commentary broadcast is, of course, Isaac. And going into the games, we're having the champions of the GCS region, Most Outstanding Player, against arguably second or third place in the RPL, DTAC Talon. And we're now going into the draft, Isaac.
Yep. This is gonna be one of the most interesting matches we will be witnessing for day 8. Ladies and gentlemen, the viewers watching right now, we're gonna make it a little interesting for you because we have a little wager here going on between me and Vittorio. If DTAC Talon win this series, Vittorio is gonna be shaving his head and is gonna have a semi-bald head going through throughout the remainder of the AWC. But if MOB managed to 2-0 DTAC Talon, then it's gonna be me cutting my hair. And it only makes it all the more fun to watch. Both teams are contenders and champions in their own right, and in this best of 2, they are gonna be gunning for that top spot, and they're gonna be trying their best to really make it work. We're gonna see what happens here in this best of 2, with, of course, these two teams already facing off against each other previously. So the experience gained from that previous series and coming into this one, what they learned so far can be applied. They can learn and possibly even counter what iPod Pro and the rest of DTAC are doing. Same goes for MOP, possibly learning some strategies there. DTAC could apply what they learned and make it an even greater series. key players though. Of course, one of them is going to be this MVP in iPod Pro. Another MVP in his own right on the side of Chinese Taipei's representatives is going to be Kevin. A very, very scary support. And he's been able to perform in crazy ways just to get MOP that very solid win. But of course, you know, DTAC versus MOP, without any bias, let's actually analyze this from a spectator standpoint. MOP and DTAC, what's the possibilities here, Vittorio? What can we expect?
I don't know. I can't be actually biased just because my hair is on the line. But anyway, I'm just gonna be unbiased during the drafting though. I'm just gonna analyze it very, very well. We all know that Tencent Talent is actually a very, very good team. Going into the series that we watch, they're actually very, very good in going for those rotational plays. MOP so far doesn't really have pretty much solid footing in terms of those rotations. This is a very, very new team that is fresh in the international scenes. Although these are the champions of the GCS, even beating out the likes of Mad Team and One Team Esports. But going forward, MOP does have what you call this, the strategical positioning of their players. They're always going and punishing mistakes coming in from the opposing teams. I did watch some clips of MOP performing well in the GCS, and mostly they're not going for the aggression. They're going for those mistakes being made by the enemy. But we all know DTAC Talent actually doesn't commit a lot of mistakes, and this is going to be a contention for MOP. They actually need to be more aggressive going into this game. Don't let the aggression coming in from DTAC Talent to actually dictate what is going to happen in the game. Because every time iPad Pro and Tony actually goes for those plays, it means that they have something that they can work out with. It means they have a chance to pick off someone from the opposing team. And this is the usual narrative that we see on DTAC Talent when they were facing off MOP on the earlier series, where they got a 2-0 sweep.
Yep. Right now, what I'm looking forward to is how they're going to be performing on the rotations. Against Overclock, MOP showed a fundamental practice of how those rotations are going to be. We know MOP to be this team that doesn't necessarily go for the kills, but focus more on how they convert on the objectives. They're going to deal enough damage to make sure that you guys are going to be sent back home, while they are continuously just working on these towers, working on these side objectives like the Abyssal Dragon or the Slayer, and then maintaining their lead from that kind of control. DTAC, on the other hand, they try to overpower their opponents. They use the damage. They use their aggression over the map to bully their opponents out. And if that kind of aggression gets met with calculated counters, DTAC Talent will fall apart. Because one of the weaknesses of a very aggressive composition is the susceptibility of counterplays that would punish you hard. If they fail on these high-risk engages, it can only mean that it could turn sideways for them and make it hard for them to come back into the game. But looking at the draft right now, it's Aoi, it's possibly a Richter, it's also a Varus being hovered right now by DTAC. Varus, we've always stated as one of the flex. They can go with a Superman instead though. MOP on the other hand, they already have something solid. They have a late game jungler here on that arrow. Gonna deal a lot, very consistent HP, damage, crowd control. He has most of it. Now, they also add in this Iggy. You can deal damage from afar. You can have a whole lot of damage already taken before a fight even starts. Not to mention the later stages is gonna be very scary with the damage output coming from the Iggy. DTAC on the other hand, they're gonna be playing it a different route. They want to pick up the Superman. They have the late game in this Violet. They're gonna pick up an Aoi as well to be sat on by Happy. And finally, MOP. their third pick is going to be a Joker. This is the usual kind of matchup that we see. We would see a Violet being picked up by one team. The usual answer that another team would put out is a Joker to practically equalize the damage output and the poke potential from both these marksmen. So it's looking fairly even for me. What are your thoughts on the first three, Vittorio?
I mean, there's a lot of reach on the Awoy and the Superman. Definitely, they can actually do a lot of havoc in the back lane. So Iggy's positioning and also the Joker's positioning is going to be vital here. As long as MOP can actually field someone that can protect these two heroes, they're definitely going to be taking in the game. But Zip is going to be the banner of choice for MOP. And we already have a lot of discussions here. When there's a Superman, it's either going to be Hayate or a Joker. And one of the reasons they opted for a Joker is because the Violet being drawn out by D-Tac Talon, Hayate doesn't really fare well against the range of a Violet. So yeah, definitely a Joker pick is definitely the safer one. And also there's a lot of skill sets that can actually accumulate to a lot of instant damage with the Joker. Plus, the Awoy can actually not burst him out because of his second skill. If he also tank and target the Joker, the more viable target for Awoy right now is going to be the Iggy though. So it's going to be interesting to see if maybe they're going to go for someone that can protect and be a Wonder Woman, or Amina, who can just hold off the Awoy pick coming in from D-Tac Talon. But that is just going to be my speculation right now, because I don't know how you're going to catch out an Awoy who just goes through walls, has Dragon's Wrath to actually avert the damage coming in from the opposing team. Like I said, the only thing that is in my mind is going to be Mina, and Mina is going to be the hero choice of MOP. Going in for those Flicker Dark Dominion is going to be the key for them to actually hold down the Awoy, and also maybe hold down the Superman from procting his passive. Once maybe the Mina gets a hold on the Superman, it is going to be the chance for them to actually slow them down with Joker's skill sets. But there's going to be a hover actually in the Florentino, so this might be a Superman support. We're not yet sure, but I hope it does not become like that. But Baldum is actually going to be hovered here on D-Tac Talon with Liliana. What are your thoughts about this picks?
God, no man, no God, please, not the Liliana. Yes, it's iPod Pro, but Liliana has statistically been pretty unsuccessful in the AWC so far. D-Tac Talon are gonna last pick the Lily. Can still work out for them, but this is gonna be fairly risky, and that's how D-Tac Talon like to play. They want to go for the high risk, high reward stuff, and if they can manage to pull it off, it's gonna be very scary. But if you actually think about it, this is late game Violet, late game Liliana. You have an Aoi as well. And then, if you look at the situation here, the Superman and Baldum are the ones they're going to be relying on to control the pace of the game. On the other hand, MOP have a better looking composition right now because their jungler is going to be very stable. This is an Arrow that's going to dominate. You have a Mina that can potentially stop a Superman and an Aoi. And on top of that, you know, the Joker isn't going to be that pressured against an Aoi. Yes, they're going to be fairly even in terms of matchup with the Violet and Joker, but on top of all that, when you compare this Liliana and Iggy, we know for a fact that the damage output from the Iggy is more superior. To put all that into perspective, they even add a Kilgroth in on the side of MOP. That's consistent damage, potential slows, you cannot even crowd control this KG. This is looking like an MOP comp that's going to be winning game 1. Not going to lie.
Yes, and actually I think it would be more viable if they put the Kilgrot in the jungle and Kawhi on the top lane. It's going to be sustainable choices because it's going to be harder for Dark Slayer Kill coming in from D-Tac Talon, and this is gonna be a problem because one of the weaknesses of an Aoi is actually if you're gonna pick her off onto the tanky heroes, and she's not gonna be able to burst down the arrow anytime soon. And going into the matchup, Isaac, I do agree that MOP does have the better comp in this situation. We've never seen much bottom pickups in AWC 2021 just because, I don't know, I think he's a very, very slow support as of now.
Yep. And that's the thing. This is looking like a slow start from DTAC, which is a very stark contrast to how they usually approach games. I don't see much of their early game aggression playing well using this kind of composition. And, you know, that factor of an Aoi not going to be able to burst down the KG, the Mina, or the Errol is already a big deal because you're going to need to rely on a Liliana and a Violet to do that damage for you. So, if Happy on this Aoi does not turn out well, does not pop off, and doesn't actually negate any of the impact that MOP are going to throw out at them, this lineup is going to crumble and fall apart. This is a Liliana by iPod Pro, and arguably a really good mid laner, but based on how we've seen Liliana pick so far, even the great ones can't easily make this Liliana comp work, mainly because of what a Lily does. It's just really, really late before this Liliana becomes relevant.
Yeah, and although they do have a lot of potential on a Superman pick, they can get a lot of those disruptions, like I said, a lot of setups that can be made by NTNZ, and we all know the NTNZ is actually a very, very good Superman player. But going forward, yeah, damage range, iPod Pro is definitely going to fall off against Weiwei's Iggy. But we're seeing a lot of good skill shots on actually the Liliana against Weiwei in the mid lane. iPod Pro really doing justice to the Liliana pick.
Yep. And right now, it's a slow start. No big pickoffs, no big fights just yet. All they're doing right now is making sure that they get control, get information, find ways where they could potentially go for pickoffs. Or maybe DTAC Talent change their strategy a bit. Maybe they're going to be going for something else, focusing even more on what they need to do when it comes to their composition, because I think they know that this kind of early aggression is not going to fare well for them based on how they're picking it up. But yeah, iPod Pro right now landed those skill shots. It's starting to hurt, and Weiwei already used that restore. They're contesting for the Spirit Sentinel right now. The Bone Shaper is going to be committed there, and you see a burst there. Kawhi nearly went down in that scenario, and that's pretty tough. But look at Tony and Kevin. It's hard for them to fight each other out, but yes, the slowness of this Baldoom is slowly showing on the side of DTAC, being forced to flicker away. Still no casualties here, but a 300 gold lead right now is favoring MOP.
Yes, and definitely it is going to be a very, very hard fight for both teams right now. There's still no first blood at the 3-minute mark. Weiwei is going to be tried to be attempted to be taken by Happy, but he's going to be able to push back and knock him back out of range while iPod Pro is just prowling in the bushes. Still not having no idea that the Abyssal Dragon Kratos is being taken under the noses of DTAC Talon. And that's gonna put some damper into the gold lead and a buffer for MOP. Almost at 500 gold right now. Not substantial, but it can be the start of wealth disparity.
Yep, that's the Wild Prison already committed here on the bot side by Tony. He can get caught out here, a little aggressive there. Gonna go on top of Kevin. Good flicker away. Gonna be dodging out that engagement by DTAC, and they're not gonna be able to catch the Mina out. Meanwhile, on the other side, we're seeing a bit of a skirmish between the Superman and Kilgroth, who just casually pass by each other. Happy though, really aggressive, diving on top of 3. Not gonna do much aside from clear that wave, but at the end of the day, it's still looking like a stalemate for both these teams.
Yeah, and a stalemate it is. I think MOP is more on getting a lot more gold for Zen. At this point of time, he already has a Soul Reaver having actually Sonic boots to his name. So that's definitely an additional item. But wait, it's gonna be dangerously low, but he's gonna be able to escape with the flicker. And there is gonna be a lot of damage projection in the side of the Tac Talon. Yes, maybe I'm now changing my views on the Liliana. Maybe in the right hands, it could be a different kind of hero. Because the only people I saw use that was from actually Dewa and Archangel, and both of them actually didn't do justice to the Liliana pick.
I think iPod Pro used the Liliana in the past, right? We also didn't think that it would work out, but he did fairly well on the Liliana, landing an MVP. It's still gonna be a really tall task though. Yes, it's a Violet and a Liliana. Yes, you're dealing quite a significant amount of damage right now, but again, in comparison to a Joker and an Iggy, it's not gonna be easy for you to pull things like that off. And you're gonna need to have a really high skill ceiling to make it work. Tony's hiding in the bush right now. iPod Pro and Happy are on the same side. 3 members from MOP appear here. And now here comes the Superman diving in. That is gonna be a big pickoff. Wei goes down. Demonic Arm is gonna be used to get out. And Kawhi will escape with a sliver of health. But with that engagement happening in the mid lane, they already are aware of this scenario. So they're gonna be running for the high hills and go for somewhere else. But Happy actually trying to convert objectives right after that. Went for the aggressive invade by himself. Nearly pulls it off. But this tower is going to be taken by DTAC on the top side. They're now ahead by 1 tower.
Yes, and like I said, one of the best disruptors and setters out there in TNZ on the Superman. And one of the weaknesses of the Iggy pick was shown there. Once you get a hit on him, it's just so easy to burst him out. He actually has insane range, but at the same time, there is a reason why she needs that range. It's because she's too actually squishy at this point of the game, even in the late game actually.
Yep. And right now, if we compare the gold between these two teams, this time it's going to be DTAC with a 400 gold advantage. It's 2.5 to 2.9 in comparison here between the Liliana and the Iggy, who's 0-1 right now, is getting ready to buy Barrett's Agony, while iPod Pro has already completed the Tome of the Reaper.
Yes, and this is going to be difficult, although the gold lead doesn't really spiral out of control to DTAC Talon, but they're going to be in a better position to go for those kind of six. Yetsu is actually in the midst of everyone. iPad Pro is going to be taking that kill in, and that is going to be a complete disengage for DTAC Talon. Happy using Dragon's Breath to get out of the harm's way. And yeah, DTAC Talon just taking in more of the resources of most outstanding player. Golord is going to be used here. iPod Pro goes for the dash. Why was he standing there? Every gaze is going to take a trade there, but still that is going to be a win. In jungle, with the jungler being taken out at the 7 minute and 45 seconds mark.
Yeah, they're going to be able to spot out this one though. They're going to take it immediately. NTNZ is going to be used to zone out the members of MOP. Tony's going to be using that wild charge to try to run. Bone Shaver's not going to connect, and Tony considerably tanky right now, surviving all these shots from MOP. They were able to take a tower in the bottom side and nearly took out a tower mid. But with all things considered, ladies and gentlemen, this is right now a 3-1 in favor of DTAC, also able to secure that Dark Slayer from under MOP's noses. There was a trade kill for that Liliana, but 0-1 on the KG only means that it's going to be difficult for MOP to contest that, which signaled DTAC to just go for that Dark Slayer.
Yes, and definitely being able to secure the first Dark Slayer of the game is going to put some pressure onto the waves of most outstanding player. They need to clear it as smartly as they can, or else they're gonna be losing a lot of objectives. Especially there's a chance that the tier 2 turrets are gonna be taken out at this point of time.
Yep.
And we're seeing an arrow actually clearing the ball lane right now.
He's alone.
He's gonna be alone, and he's gonna use the demonic arm to actually reposition himself outside the range of iPad Pro and Ares. And Zen is gonna go for a 1v1 with Happy. Is this gonna be a death for Happy, or is it gonna be a death for Zen? Yes, it's gonna be a death for Happy, winning out that 1v1 with the Avoy. And I think if you're gonna go for 1v1s with an Avoy, you're gonna have a very, very bad time. There's gonna be a hook and Dark Dominion used by Kevin. But in the scoreboard, nothing much. We're seeing almost equal figures for both teams.
Yep. It's still not a significant lead right now for the side of DTAC. They're going to be using that Wild Prison on that KG. Kevin's going to be joining the fray here. Here comes the burst coming in from Liliana. It's going to be enough with Ares showing up to pop that KG apart. The Dragon did not reach the second tower. It's going to be protected fairly well. Although they were able to take down the tower there on the bottom side, you already see 3 turrets being secured here by the side of MOP. While they may not be winning in terms of aggression and trades, they're making sure that they secure all of these objectives regardless. So I think that's still going to be a win for the side of MOP.
Yeah, definitely. And being able to actually withstand the harassments coming in from DTAC Talon, go in from the first Darkslayer versus Break marching into the bot lane, he handled that pretty well. And like I said, even with the leads coming in from DTAC Talon, getting a lot of kills and getting a lot of objectives, it doesn't really translate well to the board. I mean, 2k gold, I mean 1k gold lead is kind of manageable, but the tower is going to be taken, and like I said, they're going to have insane range with the Violet in the side of the Talon, and now they're going for a second take on the Dark Slave. It's still gonna be uncontested with the Kilgrot actually marching down onto the bottom lane, maybe trying to go for some place in the bot lane.
Yep, a critical objective is there in that Dark Slayer. Most of the members of DTAC know that with an objective around, they're mostly positioning themselves in that specific area. They realize that MOP's Zen was actually going to the bot side for the defense. So since they know the jungler's away, doesn't have the punish ready for that contest, they immediately did not hesitate. They just went for that Dark Slayer, knowing it would be uncontested since the jungler was just too far. And with that Drake summoned bot side, they're going to be able to delay that wave considerably, possibly even grow it even more. The Wild Charge, the Wild Prison, going to be thrown out. NTNZ from the back though. Now it's going to be a pincer maneuver here, and they're going to try to cut in and finish off the members of MOP, but they're staying alive right now. Now it's going to be a split apart fight though, because this arrow can get caught out, and Kawhi gets taken out for 35. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an opportunity that DTAC are looking for. With one member down, they can potentially pressure even more and deal damage to that tower. Look at how fast they push, mainly because of Ares here. Just looking really scary, itemizing fairly well. Mina trying to tank it up as much as possible along with the KG, but not gonna be enough. NTNZ already eyeing the second tower here on the top side of the map. But with Yechu, Kevin, and Weiwei around, they can potentially still protect that third tier tower.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be hard for DTAC Talon to actually take the objectives here because they have a Joker and they have Weiwei still alive. If they want to go for a successful push, at least eliminate the Joker or maybe Weiwei. But Wild Prison again is gonna get a connection there, but is it gonna be enough? There is gonna be the demonic arm being used into the clash, and there is gonna be an overcommit for Happy. Happy is gonna be taken out again on that clash, and now Zen and Kevin are actually very, very mad. They're not gonna let the members of the DTAC Talon get away, but yeah, that was gonna be a safe disengage. And with Happy and Ares being out of the game, it's gonna give out a lot more time for MOP to actually farm up and gear up going into the late game.
Yep. And this is the beautiful thing about these two teams. When they're behind, look at what they do after they secure a team fight win. They don't back off. They don't buy time. What they do is try to secure the waves, have it push in their favor, so that DTAC Talon are gonna need to build it back up. Very, very nice play by MOP there to practically just save time, get farm, and at the same time get control over the map. Since now that the waves are pushing in their favor, they have majority control over the river as they position themselves.
Yes, and I think it was a misplay coming in from DTAC Talon. Maybe they thought that they could win even with the tower already still up in the bottom lane. With the Wild Person, they thought that it could have been a different kind of story, but there is going to be another engagement here. Kawhi is going to use the demonic arm to reposition himself again into the backline, gets a 2-3 knock-up Bone Shaver. Hyper Pro does his best to try to do damage, but Zen is just too tanky here. He's not going to be bursted down, and you look at Zen just getting a lot of damage in. Is that going to be enough? No, that's not going to be enough, and Kawhi is going to do his best. BOE is going to be procced out, but Kawhi is also, I think, going to be taken down here. But look at the regeneration that Zen is doing with hitting that, and Happy is going to be also going to be caught out by Wei in the bot lane.
That's game.
And now it is an open path for victory. MOP is going to take game 1 out of all odds and taking down DTAC Talon in that clash. And game 1 is going with most outstanding player.
Oh God, no man! MOP winning game 1 in style there. You gotta give props to Zen and Kevin. They found the critical plays. Kawhi made sure that Ares could not position himself to do any of the free hits. They immediately take out the Violet, and when that Violet goes down, you're gonna need to rely heavily on the Liliana to deal the damage for you. That's not gonna be enough. The Baldoon pick, while it actually looked really good in that game, it did not perform in the later stages because there was not enough in the tank for DTAC to finish off the members of MOP. Eventually, in the end, they were out-sustained by MOP, buying enough time to delay it, turning the fight, and then ending it there after a very key pick-off. It's a Liliana curse, man.
Yes, and we're now gonna see the game 1 highlights going in the screen. And that was the game 1 highlights. Game 1, MOP crushes DTAC Talon. But you know, just to be honest, just to be not biased, though, DTAC Talon actually did a very, very good job. They were able to contain most of the early game, early stages to their advantage, going for those early kills, going for those sets coming in from NTNZ on the Superman. But at the end of the day, it didn't really matter because most of the members of MOP was just going back into farming. They didn't really care. They weren't going for suicidal 4v5s. They were just actually giving out objectives and trying to trade it out for all the resources that they could get. And most of the time, if you have the advantage, usually you get invaded. But with the composition that we're seeing in the side of MOP at that, if they do try to invade, it's gonna be open up. It's gonna be opening up to a lot of hurt because of the damage coming in from Joker, coming in from Wei, and of course, it's so hard to kill a Kilgrot at that point of the game. And we saw how effective the Kilgrot was. And now, what are your thoughts about it? Isaac.
I like the performance coming in from MOP. That's exactly what you need to do against the aggression from DTAC Talon. One of the problems with DTAC Talon is, again, if they play aggressive and they fall apart because of their aggression, they're going to be punished hard and it could turn. And MOP knew that, considering they had another series earlier where they got 2-0'd. They learned from their mistakes, they applied it in this game. They knew that they bought enough time, they would have the better composition in the later stages, especially since the Liliana was picked up. And on top of all that, you gotta give mad props to Kevin there, again showing up clutch to make sure that that Violet would go down, as well as Kawhi literally zeroing in on that Violet. You put all that into perspective, one of the big misplays there was on the Baldoom. If you saw that engagement while the Slayer was being taken, he flickers in, tries to go on top of Weiwei, but Weiwei didn't exactly go far in the toss. So what happens there is that Weiwei just stayed in that area, did not get caught into the kill zone, and then opened up an opportunity for the side of MOP to dive on top of the Violet, because they used the Baldoom for the engage instead of protecting Violet. So while you look at the damage output being fairly even for the side of DTAC, who was doing work on the side of MOP? Practically everyone as well. It looked fairly even there, but the standout there, of course, gonna be Zen, finding ways to stay alive and just outplay DTAC completely.
Yeah, I mean, we can give props to Zen. He was a beast on the kill grab, but at the same time, there was a lot of good plays coming in from Kawhi. Repositioning himself in the back, getting a lot of knockups with the Bone Shaver at the last play was actually very, very crucial for Zen to actually have a lot of good free hits. With Kawhi being able to stun some of the members there with iPad Pro, and also errors in the sights of the kill grot and sandwich between the Bone Shaver of the arrow, it was just evident that they were gonna lose that clash. And Happy tried his best to go for a recall and go back to the base and maybe clear out the clear waves, but it wasn't enough of a time because we all know he's gonna be still reached by Weiwei on that Iggy. And look at the MVP, we having KG at the kill participation of 55.6%, KDA of 421 with a damage percentage dealt 29%, goal per minute 846. What a game for the Kilgrod. And MOP then is going to be the MVP of Game 1. Let's see what is going to happen in Game 2, Isaac.
I like the draft. Like, MOP literally threw out such a big curveball by picking up that Kilgrod. They knew that the AoE would be irrelevant against the tanks, so they built up Beefy. They had the Arrow, and then they used that arrow into having DTAC Talon think that it would be a jungler, and then throw a complete curveball, putting that arrow on the DS lane, having the KG do the jungling instead, and now it puts DTAC Talon on this timer where they need to make sure that they end it as fast as possible, or at the very least have a very significant lead that they could still somehow outtrade. It got to a point where they had a misplay with Eras getting picked out, gave an opportunity for MOP to come back in that, leading to a botched fight in the Darkslayer pit, and then turning that fight from there. MOP played smart, and it goes to show how you're gonna need to play when it comes to countering that AoE.
Yes, and going forward, of course, the momentum is gonna go with MOP. They have a convincingly good win. It wasn't even a comeback, just because most of the time, Isaac, even if the kills was with the members of DTAC Talon, it didn't really matter, just because they were able to trade out resources, and that was the most important thing. If you're gonna be able to win at least a pick-off, at least get an objective in, either deprive resources more to the ones you killed, or you're gonna move on and go for pickoffs and objectives. And clearly after the kills that happened, it was just everyone resuming work I'm just gonna take this creep wave. I don't really care if you kill Kawhi or if you kill Wei Wei. We're just gonna be here in the bot lane, farming up for the late game. And that was just the story of the game. And I know Isaac has a lot of things in his feelings to say, but yeah. Hashtag charity
I've
here.
got a whole lot. I got a whole lot to say. I'm disappointed in that Liliana pick. Of all the mages in the world that they could have picked up, they picked up the Liliana, and they know for a fact that the English commentator does not like the Liliana. They still went with it anyway, and it's like iPod Pro was messing with me. You know?
No, I mean iPod Pro was phenomenal on the Liliana.
Yeah, but it's not meta.
It's not meta, but at least he did well. I mean, in comparison to the other Lilianas I've saw, shout out to ASL. This is a different kind of Liliana. A Liliana that can actually fight it out with an Iggy.
That actually kept up against meta heroes at that. You know, you saw the poke coming out from the Lily at the early stages of the game. It looked promising, but we all knew the glaring fact that this Liliana was surely not going to work, especially when it came down to the later stages. They had Kilgroth, they had Errol, they had Iggy. That's already so much to handle. And then you add in the Joker, you added Amina to make sure that everything's easier to execute. There's just so much to deal with, and it just becomes very perplexing why they pick up a Liliana in this case.
Yeah, but yeah, for me, I really like the Liliana pick. It did wonders for them, and going into game 2, it's not gonna be available, so you can stop being mad about the Liliana pick.
I sure as hell hope MOP pick up a Liliana and show DTAC how to play it. Maybe DTAC gets to tie the series that way.
Well, I don't imagine them picking up those kinds of heroes. Just because I think they're gonna be more sensible than that, picking up a Liliana against unknown strats. But going forward to game 2, we're gonna see something strong. Maybe we're gonna be able to see a lot more of the others. Maybe we're gonna be able to see an Irie again being first picked. We don't know right now. It's all about them being able to outgraph and outban some of the choices. And there are already a lot of choices being left out from DTAC Talent. They don't have a Superman and they don't have an Oi. And you know, MOP can actually capitalize on this.
Yep. And what kind of uses did MOP throw out there? They throw out Iggy, Joker, Mina, Errol. Those are fine. Most of the meta picks are still available. The advantage that DTAC have is that they got rid of the Violet, the Aoi, and the Superman, but even more are available on the table to them because this Baldoom and this Liliana aren't exactly meta. So maybe DTAC Talent were trying to test something new out. Just didn't work out for them considering the picks. The Liliana pick, again, was very, very surprising. Although they have made it work in the past, it just does not work against this kind of composition, especially since the meta is based on out-sustaining your opponents. You have to understand that way back when, in the burst meta, where you could get 100 to 0'd in just the nick of time, it was one of the things that dragged games out a whole lot. But now, we changed the meta completely and give the spotlight to all of these tanks sustaining longer fights, longer strategies and plays that need to be well thought out. It changes the tempo of the game in total, and that's what makes specific heroes just completely unviable for competitive play. Teams are going to be able to adjust to it. Teams will respect and apply the meta to their own games and style, and it fares into a very, very nice composition for them. But now looking into this, MOP know that there is no Violet on the side of DTAC Talent. They're gonna ban out that Joker, possibly get the Violet for themselves, DTAC gonna be sticking with a Naui ban along with a ban on that Irie. Because of course, you know, winning its hero, you gotta ban that out. If they don't ban it out, however, I'm gonna be so confused.
Yeah, and Superman is gonna be banned out. I think Hoover. Yes, he is. So Irie is gonna be in the taking, and MOP is gonna be overing and locking on to that hero. Oh man, this is gonna be a hard fight for Isaac. But anyway, there's gonna be a lot of overs here. I don't know what's
ladies and gentlemen.
I don't know what is going to be the hover here, but there's still a lot that they can choose from the Lubu, from the Arrow. They also can choose out Roxy. What other heroes? Maybe we're gonna see a T, or yeah, Balan is actually being hovered here by Mook. Is that gonna be right? That is definitely not gonna be right, and there's not much that can actually burst down an Irie. Maybe a Ras, to be per se. Maybe a Zata, as long as he hits it. But yeah, out of the 5-second mark, I think this is gonna be a lock-in. It's a Roxy and an Ellender. What are your thoughts on that, Isaac?
Oh god, Ellender, that's another one I don't like. Well, you know, not gonna question the potential of Moop. We've seen what Moop could do in comparison to Happy. So if Moop pulls out a spectacular Ellender play, then maybe it's possible. But what you need to deal with is an Irie. That's one of the things. And at the same time, it's not something that's gonna be easy for an Ellender to face off against, especially since MOP are eyeing a Hayate and a possible Zata. But they actually changed it to a Crixie. Having a first phase Crixie has never been advisable, as Vittorio would usually say. And on top of that, DTAC don't really take much of an advantage in terms of the draft. They secure a counter pick with a Roxy, and a Roxy's specifically a meat bag that's gonna have a very, very big ultimate to put on the table. They can pick that up, and with an Agni's Grip landing, it could lead to an instant kill. But on top of that, there are so many options on the table, they may actually be even eyeing out Azuka. I don't know about that pick, man.
I don't know. I think that's just a over. Maybe they're going for a mage just because there's already a Crixie pick. You want to have your opponents guessing, and I think a mage could actually be a better option to pick at the third pick. Like I said, maybe a Ras. It could be a Zata though. Lorian, we haven't seen much in this tournament, but Zata is gonna be the hover in the 4 minutes, in the 4-second mark. It is gonna be locked in by iPad Pro. So, are you excited from the first 3 picks of that talent, Isaac?
One thing I know is that whenever I would lose bets, it's because of a Liliana. So, I'm at the very least happy not seeing a Liliana in the composition right now. We know that iPod Pro on Azara is just an absolute beast. So, they're upping their chances right now. If iPod Pro's on Azata, the outplays are going to be there. It's potentially going to be really good for him. They're banning out the Wonder Woman as well so that they could stop any of the counterplays, any of the saves, or any of the offensive strategies that could come up with MOP. They know for a fact that the Arrow is no longer in the picture. They know that one of the potential picks for MOP is a Lubu as well, so that may actually be considered in being banned out. But majority of the heavy hitters for MOP rely on the Warriors. They've already revealed their mage. They've already revealed their marksman for this kind of composition. And now it's a matter of how they complete it with tanky heroes. DTAC, on the other hand, they showed their mid lane because a mid lane was showed for the opposite side. They have a jungling Arrow, and then they put in a Roxy that doesn't reveal too much because it could be a DS laner, or it could even be something really nice like a support. But to put all that into perspective, one of the other options available for MOP, it's a Varus.
Yeah, definitely. Varus could definitely be a very, very good pick against this. You have a lot of reach with your Venom, and you can go and go for combos in this type of situations where you're seeing two viable targets. You have a Zata and you have an Elder. As long as you hit your targets, you're definitely going to be having a better time going into those clashes. And going forward, yeah, Varus is actually going to be hovered here. Maybe we need to look out what kind of support MOP is actually going to be fielding. There's a lot of support heroes still left. Richter is definitely viable in terms of being able to target those heroes like Zata and Elander as long as he hits. But it is going to be a change over into an Ormar. This is one of
nice.
It is not the first time that we're going to see an Ormar, but in this kind of high level plays, high level comps, he's going to be put in to the bracket. So we have a diving comp with MOP on those three heroes, Varus, Irie, and of course an Ormar. Additional damage coming in from the Hayate and of course a Crixie. While on DTAC Talent, you have the front line on the Roxy who can use the Agnes Grip and Flicker, and then there is going to be a Lubu pick with them to sustain them going into the clash. But what's going to be interesting to see is what's going to be the last pick for them. I think Roxy is going to be in the support position with the hover on that Iena for sure. I'm already confirming what I have in mind, but it is going to be a hover and bright on the last 5 seconds, and I think this is going to be a lock-in onto the bright. So
yeah, I don't know. I don't have much input on that bright pick. What do you think about everything right now, Vittorio?
I'm very confused. They do have a lot of damage on those three heroes, and the bright actually when he uses his ultimate, he's gonna be having a delay on the damage being taken by the bright for maybe 3 seconds, but still that is not sustainable for the bright to actually outlast most of MOP's composition. They have a lot of bursts on the Ivy, they have a lot of bursts on the Hayate, and they have a lot of bursts on the Crixie. But the bright has some kind of crowd control. Mostly everyone in DTAC Talent has crowd control. Agnes Grip, the knockout from Lubu, the awakening from the Elander, and also the stun coming in from the bright. The only one that doesn't have a real crowd control is gonna be the Zata. So it's still gonna be key for the Kunai Blitz to actually go for the macro clashes going forward into this game. So moving forward in the blue side, it is gonna be MOP. On the red side, it's gonna be DTAC Talent.
Yep. This is not looking good right now for the side of DTAC Talent, ladies and gentlemen, not gonna lie. But in the more substantial composition here, MOP are fielding an Irie. They have the Varus. They have meta picks in this Hayate as well. The Crixie may have appeared fairly early, but that doesn't discount the fact that a Crixie still has relevance in terms of the meta right now. And on top of that, they have an Ormar that could potentially be their saving grace in terms of crowd control and allow even more chain successions to happen for the side of MOP. DTAC, on the other hand, they have it fairly different. They're going to be throwing out a lot of damage, a lot of burst, a lot of things to consider. But then, it's not like they have a reliable crowd control, a reliable stun, or anything for that matter. No, it's not going to be like that. But, if they do land it, it can be a very big deal. So it's still going to be a fair toss-up here going into game number 2.
Yeah, definitely. And there's not much of the actions now we're going to be looking forward here. Yes, although the Elander is going to go for early creep clears, we're also seeing early creep clear coming in from Varus. And I don't know, there's not much that I can bank on the combos right now. Zen is actually going to spot out NTNZ, goes for the combination, almost bursting him down to the 1/4 of his health. but the damage is still not gonna be enough unless they're gonna go for a dive here on the bot lane. But with Roxy actually managing it with the Lubu, it is gonna be far-fetched. They're going for a Sentinel take, I think.
Yep, they're gonna attempt the Sentinel, and I think DTAC are gonna be aware of that. What DTAC are gonna be doing to answer that is gonna be a take on this Abyssal Dragon, but they're gonna need to take it fast because the movement coming in from MOP is gonna be there. Can potentially make it, but they did not, considering the damage output coming from DTAC.
Yeah, and right now it's just everyone just trying to get those resources for those slashes that will happen going into the mid and late game. So this is gonna be more of trying to go for those resources. Whoever goes for the first level 4 is definitely gonna have the advantage. But iPad Pro is gonna be stunned here. Kawhi is gonna go with the Rio and misses out some of his skills, so he is gonna be traded out there. Kevin doing his best to go for a Beyblade spin, but still, that is actually gonna be a win for MOP, getting a first blood. But Irie,
first blood. The trade-off though is gonna be an Irie kill. So Zata for Irie seems fairly even. The advantage is gonna be going to MOP though, because the first blood bonus is gonna be a big deal.
yeah, I mean, it's not gonna be a really big deal, but iPad Pro tries to go for an ascent, but stops in his tracks as he saw Kawhi actually emerging from the bushes and saying hello. That was very, very close for iPad Pro. Once he lands from the ascent, he's definitely gonna be dying there, with the flicker already not in his arsenal.
They're trying to punish NTNZ right now. And NTNZ literally just tries to dive by himself. Here comes Tony. The Agni's grip is not going to connect. And now Kevin tries to run. Yechu and Weiwei are still ready for that fight. The Ascent is going to pop. And it's going to deal damage to Weiwei. But it's not going to be enough to finish. That is the Lu Bu going down. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, there is a duel between Ares and Varys. But doesn't mean too much, because the battle is really going to be here in the bot side. 4v3 right now, favoring MOP. They're not going to get anything from that engagement, and both teams are going to have members stay alive.
Yes, a lot of informations are being traded out here. There's going to be information that there is going to be a damage onto the Abyssal Dragon creators. But let's see if DTAC Talent has something to say for it, because they're going to be closing out full on damage on the Abyssal Dragon creators for them to secure it, and that's already 2 Abyssal Dragons to their name. So their global goal definitely is going to be way better than MOP, who wasn't able to trade out anything after the take on the dragon.
Yep, that's the second Abyssal Dragon. Spirit Sentinel is not up just yet. So we're heading into the 5-minute mark, where MOP have a 2-1 advantage in terms of kills. We have yet to see any significant moves coming in from DTAC though. They're usually the more aggressive team that controls the pace of the game. This time it's MOP actually dealing that. Here comes the Ascendo, dealing a significant amount of damage onto Kevin, but again, not enough to finish off MOP. Yechu's going to be trying to take out Tony here. A little bit of a poke, but considering the beefy structure here from the Roxy, it's not going to be easy for you to take her out.
Yeah, this is gonna be still difficult right now for MOP. They have 1 kill over the boards of DTAC Talent, but DTAC Talent is playing smart, trying to go for those objective takes that contributes to the global gold. And Moonfall and a stun is gonna be used on Ellender. Ellender is gonna be damaged, but that is not gonna be substantial enough for him to get back. There's gonna be a clash here again. iPad Pro trying to go and catch out the Crixie, but Crixie is gonna be used and caught by Tony with the Agnes whip. There's not much that he can do at that moment of time.
Yep, the Arctic Orb was also birthed there, so that's something, that's a piece of information that DTAC could use. But as a trade, it was a 1v1 scenario, and Bright is going to be going down to Ares there. Moop now going to be coming in for a possible trade kill. Is it going to be enough? Yes, it is. He's going to be able to take that along with iPod Pro slowly joining in. But now Tony is going to be pressured here by the Hayate, by the Orbmar. Another trade is going to possibly come in here as NTNZ tries to go for it. But with 3 members, you are not going to get a thing. And again, it's just trade for trade for trade, but no one's getting a significant advantage in terms of towers.
Yeah, I mean, objective-wise, though, DDAC talent is actually way better right now. They've taken the Abyssal Dragon Kratos in most of those contests, and a single kill is not a good enough trade. And the Darkslayer is actually spawned right now. It's gonna be interesting to see. We have two marksmen actually in the top lane. Scratch that, a marksman and an assassin, because Bright has been classified as an assassin. And going forward, if they're not gonna be able to catch out iPad Pro or maybe Moop and Eris, they're not gonna be able to win the clashes going forward.
It's a tall task though. I mean, in comparison to the composition from MOP, yes, it's gonna be harder to catch out these members from DTAC. But at the end of the day, it's not like they're fielding a very tanky composition either. You're looking at a Varus, you're looking at an Ormar, and potentially an Irie that could build fairly tanky. The Irie though, Kawaii, pulling out flashy boots, has the Curse of Death, going for Omni Arms next. What do you think about that build?
I mean, there's not a lot of stunts coming in from the side of DTAC talent, so definitely it is going to be viable. It's not like anyone can burst in besides iPad Pro, and iPad Pro actually takes a kill on Yet 2. Not much that you can do with the Purify ready. Yes, there is going to be a Purify, but there is no Flicker available to him, so if he misses the first dash, he's definitely going to be caught out with the damage potential of these members. And the Moonfall is going to be used to get that clear wave, and Kevin being dealt a lot of damage from Moop.
This Irie is starting to get really big, but at the same time, he's getting kills onto a Bright who's actually ahead in terms of gold. So if you look at the status here in terms of towers, DTAC have been able to take 2 so far. And at the same time, it's showing that they're having a significantly harder time in catching out these key picks. iPod Pro on the Zata is just very slippery. It's the same for the Ilando right now. The Bright has been the one who's been taking a majority of the deaths, and he's down 0-2. Tony, on the other hand, trying to run around, literally flank to find a pick. So, with all things considered, though pretty much the main line of defense here, the main frontliner for the side of DTAC is NTNZ on that Lubu. He already has the Curse of Death. He picked up a Shield of the Lost right after that. Possibly going to be going for that Muramasa right after. But on the status of this game, it's a 2k advantage in favor of DTAC as they try to attempt to dive here onto Kawaii. Not going to be able to take him out though. But camp after camp is being cleared at the moment. And, you know, this is not feeling like a good game for Zen. But as another dive comes in here, they're not going to be able to finish anyone out. Lots of damage dealt. And again, it's gonna shove the members back. They're gonna need to recall, and I think that MOP are aware. They're already taking the Slayer. They're not gonna be in any position to contest it though. So that first one is gonna be going to the side of DTAC Talon. They can potentially disengage here, move a little too aggressive there, get slowed down quite a bit. Now with a Hyoga's Edge here on this Hayate, but they're gonna get out right after this. Just a small attempt at a skirmish.
Yeah, definitely. I don't really like the other attack speed item that Hayate is sporting. I feel like he's still gonna be underpowered with that kind of itemizations, and now there is gonna be a clash here with Zen hitting a stinger, but the Drake is slowly barreling down into the mid lane. Is it gonna be enough? Moonfall is gonna be used with the Kunai Blitz combo. Is this gonna be enough to burst down? Everyone Loop is actually gonna be taken out, but he still has the Resurrection Rune to go back into the clash. Zen is doing his best. NTNZ is actually dealing a lot of damage. Is it gonna be enough? No, it's gonna be a counter ascend. We're in. It's gonna be an outplay coming in from DTAC Tower. Moop again rejoining the fray, and that is already a win for the attack talent, and not gonna lie, it's gonna be pretty difficult for MOP to actually go for a comeback right now, just because of we're seeing a lot of damage potential from MOP, but at the same time we're seeing a lot more also in the attack talent. Oh, look at that play there! Wait, it's gonna be taken out by Moop. What a good Ellender play.
Man. Yep, it's a really nice Ellender play right there. And it's like, you know, a potential here. They're going to need to heavily rely on Yechu. That Kunai Blitz is going to be enough to take down the Lubu. They're still trying heavily to keep this mid first tier alive. And they're finding ways to be able to do it. But, oh, hold that thought. Another fight's going to be breaking out here. They're going to be able to catch out the Varus. With the Varus going down and the second tower falling here. That's another set of towers being secured here by the side of DTAC. They finally take first tier mid. They're trying to pressure second tier tower here. Yes, there's a whole lot, but again, it's the outplays coming from DTAC. They're finding ways to turn even the really bad looking fights over to their side and actually turn out with a win. It's a tall task, not gonna lie. You're looking at this Hayate to really pop off. Similar to what happened with a series with Mad Team, going 50 minutes and then having a Hayate just win it all for him. That's one of the things, considering that DTAC don't necessarily have a lot to cancel out that Kunai Blitz.
Yeah, but because of the Ellender though, it's pretty difficult to actually do the Kunai Blitz without being bursted out while you are actually entering the fray. And that was clearly shown going into the last clash. Yes, after the Kunai Blitz, now what? But yes, Kevin is gonna be bursted out, and like I said, one of those picks that I don't really like, Ormar being here. Yes, he can do a lot of sets. He can go for those dives, but at the end of the day, it's not gonna be enough to go there. But yeah, the Dark Slayer is gonna be taken again, so this is gonna be a second attempt for a push by the side of the Talent, and now they're knocking on the door of most outstanding players. It has now changed. iPad Pro goes for the Ascend. Is it going to be enough? No, he flickers out, but the damage coming in from the other members of the Talent just outscales MOP, and that is way being killed again. Like I said, I also don't like the Crixie pick. And it is now coming in to Prushan. Yetsu is going to be taken now. And the stun coming in from Kevin. Is it going to be enough? Yetsu is doing a lot of damage going in for a 1v1. But Moop is the great one. And he is now going to be the winner of that clash. And this is now Didak Talon taking the Nexus over MOP. And now they are the winners of Game 2. Tying the series to a 1-1.
Let's go, Moop! Let's go, Moop! That kind of play, ladies and gentlemen, my god. Not gonna lie, I was on the edges of my seat. I was hoping, feeling, actually, that maybe my hair would be gone before this series ended. Did not happen that way, though. DTAC Talon find a way back into this time. The series 1 apiece. And both Vittorio and my hair gonna be saved from being shaved. But with that, congratulations DTAC for winning game number 2. Phenomenal plays, high skill capped heroes. You're gonna need to be very good to pull them off, and they were able to do just that. Risky decisions coming in from MOP with their composition, costing them that game number 2.
Man, oh man, what an amazing gameplay coming in from Moop just was very, very spectacular in that game, getting a lot of those early leads, getting a lot of damage in, getting a lot of free hits in, and yeah, the Crixie pick, not so much. I mean, he got a lot of damage, but after the moonfall, once you don't burst out people with the moonfall, it's just not gonna be enough. And Isaac is laughing in glee because his hair is finally saved. But anyway, that is just the story of the game. I mean, yeah, 2 on the Hayate was brilliant, but it was not enough to actually carry most of the games there, just because they actually lacked some damage. Crixie did contribute to a lot of those damage potentials, but at the end of the day, it's not going to be able to burst down anyone. I mean, Raz could have done better in that kind of situation, and I know a lot of you would agree that Crixie is actually someone who is a Crixie pick, is actually a very, very safe pick. Yes, you have stun. Yep. You have a skill that has a wide range to clear the creep waves. You have the moonfall, but at the end of the day, it can't really burst out anyone in the opponent's side, and that just says a lot.
Exactly. And I think that's the thing, you know, they kind of shot themselves in the foot when it came to the draft there. They first faced the Crixie, revealing a very safe pick, and at the same time revealing that they're not going to have enough in the tank if the fight goes on for a long time. Crixie needs to be very far ahead. And then on top of that, they had a very nice pickup there in an Irie, in a Varus, you know, Irie again taking another hit to that win rate. But all things considered, it would have been a 2-0 if not for that Liliana pick.
I mean, you can convince yourself, and I can convince myself that the Crixie pick gave you that win, and you're being blurry. So can you stop moving? Yeah. Okay. Anyway, we can argue that the Liliana cost him a lot, but going into damage statistics, it wasn't actually the Liliana. It was more of the other teams not showing, not the other members of D.Tal not showing up in the first game. iPad Pro on the Liliana was definitely a different kind of experience that we've seen against the likes of Mid-R and who's the other mid laner of Archangel? I actually don't know. In terms of being able to utilize... What?
I can't remember.
Yeah, I can't remember too, but we're not going to be remembering the damage statistics though. And no, that's under it. But anyway, here we have Yetsu looking at to be the most damage, having the most damage dealt to heroes on the side of MOP. And yeah, Talon, D.Tak Talon actually has more balance in Moop and iPad Pro, actually doing a lot of the heavy work. The potential outplays that we saw came from iPad Pro on the second to the last clash, wherein he waited for the last second to move to actually catch up and be able to damage out everyone in the side of MOP. That was a turning point, and the Ascend iPad. It would be a joke to say that iPad Pro wasn't the most vital member, but yeah, one of the most vital member there is going to be Moop from D.Tak Talon. Look at the KP, 68.8%, and the KDA of 615, and with a lot of MVPs already. They've been sharing the MVPs between Moop and iPad Pro. That's how much of a key players these two players are in for D.Tak Talon. Damage percentage 30%, and gold per minute is 988. And that just says it all for game for the series, the 5th series of the day between D.Tak Talon and MOP. We'll be right back after a short break. The next series is definitely also nail biter. It is going to be against It's Bacon Time versus Saga Panda. So don't touch your browser. We'll be right back.
speaking on behalf of the Arena of Valor development team. Now, I suppose everyone should be familiar with me by now, right? Then at this point you must know what seeing me signifies. That's right, a new update is coming your way, and I'm bringing you the first-hand news from the Arena of Valor development team. We are so glad that the evolution system, which experienced a major update in the last version, has been well received by everyone, and we personally love Wukong as the delivery man. You'll want to be careful though. In Antares Battlefield, he'll not only deliver ramen, but also rob you in the jungle, but fear not, as the upgraded vision shard and more detailed map info will help you better strategize and attain victory. Before introducing the contents of this update, I would like to be the first to express my gratitude and all of our gratitude to everyone. Thank you for your unwavering trust, support, love, and understanding, all of which gives us the opportunity to respond by crafting more interesting game content. This will be Arena of Valor's 5th year, and we're looking forward to pushing the limits of our design creativity, grow in new directions, and focus on design philosophies to suit our players' needs. In the upcoming 5v5 MOBA Day, we're looking forward to everyone experiencing the new content and helping us create an even better Arena of Valor. The main battlefield has always been the module that we put the most effort into. We hope that by continuously optimizing the relevant mechanics of the main battlefield, we'll be able to bring you fresh gameplay experiences as well as brand new incentives towards victory. Our latest tweak mainly affects talents and enchantments. We discovered that certain talents and enchantments were being neglected, and this isn't ideal, as diversity has always been an important part of the Antares Battlefield. Therefore, we decided to remake several talents and enchantments. These changes include 1. Days will now focus more on offensive traits. 2. Roar is no longer limited to physical damage-focused heroes, and can now be applied to magic damage-focused heroes as well. 3. Disrupt is now has an added effect on defense towers. And 4. Explosive Shield now will take effect faster and is more powerful. We look forward to everyone experiencing these new talents and enchantments. In terms of combat experience, in order to make it easier for everyone to keep an eye on what's going on in the battlefield when purchasing equipment, we've increased the transparency of the equipment purchase page. The warning circle and the warning logic of defense towers and monsters has also been optimized. And in terms of the control experience, we've added 3 new functions, including 1. A new indicator prompt for successfully casting abilities. 2. While being controlled, players will be able to drag abilities that they want to cast in advance to queue. And 3. The location of nearby heroes will be indicated on the edges of the screen. We hope that these newly added functions will meet everyone's advanced needs, and we look forward to everyone advancing even higher, even faster in the tiers. Finally, the reporting system has undergone another round of tweaks. Active feeding has a negative impact on the game, and it's also a behavior that we're strongly opposed to. However, there's a fine line between intentional and unintentional behaviors, making it very difficult at times to differentiate them. In this tweak, we have reconstructed the algorithm for judging active feeding, and we're adopting a more reasonable modeling method in hopes that malicious active feeding judgments can be made more in line with everyone's expectations. In addition, we're well aware of everyone's frustration towards AFK players. Therefore, in the new version, we are prioritizing the tweak on the point deduction mechanics, which will increase the penalty for negative play and AFK behaviors. More points might be deducted depending on the tier, mode, and result of the match. In subsequent updates, we'll continue to collect data and further explore for a better AFK penalty mechanism. To date, we've addressed a number of issues related to the reporting system. In the last tweak of the reporting system, we optimized the overall logic for the reporting system so that everyone could understand more clearly how the system's judgments are made based on the report's content. When it comes to bullying reports, which we know everyone cares about, we have assigned priority to improvements based on cases reported by multiple players. This is so that they will be much less likely to result in unreasonable point deductions. Moreover, we've also improved the efficiency of the reporting system, so the reports will take effect immediately, giving players a better game experience. After a long period of observation, we're very pleased to see more positive feedback and fewer complaints about the reporting system. From the bottom of our hearts, we'd like to thank you all for your patience and support in this area. Please also rest assured that we'll always continually work hard towards improving Arena of Valor for all of our players. We hope that the new content, fixes, improvements, and enhancements brought by this update serve to improve your Arena of Valor experience, and we look forward to seeing you again on the Terrace battlefield.
Hi yo, what's up? Welcome back to the Arena of Valor World Cup 2021, and this is the English commentary broadcast. My name is Vittorio. Joining me in the counter's desk, of course, Isaac, and we're down to the 6th series of the day, which is going to be Saga Phantom versus It's Bacon Time. Let's see if there is going to be an upset in terms of what we're going to see going into this best of 2 series. But well, what are our expectations for this matchup, Isaac?
Well, both teams seem evenly matched, but in terms of utter domination over the games we've witnessed so far, we know for a fact that Bacon Time has had cleaner games, better execution, and Bacon Time has that tendency to seem fairly passive in the beginning of the game, and then all of a sudden turn up and just end it immediately from out of nowhere. It's understanding their timing and power spikes, and that's what makes Bacon Time really, really strong. How they utilize that into their games is going to be one of the factors that Saigon Phantom are going to need to watch out for. When Saigon Phantom, on the other hand, have this slightly similar approach based on how DTAC Talent and MOP play. There's a little bit of everything from them with what they've shown so far, but they've yet to actually land any wins against Bacon Time.
Yeah, definitely. And It's Bacon Time is actually the leading group in their Group C. And there is a reason why they are one of the best teams in the RPL. And they are actually the champions. And going forward, I think It's Bacon Time actually is kind of unbeatable unless we're gonna see this kind of solid performance that we saw from Bang going in from his first series of the day. So it's still gonna be hard to top it all off, though. Knowing teams like this are definitely, top tier. There's a reason why It's Bacon Time is their champions. It's because of their consistency and also because of their strategies that are really top tier.
Yep. This kind of series, specifically when it comes to the group stages, is where we witness how good the teams really are. They're finding ways to perform. They're finding ways to pull off new things, and it's all in conjunction with the current meta, the current patch. They're showing ways on how to do it, how to pull it off. And they're becoming more of like the standard and the basis of what the game should be looking like right now. How it should be played, what the best practices are. Teams like this are what show it. Similar to the other groups, there are top 2 teams that are showcasing the same kind of caliber. This group in particular does not shine similarly to the other teams, though, because if you compare the other teams, it actually feels like the other groups have a more challenging set of teams. while this one is just practically outshined by Saigon Phantom and Bacon Time.
Yeah, I mean, it's just really spectacular on the groups. And I think the only group actually that was very, very difficult was actually Group A, because after we're seeing 3 regions actually fighting over dominance for the 2 spots, and that was what we can call a group of death. While here in not sorry to say on those that was Group 2 from B, C, D, it was just a total massacre coming in from the 3 regions, and that is the truth, folks. That just means that, you know, the people in the 3 regions right now are actually the top players that you're going to be expecting to see in most of the matches here in the AWC 2021.
Yeah, and you know, it actually puts things into perspective. How competitive the AOV scene is in terms of the teams that showed up in the current AWC. You're seeing 2 dominant figures. With the exception of Group A, there's these 2 really dominant teams that match up equally in terms of skill, and then there's 2 other teams that just can't seem to keep up. It's been the case for groups B, C, and D, and the only difference is that Group A has 3 of them, with one of them actually pulling off even an upset. So it was a complete toss-up for Group A, while B, C, and D are a completely different story, where you want to just look at the top 2, how they play, what their basis is, how they utilize this patch, this meta, and then learn the best practices from there. So it becomes interesting going into the playoffs, witnessing teams like this actually go head to head, because all of the teams that couldn't match up or catch up in terms of the meta, or at least do not follow what the current meta offers, get kicked out through these group stage. And then everyone who's more or less equal in terms of skill level are gonna need to go head to head right after this group stage. So it becomes a very competitive scene once we hit the playoffs, and that actually makes it more scary, because this group in particular, we have Saigon Phantom and Bacon Time. Yes, RPL champions, Bacon Time, but who's been shining more in the AWC? It's mostly the other teams, mainly because Bacon Time is not able to showcase or show how good they really are, since they're matching up with relatively weaker teams.
Yeah, I mean, and also in battle-tested waters, of course, Group A is definitely going to be in the top spot, wherein they're going to be battle ready going for the playoffs, just because they already have experience on facing off the other teams in the region, and that is definitely going to be a big boon to them going forward. And I'm not gonna lie that it is gonna be very, very hard right now for the other teams from Group B, C, and D to actually be facing the battle tested ready Freedom United Esports and also Mad Team, who've been constantly in a perilous situation just because of the group stages wherein they're actually facing off with a lot of those people in the likes of Team Flash, who was the champions in the RPL. I mean, champions in the Arena of Glory. And that is going to be an interesting narrative to see if Buriram or Mad Team actually go for the championship because of these events going into the group stages. But enough of that. We're actually going to be entering soon into the drafting phase.
Yep. And as we head into the draft, this is where we get to witness what 2 titans in this group will be able to showcase in terms of the meta right now. Is Saigon Phantom finally going to be able to win over Bacon Time, or is Bacon Time just going to stand atop of the rankings being undefeated? Similar to One Team Esports, right? But One Team Esports got beaten by V Gaming. So maybe there's that trend of the upset where they're looking unstoppable, and then on the final series they lose 2-0. There's also that potential. So, you know, we cannot count out this Saigon Phantom team, especially with how Ka especially has been playing. Bacon Time is not a team you can underestimate though, because Taux is equally as good. Muan and Kim Sensei has been popping off. Marky and Get Search are also doing really, really well. It's like all 5 of them are performing, and this is one of the teams that make Bacon Time just so impressive to watch. Yes, some teams just outshine them. Yes, they might be not as noticeable compared to the others, but it's because of their fundamentals. They're like the San Antonio Spurs, where everyone's performing, but no one really shines because they all shine as a team.
Yeah, and this is what we're gonna be expecting going into the drafting phase, and also going into game 1. It's Bacon Time has the lead over Sacred Phantom, where they swept them in a very, very strong manner. So moving forward, I don't think that Saigon Phantom losing out to its Bacon Time in this series is gonna do them justice going into the later parts of the AWC, because now we are going to have a complete inkling on what to expect if they're gonna be facing off against strong teams like it's Bacon Time.
Yep. I'm really curious at that. I mean, I just really want to see whether Saigon Phantom is going to be capable of taking down massive titans like Bacon Time. So, Bacon Time, on the other hand, are playing phenomenally right now. It does not discount SGP's performance, though. SGP has their fair share of really good performances, and arguably between these two teams, it's actually Saigon Phantom who are more flashy.
Yeah, definitely. And it's a classic Vietnamese team where they go for those early game advantages. Because it is true, the highest defense could also be considered as the highest offense. If you don't give breathing room to your opponents, then definitely you're going to be always in the upper end, and they're always going to be on the tip of your sword. And that is one of the reasons why we're seeing a lot of high octane offense coming in from SGP. But what if the Shield withstood? And the Shield is a team called It's Bacon Time.
That's the thing, right? It's potential. There's a lot of potential there. We're seeing the alley pick again, though. I mean, we saw how phenomenal Bang was on that alley. I mean, we could argue that Saigon Phantom were not exactly against tough opposition, so they were able to pull off high-risk maneuvers with this alley. But the question of the matter is, can Bang pull it off yet again against an even scarier team like Bacon Time?
I mean, if it's gonna be yes, then Bang is gonna be really cementing his position as one of the best junglers in the AWC 2021.
Yep, for sure.
We've had a lot of conversations. Neil, we're gonna F1 could also be considered as a good jungler. We can consider also Neil, ADC, and then we have Bang in the conversation. I'm not saying that some of the junglers here in the AWC is not good. We saw a lot of good performance coming in from Moop, so we can actually put Moop into the conversation of one of the best junglers right now in the AWC 2021. But if Bang can actually carry SGP on his back against its Bacon Time, he's gonna be cementing his position as the number 1.
For sure. Because it's not going to be easy to pull it off. I mean, we already saw how difficult it was for an Aoi to be pulled off. DTAC attempted it. They could not pull it off in the later stages. And against, tanky heroes, this Aoi has the potential to just fall off considerably. I mean, it's looking fairly similar right now if you look at it. You see a Superman, you see a Joker, then you also see a Lubu. So the Joker may not exactly be as threatened with the Aoi. Has the has the invincibility when it comes to physical damage. It might actually play out well for him. Lubu's tanky, Superman's tanky. They could invest in 2 more tanky pickups here on the side of Bacon Time to just practically make this AOE pick useless. And if Bang can maneuver around those conditions, then yeah, it's not going to be easy, but it would be amazing to see. Yeah. On the side of SGP though, we have this Elsu. We have this Iggy. We already know that when we see these two, it's a lot of damage before a fight even starts. Maybe that could actually help out Bang when it comes to diving in on these targets.
Yeah, definitely. The prerequisite if you're gonna go for tanky heroes is that at least have them at half health and then go for a dive. But the problem here is that we're seeing already heroes that are very, very good against the Awoi. Joker is a marksman that can actually withstand the damage coming in from the Awoi because of his skill set. We're seeing a Lubu, we're seeing a Superman, and if we're gonna add another sustainable tank, maybe a Roxy or maybe a Omen, then definitely they're gonna be falling off into the drafting phase for Saigon Phantom. Yeah, they do have a lot of damage on the Elsu and also on the Iggy. But at the end of the day, if they're not going to be able to burst down anyone, if they're not going to be able to pick off anyone, then that's already a bad sign for the lineup. And yes, the hero that I'm actually very, very afraid of for them is going to be the Omen being picked out for the 4th pick of its Bacon Time.
Yep. That's something that could lock down this Howie. You want to use your mobility as much as possible, but if you get locked down by an Omen pick, then there's no way you could actually use your mobility. You're gonna potentially just get taken out of the picture. And on top of that, Saigon Phantom, they do have the potential to pick up a Wonder Woman, but they're hovering for an Amelie right now, and I don't really know if that Amelie pick is gonna fare well. We have yet to really see a very standout Amelie perform in the AWC.
I mean, besides Omen actually being a counter to Superman, Amelie is a good subject for them. Although she excels in 1v1s. She can do a lot of slows. Once you put Fallscape on her or maybe Yoga's Edge, that Superman definitely is not going to be able to fly. But that is just a target on the Superman pick. Just because they think the Superman might be going to Dark Slayer and the Omen is going to be the support of choice for the side of its Bacon Time. So we still don't know what is going to happen. But knowing Taux, he's actually used the Omen support earlier in the AWC 2021. So if my assumptions are right, that is going to be a good counter to the Superman pick. But it's going to be a decent counter, not a spectacular counter, because we're going to look out onto the bigger picture. The mobility coming in from its Bacon Time is definitely going to be there. They have a Zata, they have a Superman, they have a Lubu, they have a lot of speed ups on the Omen and the Joker, so it's a very, very scary world for SGP because everyone's just too tanky. But if they're going to be able to eliminate Taux and also get the Joker, then it's going to be a different story. If the Zata and Joker taken out in the side of its Bacon Time even before the clashes starts, then SGP is definitely going to be taking this game.
Yep. And to put things into perspective, ladies and gentlemen, I think what Vittorio was looking into with the Omen possibly being a support is exactly what Saigon Phantom were expecting as well. You can see them breathe actually a sigh of relief and have smiles on the camera when they saw that this Omen is gonna be played as the support. So maybe this was part of their plan. Maybe this was their idea, and they didn't want to face a Superman as the support. But at the end of the day, it's looking fairly even, and it's gonna come down to the execution. It's hard to count out when teams like Saigon Phantom and Bacon Time have been looking really good in the group stage. So it's practically a fair toss-up to just figure out and see who takes game one.
Yeah, And like I said, going into the stages, although Group A has the battle-tested teams, at the same time, there's going to be exhaustion on the other side. They fought a long days on their groups, while on the other groups, they are having the time of their life. Only maybe 1 or 2 series actually presenting a difficult match for them. And going forward, as GP is going to be in the position, they're going to have an information. The blue buff is going to be the first take for the side. It's Bacon Time, and Muan is going to be damaged by Bang. In this, he's going to try to go for the Seagull take, and uses the punish to prevent the Rocket from actually taking that Seagull onto his neck.
Man, isn't it amazing how these teams play? It's like they're understanding what the other teams are going to potentially do, and they're counteracting that with their own kind of approach. It goes to show that Saigon Phantom and Bacon Time did their homework on each other, and you're seeing it through their movements right now.
Yeah, definitely. And it's gonna be pretty hard, so to say, for Bacon Time to go pop up early, just because of the damage that an Elsu and also an Iggy entails. Stokes is gonna be in a spot out with the Iggy, going for the harassment in the mid lane, but Marquis joins the fray, goes for a punch to the face. But yeah, there's still no level force besides Get Search on the side of its Bacon Time, so there's not much commit that we can actually look out for in these clashes.
I think they're gonna need to buy a little bit of time first, get everyone to that level 4, and then go absolutely ham. Bang, on the other hand, already level 5. Get Search just a tad slower, but also going to be level 5 as well. They're attempting a play here onto Bronze 5. They're not going to be able to pick him off, but now Taos here, going to be the one in a tough spot. Omen going down, and First Blood going to the Elsu. Yue secures that, and it also opens up the Abyssal Dragon for Saigon Phantom.
Yeah, definitely a win for Saigon Phantom there. While Zato's attempt was actually commendable, at the same time, they can't really actually burst down the Amelie in the top lane, because the Amelie as a hero is also very tanky and sustainable, even without, going for those 1v1s and his ultimate not being popped off.
Yep, and that's already one less problem for the Saigon Phantom. They were able to take that tower out. Oh, looks like Bronze 5 is going to be in some spot here. Lots of damage being dealt onto him, but he's going to be able to stay alive. And now we're going to be seeing that lane swap happen. They're putting in the Amelie towards that bottom side and maintaining that lane while they utilize the Elsu to push the top side of the map this time. They're actually not going to be able to steal that Vision Seagull. Good attempt by Yue though. But with all that's happening on the map here, they don't need to worry about that lane anymore, since that there's an open tower already. That very early dive, and without an answer coming in from Bacon Time, only meant that Saigon Phantom could capitalize on it, move their units onto the top side, and just have Amelie in that dead lane while they try to add even more to their advantage.
Yeah, it's a pretty methodical approach coming in from SGP. They're actually going in for a lot of damage even before they move on, trying to go for those raids, but we all know the snipes are more definitely gonna hurt more. And yeah, more rockets anyway, secures a small cap, additional health, and there is gonna be a rotation in the mid lane. Talx is actually spotting out some of the members of SGP, but Bronze 5 goes for a 1v1 with Marquis, and the only thing that Marquis can actually do is run against Amelie. We all know he has slows and slight knockup on his combos, on his skills. So definitely not really a good choice to go for a 1v1 with.
Yep. And interesting thing too, like the Amelie popped the ultimate there. Marquis actually used speeding Buddha as well, so you already know that Marquis respects this Amelie pick. Although it's going to be dove upon here right now. Bronze 5 trying to survive against Get Search along with Marquis, but may not be enough in the tank. Bang is going to be showing up there, but could not help out considering the tanky composition. There is going to be another fight here. A snipe can potentially connect. It's going to connect and Lock going to try to run. But look at the targeting coming in from Bacon Time. Zeroing in on the key targets. But now they may have bitten off a little more than they could chew, as they're going to lose a member here in Kim Sensei. They're trying to get even more from that. But members are going to get out and it's going to become just a pretty much trade-off.
Yeah, that's gonna be a problem for them. One of their winning conditions is to actually deal a lot of damage before going to the clash, and that was clash dictated by its Bacon Time. So most of the damage wasn't there for SGP, and we all saw once Slack actually is closed down by the members of its Bacon Time. It's just so much. It's just so much of a hard fight going in there because he cannot actually sustain the damage coming in there, and the braces of submission is gonna be there with the ascend. Kim Sensei just getting a lot of damage, gets search, secures another kill for its Bacon Time, and the score is spiraling down into the control of its Bacon Time. There's gonna be a sizable lead, not really sizable, I mean just 100, but I don't know. The scoreboard doesn't actually reflect the winning chances of these teams.
And something to point out, Bang is not as aggressive compared to what we saw against Underrank. This time he's playing the more conservative approach, making sure he doesn't overcommit or just go absolutely wild. He's picking his fights, and if he knows that his teammate is going to go down, he's not going to attempt to go for an engage and put his own life at risk. So, I don't know about that kind of approach, but it's actually keeping this game fairly even. Saigon Phantom is not as aggressive compared to their other games.
Yeah, definitely. And one of the reasons there, like I said, he was actually counted in this draft. He doesn't have any viable targets. Only Kim Sensei actually is the most viable target for him. And look at Bronze 5 trying to outlast the damage coming in from its Bacon Time, but it's gonna be too much because that is gonna be a fed up Lu Bu. He only has 3.8k while 5.6k already on the boards for Lu Bu at already has a Spear Longinus and probably building up to an Omni Arms. And while he's only having maybe an anti-region and also the Sonic Boots. So it's going to be understandable again, and it's going to be a free objective take for its Bacon Time.
This is very standard stuff that we're seeing right now from Bacon Time. They start off slow, doesn't seem like they're winning, then all of a sudden they slowly up the momentum and then play really, really fast. And you're already seeing how they control the pace of the game. Overcommitting, hey, it was Bronze 5. He's so far ahead into that lane that it was easy for just that counter gank with the Lu Bu. And Lu Bu right now is sitting at 3-0-2. Look at the status of the map. It was on the side of Saigon Phantom earlier, but now they're not even controlling the waves. They're not able to control the status of the map. It's more of just Bacon Time controlling the tempo now, and they're the ones who are actually doing all of these aggressive invades, stealing these resources away. It's tough.
Yeah, definitely, and like I said, it's testament on how balanced its Bacon Time lineup is. Depriving Bang from the choices to actually go for ganks in the other lanes, just because it's so hard to kill up a Superman. It's so hard to kill up a Joker who can just use his skills whenever you're gonna go for a burst. And it's actually translating to a lot more of better looks for them. And Taux is gonna use a flicker to get out of the basis of submission of Ka, but that is just prolonging the inevitable. Most of the time, more objectives are being taken by its Bacon Time. And there is going to be Marky using the Speeding Bullet, not hitting anyone because of the flicker coming in from Miwei. And there is going to be a 1v1 here. Muwan doing his best, and the miss there is going to happen. But yeah, Ka secures the kill, but at the same time, Bang was traded there. He still has the Resurrection Rune, so he's still back into the game. But SGP is slowly dying and during those clashes. Just because the objective takes coming in from its vacant time, it's been happening during those clashes, and bracelets of submission is going to be used to disengage again. Isaac.
They're diving on top of the Stark Slayer already. They're going to be able to secure that. Bacon Time didn't contest it. Considering that they were actually capable of doing that, they want to play it safe and make sure that they don't make any big misplays that could cost them the win. Considering that Get Search on his ultimate was not up in that scenario. So instead of going for those big risks, they're going to play it smart and just go at it on a different occasion. And yeah, they're going to be able to control the wave still. So it's going to be hard for them to actually utilize the dragon that was secured here by Bang.
Yeah, definitely. And SGP is now held up into the side of the map. There's no substantial gold lead for its bacon time, but at least the pressure that is being made by most of the members there, it's being felt by SGP. They know that maybe if they're gonna go and go past the map of its bacon time, they're gonna be punished for it. But they have an information here that Kim Sensei is actually not into position into the mid lane to go for a contest just because of the damage coming in from Lak Lak and Yue. And like I said, that is going to be the winning condition, but is it going to be enough? Muwan is going to be damaged again, and with the Ember Gaze again, all reducing the health of the Joker to half. Yeah, these plays are definitely going to be vital for them. But so if they get Muwan, they need to also get Kim Sensei.
Yep, it's the two critical targets. If they take those two out, the damage output coming from Bacon Time will be significantly weaker. So if they find a way into actually doing that, it's going to be a very big deal. But now, hey, guess who's going to get ganked again? It's going to be Bronze 5. But since Bronze 5, throughout all of his farm, all of the ganks that was happening, he was able to farm up a considerable amount of items here. Already has the Gaia Standard, has the Shield of the Lost, has Sonic Boots to negate all that physical damage even more. And then, on top of that, even adding a Rock Shield. So this is a very tanky Amelie going into the fights.
Yeah, definitely. And but I don't think it's going to be enough. She also actually needs to deal some damage. Maybe have an anti-regen here. Maybe have a Muramasa to at least be felt going into those clashes. But she's going for full tank at this moment of time. She's not going to be able to deal in a very narrow fight. And I think that's going to be a problem going into the later stages. We have natural tanky heroes here. We have Get Search on the Lubu. We have Marky on the Superman, who can deal a lot of damage even without damage items. And Amelie is a different beast that you need to actually build some damage items to be effective going to the late game.
Yep, they're itemizing for tank. I think they feel like they don't have enough. They don't have enough to actually burst down their opponents, and they need more of a front line to be able to do that. So now there was an attempt for them to actually take out Muwan there, but it was SGP that got outplayed in that scenario. Bacon Time knew that they had a really nice advantage there. And while Bang was attempting that kill, it was him that was actually getting hurt. This is why the Joker pick is so value, because yes, this AoE hurts, but if you can negate the damage, then it doesn't really mean too much. You can just outplay and try to attack the AoE by yourself. That's exactly what happened, and now a fight can potentially turn. Bang's on top of very tanky opposition. He's gonna be down for 40 seconds. Another fight's gonna potentially break out here. Saigon Phantom are falling apart really quickly. Bronze 5 will go down. It's Ka all alone with so many members who are just so beefy on the side of the RPL champions. They can't potentially take down even the Wonder Woman. 3 are already dead. And again, it's the Bacon Time strat. When they call Bacon Time, this is what they mean. You may think that, ladies and gentlemen, the fight is not gonna end just yet. It's gonna be a long game. All of a sudden, they turn on the gas, and my God, Bacon Time out of nowhere just win again.
Yes, and it's baking time actually winning game one in a strong fashion like the first series where SGP matched up in Bacon time. This is just classic Bacon time right now, going in for those clutch plays. And like I said, the winning condition for SGP was getting actually the kills on Kim Sensei and Muan, but at the end of the day, they weren't really able to actually shut down those heroes. Even if they try to go for some snaps on Get Search, Marky, and Taugs, it doesn't really matter. And we're gonna see it at game one of the highlights. And that was the highlights of game one, wherein Time takes the win over Second Phantom in the dominating match.
Yep, that was some crazy stuff, ladies and gentlemen. As nice as it was to see Saigon Phantom attempt their own kind of strategy, you know, you gotta be impressed, guys. Seeing that kind of play from Bacon Time, you may think it's an absolute fluke, but they have done that again and again and again. This isn't the first time they did this where the game looks so even, it's like nothing's gonna happen, we're gonna be in for like, I don't know, a 30-minute game, and then out of nowhere, they just all start being aggressive like a switch turned on. They wipe the whole team and then end it 30 seconds after that fight. And this is considering that the mid lane tower they were pushing was the first tier. They had to push from first tier all the way to third tier before they could get to that Nexus. And the funny thing, Vittorio, my god, this team, what makes them so good is how they abuse these death timers. They know when the death timers are gonna be really, really big. And that's when they actually turn on that switch, destroy everyone in one fell swoop, and then end it immediately without giving time for their opponents to react, turn the fight, or figure out what to do to come back.
Yeah, and I mean, like I said, this is a classic Bacon time that we've seen going into the earlier series, where they fought Sagan Phantom in the first half of the group stages. It was just a very, very hard fight coming in from Sagan Phantom. Bang was actually very countered in those picks. We saw Lubu, we saw the Superman, and Talks on the Omen. There's not much that he can do. There's not much he can target. Even Muan isn't really an available target to him just because of how hard a counter Joker is against an Avoid. And like I said, the only thing that he can actually gank is Kim Sensei, and it's gonna be hard because it's in the mid lane, wherein a lot of the players of its Bacon Time could actually rotate fast enough to go for those reactions, and we saw a lot of those reactions. Yes, they were able to kill some of the members from its Bacon Time, but at the same time, they're going to be traded out by two, or we're going to see Get Search get a tower. And that is a fair trade enough, wherein they're going to be taking in the advantage. So going into the damage graphs here, we're going to see SGP actually doing a lot of damage again on the Iggy, 82.7k. But in terms of this, I think this is still a lot controlled, just because the damage that she's actually been doing doesn't really translate for kills. Just because he's damaging Talks, he's damaging Get Search, and he's damaging Marquee. And in those damage percentages, for sure, it's not gonna be even constituting half of their health. And most of the time, even if you do some damage, at the end of the day, if you don't get a kill, it doesn't really matter.
And this is the cool thing that people need to look at from a different perspective. Yeah, lots of damage on this Iggy, but how many times have we witnessed a game turn out of nowhere, even though the Iggy was dealing so much damage? We've seen it several times. It even happened to Team Flash. It even happened to BRU. This time though, the MVP of the game, of course, the one with a clean performance. Get Search 407 on the Lubu, 91.7% for the kill participation, 5 MVPs, 28% damage dealt in total on behalf of the team, 824 gold per minute, and 13.3 MVP points in a very, very solid and abruptly ended game. You know, just pretty much in Bacon style, they're going to make it seem like everything's all passive and slow and nothing's happening, and out of nowhere they turn up the gas and just destroy everyone, and then and there. Crazy.
Yeah. And going forward, it's just gonna be pretty hard right now for I don't know, Team SGP to actually overcome its big time, just because we all know, I've been pointing it out, it's Bacon time, and most of the time teams that actually were playing in the AWC group stages really likes to go for those counter picks. They don't really rely on the current meta. They rely on what works and what is going to be the counter for this kind of heroes. And like I said, Awoy as a hero is a very, very good mobile hero. But the reason she was ineffective in that game is because of not being able to take the pickoffs. Yes, he can actually go back to the farming, but that defeats the purpose of getting an Awoy. You're gonna pick up an Awoy because you want to have a mobile hero, and Bang really does it well. Yeah, I mean, hands down, it was a very, very good pick for Bang, but at the same time, it was heavily countered just because they were not able to secure the Omen. They were not able to secure other picks that could help them in the long run. Also, at the end of the day, it's going to be ineffective, especially if there's going to be a lot of walls moving around the map. That's why you need the Hayate at those kinds of instances where you can actually shred those armor. And I don't know, it was just a brilliant draft coming in from its Bacon time. And to end it all off, I don't think the drafter of Saga Phantom was prepared for all the counters that was presented in its Bacon time. Once they knew that there was an Elsu and an Iggy, oh, you're gonna go for this high damage comp. We're gonna go for a high defensive comp. And like I said, Saga Phantom is a sword, while its Bacon time showed us a shield, and the shield was sturdier than the sword, so the sword broke, and that was just a sword. This was just a sword of the game.
It's also really impressive to see how they just keep doing the same strategy again and again in just different variations. It's not because they're using the same heroes. It's not because they're using the same kind of strategy with how they play around the map in terms of micro and macro. No. It's just that really, really strange way they manipulate the game based on the death timers. They know when go time is. And the moment they feel like, yep, it's time for us to all come online and just dive on top of our enemies, ace them, and then end it immediately. It's crazy to think that they have done this not once, not twice, but practically nearly every game they played so far. So that level of consistency goes to show how much they've practiced and how much they've mastered this kind of art. It's crazy.
Yeah, definitely, and it's gonna be odd to be the coach of It's Bacon Time. It's Bacon Time's coach is definitely someone with a very, very big head. I mean, you don't go for those kinds of drafting if you don't really know how to actually maneuver against those meta heroes. Like the Awoi pick. Once they got confirmation for the Awoi, once they got a confirmation on the high damage comp that they were going to field with the Iggy and also they already have an inkling that it's going to be a clash started wherein we're going to have minimal health. But what if we're going to be starting to clash with someone as tanky as a Superman, even at a one, even if his health is actually damaged to by 1/4 of his health percentages, it doesn't really matter because he's still going to be effective at the end of the day just because of how tanky those kinds of heroes. Omen just needs to actually connect his Death Embrace as a support, and that's already it. And Get Search just needs to get a lot of free hits, and he's just gonna regenerate every health that he lost. And we all know it's a very, very slow game for SGP in terms of the Elsu doesn't really have a lot of potential to go for free hits, not like the potential for the Joker or the Thorn or the Laville. He's more of someone that you can rely on skill shots. But what if skill shots are too slow? In this moment, it was too slow to actually deal a lot of damage. There was a hit on Kim Sensei, but that was just in the later parts of the game. He wasn't able to pop off going into the early parts. He was not able to pop off and do a lot of things for the SGP. It's just more of a dead rotation coming in from SGP most of the time. Yeah, you get the damage coming from Laklap, but it was always not enough. Always not enough to actually break the shield that is Bacon Time.
And that's the cool thing about it. Like, what happened in that final fight? How exactly did Bacon Time end that? It started with this Aoi trying to go for a pick off against the Joker. Muon countered it perfectly, did not get hurt at all. Forced Bang into such a small amount of health, forcing him to just have to go back, knowing that Saigon Phantom were outnumbered in that scenario. Bacon Time immediately jumped the gun, destroyed everyone. Yes, arguably, Bang was able to join the team fight, although a tad late. But still, that's where the tankiness came into play. They had enough sustain, they had just the right amount of damage to finish off their opponents, and then to put all that on top of each other, you have an Aoi pick that everyone was relying on Saigon Phantom, that could not take down the tanks of Bacon Time. So when Bang went down, everything just went downward spiral for Saigon Phantom. And when that happened, it was just the big realization that, you know what, we're gonna immediately kick this up a notch. We're gonna have a whole lot of damage just destroying these towers, and with no one left to defend them because of the really high death timers, we're gonna end it immediately. So that there's no way for them to react, there's no way for them to adapt, there's no way for them to counter the play, and there's absolutely no way that they could possibly think of how to counter this strategy. Crazy, crazy stuff.
I mean, going forward, it's Bacon Time showed us how good of a pick of a draft master they were, and actually them being actually able to play their roles effectively shows great promise to how this is a champ. How good It's Bacon Time is. These are the champions of the RPL. These are the main representatives of the region. And if we're gonna see this kind of solid performance that is unbreakable, then definitely a lot of the Thai fans are going crazy right now. They're gonna be able to expect that It's Bacon Time is gonna show up and not lose these kinds of games. They're not even gonna have. They're not going for those 1-1 tiebreakers or anything. They're actually the only team in the group stages that is actually never suffered a loss. Not like the other teams, wherein like One Team Esports got swept by V Gaming, and in their first series, One Team Esports sweeps V Gaming. There's no kind of those narratives. In this narrative, it's bacon time, showing up big, not letting anyone actually trample them into the ground. And we're gonna see if in game 2 is the narrative still gonna be in this kind of line of thoughts.
Yeah. There's already a ban on the Superman and Elandor here for the side of Bacon Time. Always being banned out here by Saigon Phantom. And now it's a matter of whether they ban out the Irie or not. They are hovering over the Irie at the moment. They can ban it out. And this is the scary thing of Bacon Time as well. And how just phenomenally sound they are when it comes to the drafting. What do? They're focused heavily on just countering their opposition. To be this good when it comes to the draft gives you such a good advantage going into all of your games. And to add to that, you make it even better and cleaner because Bacon Time execute really well. It's not just like, yo, we won the draft, but we're gonna play like garbage. So it's crazy to think that, yes, Bacon Time are good at the draft, but at the same time, they're so good at executing whatever they draft, and to put all that on top of each other, they make it look so clean. It's scary. I don't even know how they're going to be pulling off their next draft, but with how they play things out, can you imagine the other teams and how they're going to be approaching facing off against the likes of Bacon Time? It's not going to be easy. That's for sure. They first pick a Hayate because they want to lock in that true damage. It's a good save for them, and it gives a lot of options to them on the table on how they want to diversify their approach. And then Saigon Phantom, they pick up the Florentino and the Kira. That's lane dominance for the Florentino. A very solid pick in the Kira because it can match up against Warriors. What's the answer for Bacon Time here? Look at the picks. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if it's the meta or not. They're showing really good strength and just diversifying their composition, picking up what they think is necessary for them to win. They're not basing it on what the strong picks are right now, what the meta is looking like. If they believe that a Scud is a good pick to go up against their opponents, they'll pick it anyway. Same goes for the other great teams who are attempting to do something similar like that, but Bacon Time's the only team right now who does it this good.
Yeah, looking forward, I think it's gonna be a Yena versus a Florentino, and possible Scud jungle. Have you ever seen the Scud jungle before, Isaac?
Nope.
Yeah.
Can be good though.
Okay, since you've never seen one, in Bacon Time it's definitely gonna show you. I've actually tried using Scud jungle. It's a very, very decent pick. You just build a ton of tank items, and you're still gonna do a lot of damage in the short bursts. That's how good the Scud rework is. So moving forward, we're gonna see here Mages being banned here in SGP. Quixie and Raz is gonna be the bans of choice in the second half. While in his Bacon Time, they hovered on the Varus. I'm not sure yet what is gonna be the second one, but definitely maybe they're still lacking a jungler, and they're still lacking support on the side of SGP. I mean, a mid laner could actually be on there, but since they have Akira, it's highly likely that they're going to maybe go for someone that doesn't need to burst, maybe someone with sustain, maybe a Dirac, or maybe a Wonder Woman again. Oh no, Wonder Woman is actually already picked up by SGP from the last game, and didn't work out well for them. But there's still a lot of choices. Maybe Ka is gonna go for again, because in the last series that they fought with It's Bacon Time, they actually picked Grant. Maybe it's the best pick of Ka right now.
Quite possibly. But why not? You know what? This guy is one of the best Grak players. Let's pick it up instead of him. Let's steal that pick away from him. Bacon Time are hovering over Liliana. Yeah, you guys know me. I'm not really a fan of the Liliana. I've never liked it.
Yeah, I mean, you're a hater.
Going into this meta, I mean, but this is the thing, right? Yeah, I may not like the Liliana, but can we imagine what Bacon Time could do with this Liliana pick in particular? Because they understand how to utilize their draft so well that at this point, regardless what Bacon Time pick up, you're really not going to be scared of whatever they throw out at you. It's just a big possibility that they're going to do this flawlessly at the end of the day. And yes, we can believe that based on statistics, based on what other teams have done, that the Liliana pick is bad. You can't just apply that to Bacon Time, though.
Yeah, and we're going to see support Iggy on It's Bacon Time, and pairing it up with Liliana in the mid lane. But SGP answers back with a Dirac and also a Grak. This is definitely going to be a very fun series to watch. This is game 2. Everyone, this is the champions of the RPL. It's Bacon Time, and it's going to be SGP, Saigon Phantom, the representatives of Vietnam, and also the runner-up of the 2019, I think. AIC,
yep,
or is it the AIC 2020?
They're the runner-ups. The last time we had the AIC, and it goes to show that when it comes to tournament level, they're fairly capable of doing things like that. But I mean, look at Bacon Time; they're just chill. They don't even look phased or worried or tense or anything. It's like just a normal day at work for them. You even see one of the players just dancing around like it's absolutely nothing. He gets to pick up really cool heroes for himself. Gets to play live for people to enjoy his performances. And, Bacon Time right now are just looking pretty unstoppable. If anyone has anything to say about it, though, it's going to be these guys in Saigon Phantom. They got the pocket pick yet again on Ka, this Grak. Can Ka make it work and prove that gods do bleed, that the RPL champions can actually lose? We will have to wait and see as we head into this game.
Yes, and definitely, like you said, this is still anyone's game right now. And going forward, this is actually, I don't know. I'm actually torn between both of these teams. I do like seeing the Iggy on the support role, but pairing it up with Liliana, and there is a Grak on the side of SGP. So if they get pulled, it's definitely gonna be someone dying on either side. So yeah, fortunately, Ka, for the side of It's Bacon Time, fortunately they are gonna be not hooked by Ka at that opening stage.
Yep. And this is what I'm thinking of right now, Vittorio. If Ka pops off in this game, Saigon Phantom can even the series. But if Bacon Time know how to play around the Grak, this is just Bacon Time rolling over Saigon Phantom yet again. They need to rely heavily on this Grak and make it work, so that the rest of SGP could get ahead. Bacon Time, on the other hand, again, it's a ticking time bomb when facing them. You just need to figure out a way to actually get to that point. And they know how to do that.
Yeah, we're seeing here a 4-man rotation coming in from SGP. They've secured the Sentinel. And after that, they probably need more resources, but he's actually hovering into the Seagull on the top side. Is there gonna be a clash? And Marky is gonna get a spot on, goes for those multiple dashes, and yeah, he's gonna be able to clear that wave as safely as he can.
That was a really nice clear right there. You see that? He dashes in, dashes back out, uses his power wave to just clear everything and then get out. That's some class right there. I mean, I've tried to play Yena, can't even do a fraction of that. So when I see a Yena play well, I'm already impressed. I should probably see you play Yena, Victoria.
I actually play Yena, but maybe not that well. Just because I'm a jungler, so I'd rather not play Yena in the jungle, or I'll just be reported by someone in the ROV. Although there is gonna be a spot out here again with the Liliana getting some damage in, and Ka uses the World Devourer. It's not gonna be enough. No, it's not gonna be enough. And that is gonna be again a death on their side, and Bang is also gonna be in the target sites of its bacon time.
Yeah, this is the fun thing about Muwan on that cleanse. Yeah, World Devourer. Oh, gonna pop that cleanse. Gonna be absolutely nothing. And now the Grak goes down. But hey, my psychic powers are speaking to me. In roughly 10 seconds, ladies and gentlemen, we are gonna be having a pause. And it will resume after 2 minutes. So in about 3, 2, 1... Bam! You're gonna be seeing me and Vittorio back in this one! Hello and welcome back to the caster desk.
Yes, so welcome back. We're gonna be actually talking about basically nothing, just because we've already discussed it during the game, Isaac. There's not much that really happened. We saw the potential of the damage of its Bacon Times lineup. They have the Iggy, they have the Oliana, and it already says a lot. You're going to be able to burst down a lot of heroes going into the early parts of the game, but in the middle parts, if they're going to be able to build at least magic magic resist items, then definitely it could be a turnaround. But it's going to be a chance for the likes of Ayate and the Scud to actually, and also the Yena to shine if they do go for those magic resist items as their first defensive items. And it's going to be interesting to see going forward what is going to happen. Again, it's Bacon Time just going for unexpected picks. If they do get a 2-0 here, it's definitely going to spell pretty bad things to the representatives of Vietnam, because this is a second placers. Sagar Phantoms are the second placers for the AOG. First was Team Flash. It was supposed to be the hope for the Vietnam region to actually go for the championship. Got it, getting eliminated in the group stages. Now their second hope is definitely going to be Saigon Phantom, and the fans are going to see that the representatives, the second placers for the Vietnam region, being decimated by the RPL champions. They're going to have a lot of doubts going into their heads. Wait, is Saigon Phantom can Saigon Phantom even compete against the likes of its Bacon Time? And we're seeing it in the screen, ladies and gentlemen.
This is a predicament for the Vietnam region right now. Again, the catastrophe of Team Flash just getting eliminated by Thai team in Buriram United Esports, and now they're witnessing their second representative, second best at that based on the region, being manhandled right now by another representative from Thailand. You know, it goes to show that Vietnam-Thai rivalry going into the playoffs, and it just makes it so much more fun to watch AOV. And here's another thing, like, who's number 3 on Vietnam's representatives?
V Gaming. Yeah, it's V Gaming, and although they did close out very, very well against One Team Esports, one of the representatives of GCS, it was supposed to be actually a rivalry between Taiwan and also Vietnam, but right now the Thai teams are actually showing pretty good results going in here. But Bang is gonna close out with a kill on that on the Yena. But Get Search answers it off with a kill of his own. And that's 2 DS laners being eliminated here in this game. And yeah, Bang doesn't have any gas. Yeah, he doesn't have any gas for return skill shots.
That's some crazy stuff right there. Oh my god, disgusting. So, yep, to put things into perspective, ladies and gentlemen, the two hopefuls that the Vietnamese region have right now are Saigon Phantom and V Gaming. Both of which, arguably V Gaming landed first in their group, but they had a considerably hard time against One Team Esports. And, not to discredit the talent of the teams from One Team, they have not looked as dominant compared to the likes of Group A, Group D. They haven't been looking like that. So yeah, V Gaming and Saigon Phantom are gonna have a pretty tough playoff if they are not gonna be able to handle the likes of Bacon Time to begin with. Or maybe it's just Bacon Time just playing out of this world right now, who knows. Maybe Saigon Phantom and V Gaming fare against the other teams like BRU, Mad Team for example. There are a lot of things to draw on the table here, and so many things that make this AWC so much fun. But yeah, it's gonna put a damper to the side of the Vietnamese region, knowing that their #1 bet is already out of the running. And, well, you can't really blame them. I mean, it was their fault to begin with. But, yeah, going back into the game, 3-1 right now in terms of kills. We're seeing 1,000 gold in favor of Bacon Time. Saigon Phantom still trying to find a way back into this one. But with one tower already being secured by Bacon Time, they're just going for it. They're still trying to potentially take down this mid lane tower. It's looking fairly even on the top side, but you're seeing so much pressure from Bacon Time. Not to mention Scud was actually waiting at the back. If they went in for a dive under tower, it would have been possible, but they're setting their sights on the top side. Broad 5 right now. Oh my god! Look at the damage coming in from Get Search. Gets absolutely demolished, gives Kim Sensei the finish, and then ends it there by taking the first tower here on the top side. Looking really good, ladies and gentlemen, for the side of Bacon Time. Vittorio, is there anything the Saigon Phantom can do right now? Especially since we're looking at a point where the Florentino 0-3, the Grack doesn't seem to be working. What's the saving grace here?
You know what? The saving grace for SGP? I don't see one actually. They do have a lot of defensible positions. They have the Dirac and they have UA to actually get some of the damage on the clear waves in, but that is just a bandage. It's not really a solution to the what is happening in the map right now. It's Bacon Time is just out positioning them, out damaging them. It's just too much. And Ka not being able to actually land the hooks is actually very vital. Also to their success, maybe the pressure is going to Ka, and he's not able to actually go for the right targets. We've been seeing him miss a lot of those hooks, and even that hook didn't connect to Kim Sensei, and that is already a game set match for me in my mind.
This has got to possibly put a hit to Ka's confidence. I know he's one of the new players from Saigon Phantom, but it's an absolute yikes to have your pocket pick just get demolished like this, seeing it become just, irrelevant. It's not working. He's trying, but, you gotta feel bad when your best possible pick is not faring well for you, and at the same time, you're trying really hard and you're thinking that maybe, if this doesn't work, what else will? Maybe they aren't showing everything they've got completely. I mean, this is Saigon Phantom. They're runner-ups for a reason. But, if this really is one of Ka's pocket picks, it's gonna put a damper into his momentum. And now, out of nowhere, ladies and gentlemen, we're already seeing Bacon Time just dive under tower. Look at the damage coming in from Get Search. They're going for the end as early as now. 10 minutes in, they take out Ka. Get Search is finally gonna go down there, but look at the damage output being dealt by Bacon Time. No one on the side of Saigon Phantom are healthy enough to try to contest this kind of push. And Bacon Time, they know they're not gonna be able to end it. Only 2 members have gone down for the side of Saigon Phantoms. They're gonna go to potentially go for more here with a tower take, but considering the defense with that Genesis barrier, it buys enough time for Saigon Phantom to stay alive.
Yeah, and like I said, when you ask me what their saving grace is, it's just because of the defensive skill sets that we're seeing on the D-Rack, saving them from most of those engagements, and Yue being able to actually damage on the creep waves. That is the only thing that we've been seeing all throughout the game, and it's not really something to be happy about, just because of the damage that everyone is actually doing in its Bacon Time, and SGP is still having a hard time going forward. The objectives are definitely going to be difficult to take, especially if they're just going to be hunkering down into their side of the map. They actually need to be more aggressive going forward. And looking at the towers of the game, its Bacon Time's towers can be used on the next, maybe in the playoffs. That's how much hard it is for SGP to actually go for the objectives.
I'm gonna put this out there for you guys. Like, if you look at Saigon Phantom right now, Bronze 5 has been completely outplayed. He's 0-4-1 right now on that Florentino. Get Search and Marky have made sure that this Florentino would become pretty much irrelevant. He's at 6.3k gold. He's pretty much the lowest out of all 4 of the cores. And the one support is 0-2. Who's died on the side of Saigon Phantom right now? It's the Florentino and the Grack. They need this Florentino. It's one of their frontliners. And if Ka cannot land that hook, that only means it's going to be hard for Saigon Phantom to engage. They're going to be whittled down slowly but surely, just like what's happening right now. And I think this was a plan from Bacon Time all alone. They realized that if this Florentino goes down, there's not much they can do. The cleanse is there, but they didn't even need it. Mulan is going to be staying alive. They're just continuously diving on top of the members right now. Ka's already out. Black will follow. Marky is nearly going to fall, but may actually get out. Being chased down by Bang right now, who's at 50% health. But does it even matter? 3 members are already taken out here by the side of Bacon Time. They can continue to go for the push. Bang may actually be surrounded here, but with 3 members and just a Florentino and Akira to stop you, considering how fed Get Search is right now, they can continue forth. But that's not Bacon Time. They're going to make sure that they win it outright. They're not going to go for the 50-50 risk. They're going to play it safe, and when they see an opportunity to go absolutely wild, that's the only time they go for the pick. They could have pushed that tower in, but they don't want to take the risk.
I mean, getting a lot of pickups, going for the comebacks for SGP. It's Bacon Time is controlling themselves, so go for those plays that doesn't really benefit them. And they already have 2 holes in the side of SGP. The mid lane is the only standing bastion of defense that we're going to be expecting for them to actually try their best to save. And Bang is going to go for his ultimate with the Umbral Dreams, but is it going to be vital? Because Bang is going to be taken out into the bushes on the bottom lane. And yeah, there is still more of the members. Yue is going to do his best. He's going to be hit by the damage coming in for Dogs. And the Killing Joke is going to be used to disengage. But Marky is going to be taken out. It doesn't matter. They're now going to be able to take the Abyssal Dragon, which is going to be already enraged. So there's going to be a buff ready for them once they take this additional damage for them. And yeah, and the Dark Blessing buff is going to be secured by Muwan. So definitely, they're gonna be more aggressive going into the second clashes that's gonna happen.
It's also right on cue. Yes, they got that Enraged Abyssal Dragon, but look what just recently spawned. It's the Dark Slayer. They can go for that double buff and go for the GG. And Saigon Phantom, I think they already know this. That's why they're slowly moving towards that area of the map, because that big objective, if they give this away, they are going to surely lose. So they need to make the Hail Mary right now. They're going to spot out Get Search here at the side. 11, 10, 9. It's going to be stolen. No, it's not. Bang is going to be able to secure that. But Bronze 5 is going to be surrounded right now. It's going to be Florentino going down for 45. The rest of Saigon Phantom try to run for the high hills. But here comes Muan. Premature ultimate there. Good attempt though. But it's not going to land onto 4. This is still going to give an opportunity for the side of Saigon Phantom to continue going for a push. But if they continue this onslaught, slowly but surely the waves are falling one by one. The Drake was committed and it still cannot even get out of the base. This is gonna fall. One more could potentially end it here for Marky, but Marky finds a way out, and now Taux is gonna be the target of choice. But Bang is a little too aggressive there. They use the World Devourer here. Oh my God, Bang is gone. That's already 50 seconds on the clock. What can Saigon Phantom do to stop this right now? Bacon time. They're all still alive. Bronze 5 is trying to stop it. Muon uses Kunai Bliss to get out. Get Search just tanky like crazy right now and out of nowhere. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. Bacon time 2-0. That ult though.
It's bacon time. Taking in the win. I wasn't doubting them all throughout the game. I already know, just based on the draft and what we were seeing in the early parts of the game, on how it's gonna contain SGP most of the time. Yes, SGP got the Dark Slayer, but what did they come out after the Dark Slayer? Nothing. And even Get Search was even that, this is the first time you're seeing a jungle Scud, right, Isaac? And you saw how effective it was. Because all throughout, he was just tanking the turrets. He doesn't even care. He was even asking himself, is this damage or is it not enough? That was mostly what happened all throughout the game, and it was just Get Search being very, very effective, and we can see it here in the Game 1 highlights.
Ooh.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that was the Game 2 highlights, and looking forward with the Liliana pick, Isaac. Is your line of thinking already out of the gutter? Do you think Liliana is viable in this kind of comps?
Only if Bacon Time uses it.
I mean, no. I never told you. Going in.
Bacon Time uses it. I mean, I've lost all confidence in the Liliana. It's been only a handful of teams that have been capable of pulling it off. We've witnessed so many teams really good ones at that falter, DTAC. And regardless what
Wow.
happens, you know, yes, the Liliana was crazy back in the day. Doesn't seem to be as, you know, as impressive when it comes to now, the present, ladies and gentlemen. But, you know, in the hands of a formidable team, and a team who knows what they're doing when it comes to utilizing and maximizing their heroes, then maybe, just maybe, it's a possibility. So right now, I only stand by that Liliana pick if it's bacon time, but other than that, I still feel no merit in an impressive Liliana.
Well, I don't know. It's bacon time proved that as long as you had the right composition, the right people to actually go with the Liliana pick, it's definitely gonna be very difficult to see. That I don't know. Is bacon time just being dominant? This is a different kind of dominance. We all know that actually the SGP is a really good team. It's a second team for Vietnam, and it's bacon time showing that that kind of strategies. I don't know. It's bacon time is actually for me one of the leading contenders for the championship going into the AWC 2021. Just because of the performance that they showed us here in the group stages. That's just for me. It might be different for you guys, but the brilliance that I saw, the strategies that I see, the drafting, it was just, I don't know. I feel like this is ahead of its time, or its bacon time.
Yeah, it feels like they're a couple patches ahead based on how they're playing. It's just really impressive. You're not gonna see cleaner execution than that, but of course, you know, going into the playoffs, there is a potential for that upset. It's not the end of the road for any of these top two teams. It's still potentially going to be a very, very good quarterfinal. I mean, think of the matchups. Think of the teams meeting. If anyone can stop bacon time, we're only going to find out until at least the later stages. But one thing we could probably expect is bacon time making it all the way to the grand final based on how they're playing, because that kind of strategy is going to be hard to approach. I mean, look at this, ladies and gentlemen. The scoreboard itself. Taux on a support Iggy dealt 117.1k damage. The Liliana had 100.7k damage. Mulan didn't really need to do too much. I mean, he probably had 30k more damage if that last ultimate connected, but you know, that's just me. Kim Sensei though, well deserving this MVP award. One of the only players in the AWC right now to be able to pull off a Liliana in the group stage. 71.4% kill participation, a KDA of 4, 0, and 6, 3 MVP so far, 26% damage dealt on behalf of his team, 612 gold per minute, and 11.9 MVP points. This guy, I'm already hands down impressed.
Yeah, he better be, because it's one of the best Lilianas that we've seen going into these AWC group stages. There were maybe watch back right now, but anyway, we're now going into the last messages of the day, and all the series are done, and we've seen a lot of dominant plays. But if we're gonna announce who's actually gonna go into the groups, for Group C and Group D, it's already a no-brainer. For Group D, is of course D-Tac Talon taking the first spot, and then the second spot is gonna be with most outstanding player. And in the side here in Group C is definitely it's bacon time with no losses at all, and the second is gonna be Sagan Phantom. So we're gonna see them in the playoffs, and we're gonna see actually D-Tac Talon facing off Sagan Phantom, while most outstanding player is gonna have a daunting task because they're gonna be facing its bacon time. And going forward, I'm pretty excited right now what is gonna happen, because you know, for me in playoffs, it's bacon time facing off most outstanding player. These two are the champions of their regions, but going into those kinds of drafts, I really like what I saw with its Bacon Time. So yeah, I'm gonna be impartial though if we go into drafts, but my personal feelings say it's Bacon Time is really gonna be one heck of a roller coaster here in the playoffs. So before anything else, in behalf of all the production staff, and also to Garena, Tencent Games, and VSPN, and to my fellow shoutcaster Isaac, and of course myself, Vittorio, we would like to say thank you for staying with us here in the English commentary broadcasts. And we've had fun with you guys, especially you guys in the chat who was very active and very positive. And yeah, I would like to say thank you and good night.